Before a young man named Tikki, a beautiful angel descends. "I will grant one of your wishes," she declares. The moment Tikki hears this, his mind flashes back to his childhood, watching his favorite anime, a fantasy tale about a magnificent, flying, moving castle. The reflection of that very castle glimmers in his eye. That show had a huge impact on him, a dream he'd held onto since he was a kid. Standing before the angel, the choice is obvious. There's only one thing he's ever truly longed for. With newfound determination, Tikki makes his wish clear: "I want to have a castle." An alarm clock beeps, pulling Tikki from his thoughts. He sits up in a surprisingly modern bedroom, the beeping insistent. Stretching, he gets out of bed. What a good night's sleep. He slides open the glass door to his balcony, ready to greet the day. Stepping outside, he takes in the view from high above the clouds. Because his bedroom isn't in a normal house, it's in a colossal castle floating on a rocky island in the sky. "Oh, it's a really nice day," he says, completely unfazed. He smiles at the breeze. What a pleasant breeze. Tikki recently died. It all happened on his way home from work. He was starving and suddenly collapsed right in front of a convenience store. Turns out the angel made a mistake and took his soul by accident. Since she couldn't revive him without getting in trouble, she offered him a deal: one wish, anything he wanted, as an apology. So Tikki told her everything about his childhood dream. "It's from a famous anime," he explained excitedly, "a marvelous floating castle high above the clouds protected by robots." He then made his grand request: "I want a flying castle." And just like that, the angel actually gave him one. But there was a catch. He couldn't be revived in his old world, so he was sent to a new one. Ever since he arrived, all he's seen is an endless sky and a vast sea below. Will there ever be a continent, he wonders. As he stares out the window, lost in thought, a sudden alarm blares through the castle. "Whoa, what happened?" Tikki shouts, startled by the sudden noise. He quickly makes his way down a spiral staircase, the clattering of his footsteps echoing in the massive hall. His face is etched with concern as he heads towards the source of the alarm. He enters the castle's control room, a futuristic space with 2 thrones and walls lined with monitors. From here, he can see everything happening around the castle's perimeter. And on one of the main screens, a massive white dragon lets out a deafening roar. Tikki frantically scrambles at the console. How do I defend against monsters again? His eyes land on a button labeled Lightning Strike. Was it this one? The moment he presses it, a powerful barrier of lightning erupts around the castle, shocking the dragon instantly. Watching the beast get repelled, Tikki sweats nervously. Is this okay? Did I overdo it? He still hasn't quite figured out how to control the castle's immense power. After the excitement, he glances at another part of the castle's grounds. "Oh, they're at it again today," he says with a smile. Small, round robots are diligently watering the fields, cultivating his personal food supply. These little helpers waddle around the castle, keeping things running. But they aren't his only companions. Tikki walks into a grand hall lined with an army of humanoid golems standing at silent attention. He walks past the silent guardians, stopping in front of one. This one is designated A1. Tikki gives the golem a friendly pat and a thumbs up. "Good work today, too." A1 stares back blankly. Tikki sighs, realizing the unfortunate truth: neither the robots nor the golems can actually hold a conversation with him. Stretching his arms, Tikki's stomach rumbles. I'm hungry, it's time to eat." He heads to the kitchen to cook for himself, musing, "I guess there's no robot cat that can instantly prepare food for me." Still, he whips up an impressive and delicious-looking meal. "Well, cooking is fun, so this works for me," he thinks proudly. "I have improved." He takes his seat at the head of a ridiculously long and empty dining table, a single golem standing guard as he clasps his hands together. "Yai, itadakimasu." He digs in with pure bliss. "Whoa, tilde delish, rice is the best for breakfast." After his satisfying meal, he leans back. "I guess I'll finish the game I left off yesterday." Thanks to the angel, he got to bring all the entertainment from his past life. He has an endless supply of manga, anime, movies, and video games to enjoy. He leans back, hands behind his head, completely content. It's a world away from his old life as a salaryman, where he was constantly rushing, stuffed into crowded trains. Now he has all the time in the world. Sitting on his throne, he reflects, doing what I want, eating what I want, and even sleeping when I want. Living leisurely at my own pace. It's the best. The days begin to blur into a perfect, lazy paradise. Every day is Sunday, he sings. He explores his castle, watches videos, and splashes around in the pool. His new home is like his own personal theme park. The montage of his perfect life continues. He spends time with the robots. Plays in the massive garden. Explores the vast empty halls. Watches movies in his private theater. And sleeps in as late as he wants. Day after day, he eats his meals alone at the long, silent table. But after weeks of this, a dazed, empty look begins to creep into his eyes. Floating listlessly in the pool, he realizes the novelty has worn off. I've played everything already, so I don't have anything else to do. The feeling is undeniable. I'm bored. As he sinks beneath the water, the true problem surfaces. I'm so lonely, I want to talk to someone. He erupts from the water in a splash of frustration, screaming at the empty sky, I want to meet another person. Fueled by a new determination, he grabs a remote-like device. Drying off, he storms back to the control room with a purpose. He pulls up the footage of the dragon attack. I've only seen ocean from the castle, he thinks, but I've encountered a dragon, so there should be land where the dragon lived. A plan forms in his mind, his voice filled with hope. Let's search for the continent. With his castle soaring through the endless sky, Tikki makes one last, desperate plea to the universe. And please, let there be intelligent, living beings. A few agonizing hours later, a sound finally rips through the silence of the control room. It's Tikki, letting out a massive scream. But it's not a scream of frustration, it's pure, unadulterated joy. Tears stream down his face as land appears on the horizon. A continent? It's a continent. He jumps around in celebration, turning to his silent guardian. It really exists. We did it, A1. Staring at the approaching landmass, Tikki is completely frozen in awe and disbelief. His monitors begin to pick up signs of life. The first thing he recognizes is a horse. But as he zooms in, his excitement turns to confusion. A familiar creature, but why is it sleeping? What? Then the camera pans to reveal an overturned carriage nearby. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. Wait, is that a carriage? So there's civilization. Overwhelmed with emotion, Tikki starts weeping with relief. Thank God. I was so worried there might only be monsters in this world. This means there are intelligent creatures. And just like that, his screens are filled with them. Humans, a group of knights on horseback charging down a path. Tikki is practically bouncing in his seat, completely geeking out. Humans, they're really human and they're wearing armor, so cool. A wide smile spreads across his face. It's like something straight out of a fantasy movie. He thinks to himself, okay, I think I'm starting to get what this world is like. But then the monitor locks onto a different scene. A beautiful red-haired girl is desperately running along a cliffside, pursued by the knights. Ooh, a beautiful girl running along the coast, just like a movie scene. The chase comes to an abrupt end as the knights corner her at the very edge of the cliff, with the ocean churning far below. Tikki's excitement instantly evaporates, replaced by sheer panic. His mind flashes to a cheesy TV drama. Wait, no, this is the Tuesday suspense show. He stares at the screen in horror. What is happening? I finally find other humans and it's this. His mind races. If this goes like any suspense show, then the one who's being cornered on the cliff will definitely die. He frantically turns to his golem. Yuwa, what should we do? A1, we have to stop someone from dying, help me. From his far-off castle, Tikki can only watch and scream, please don't die, villager number 1. Down on the cliff, the knights close in, their voices cold and demanding. Just give up and surrender yourself. But the girl is defiant. She pulls out a small knife and holds it to her own throat, her eyes filled with desperate fire. If you come any closer, I'll kill myself. Her threat is met with cruel, mocking laughter from the armored men. She knows it's useless. Her only thought is escape. If I just jump from here, my body will return to nature. One of the knights sneers, his voice dripping with malice. If you die, we'll just bring your body back, strip you naked and hang you in front of people. It might be more fun that way. The girl shivers, her eyes widening in pure terror at his words. Another knight steps forward, trying to sound reasonable. Please follow us calmly, he says with a false smile. If you surrender, I'll make sure you won't be treated badly. She sees right through the deception. A lie, that's a lie. A ghostly image of a king flashes in her mind. She lowers her head in despair. There's no way for me to go back now. The knights have lost their patience. With a clack of steel, they draw their swords. Do you think you can run? One taunts. There's no safe place for you. You have no choice other than to come with us. They scream at her one last time, just surrender yourself. As one of them takes a menacing step forward, she backs away, whispering, don't come. But the knight suddenly freezes mid-step. He looks up at the sky, confused. What is that? The sudden pause makes the girl glance up as well. Her eyes widen, her terror momentarily forgotten. She stares up into the sky, a reflection of something impossible appearing in her tear-filled eyes. Emerging from the clouds is a sight that defies all logic, a massive castle floating on an island in the sky. The knights are stunned. That island is flying. One of them immediately panics. Yikes, stop you guys, I am going back right now to report this. But another knight, enraged by the interruption, makes a final, desperate move. Damn, let's just kill her and bring her body back. He lunges, his sword aimed for her heart. In a flash of metal, one of Tikki's small, round robots drops from the sky, blocking the fatal blow with its own arm. Before anyone can react, the hulking form of Golem A1 lands with a ground-shaking thud. The knights stare in disbelief while the girl can only wonder, a golem. From the sky? Why? The smaller robot immediately scoops the girl into its arms. She struggles in a panic, not knowing if she's been saved or captured. And no, let go of me. A knight charges forward shouting, "Damn you iron golem, you dare get in our way." But his blade strikes nothing but dirt. The robot has already blasted off, carrying the girl straight up into the sky. The knight can only stare at his broken sword in disbelief. No way, no way. On the cliffside, the men are left completely helpless, watching as their prize is abducted by a machine from a flying castle. Back in the control room, Tikki leans back in his chair, wiping a bead of sweat from his forehead. "Hugh, that was a close call." He looks at A1's status on the monitor. "I'm glad I made it in time, it was a great choice to depend on him." He shudders, the adrenaline finally wearing off, but what a nerve-wracking thriller that was. As his rescue team returns, a new feeling washes over him, social anxiety. I should be friendly and welcome her. It's been so long since I've seen another human. Now I feel nervous. He rushes out to greet them. "Welcome back, A1, thanks." Standing before the girl, he stammers out a greeting, suddenly incredibly awkward. And, nice to meet you, hello." He gives a nervous laugh, trying to figure out what to say. "Hee, do you know Japanese?" Before he can get an answer, the girl's eyes roll back and she collapses forward. Tikki yelps as he scrambles to catch her, her full weight landing on him. Ouch. He looks down at her unconscious face. She must have been terrified by what just happened. As he holds her, something on her neck catches his eye. He gently moves her hair aside, revealing a strange, intricate scar. What is this, a scar? With A1 standing guard, Tikki sits there, holding the first person he's met in this new world, wondering just who is this girl. Meet Shihara Tikki. He got ice-guyed, scored his dream flying castle but was super lonely. So while flying around, he spotted a girl getting jumped by some creeps and decided to step in. He brings her back to his castle's high-tech medical room. Tikki thinks, so this thing that looks like a tanning bed is actually a medical bay. He turns to his golem companion, A1, and tries to crack a joke. "I thought A1 liked tanned girls better, so I put her in here." But A1's silent, judgmental stare is all he gets in return. Tikki immediately backpedals. You're mad, it was just a joke. I get it, no more jokes, let's just check her condition." A holographic screen flickers to life with the diagnosis. It's done, looks like she's not ill. The screen displays her basic info. Human, female, 16 years old. She's young, Tikki notes. But as the scan continues, it starts listing more. Personal details. Weight 160 cm, 50 kg, her bust size is. He freaks out, covering his eyes. Whoa, not good, I'll be charged with sexual harassment if I keep reading. Peeking through his fingers, he spots the most important detail under her status. The diagnosis reads, malnutrition. A determined smile spreads across Tikki's face. "All right, I'll prepare a delicious, nutritious meal for her. A1, tell me the second she wakes up." Meanwhile, the girl is trapped in a terrifying nightmare. She relives a horrific moment, watching helplessly as someone is stabbed right before her eyes. "Stop, don't do it, please stop it," she screams. In her dream, she turns to a crowned king, her voice choked with desperation. "Help me, Fa." Her eyes snap open with a sharp gasp. She's in a bed, safe, but panting heavily as the phantom terror of the nightmare clings to her. Sitting up, she looks around the unfamiliar, luxurious room. Nothing is familiar here, she thinks, her eyes falling on strange objects. Is this the afterlife, a black picture, books? She slides out of bed, a single word escaping her lips. No. The memory of the cliff and the giant golem that saved her comes flooding back. Tears well up in her eyes as the reality sinks in. I didn't die. But the relief is quickly drowned by guilt and despair. Why am I such a coward, so useless? She collapses onto the bed, sobbing, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, the sound of the door clicking open cuts through her grief. She looks up, startled, as a towering figure appears in the doorway. Her heart leaps into her throat. It's the iron golem from the cliff. Her mind races. The magician controlling it must be nearby. What should I do? Terrified, she pleads, "No, don't kill me." The golem remains perfectly still for a moment. Instead of attacking, it extends a hand, silently offering her a clean robe. She stares, completely baffled. Hesitantly, she reaches out and takes the garment. Now wearing the robe, she watches as the golem turns to leave. The golem didn't attack me, she wonders, cautiously deciding to follow. It leads her down a long, pristine hallway. The golem brings her to a massive hall, and the sight that greets her is staggering. Lined up in perfect, silent rows are hundreds, if not thousands, of identical golems. A chill runs down her spine. What is this huge number of golems? Are they preparing for a war? She knows that in this world, golems are the ultimate symbol of military might. They are weapons of war, and it takes an enormous amount of magic power to create and control even one. Her mind struggles to comprehend the scene. Even the kingdom's court magicians working together could only make a dozen. Not even the Brow Empire could create this many. She looks around, overwhelmed. How many magicians are here? Where is this place? She turns her gaze to the silent machine that led her here. Just who are you? She asks, her voice barely a whisper. The golem offers no reply. Elsewhere, Tikki is in the kitchen, pondering an old saying. You will become popular with the ladies if you can cook. He thinks back on his lonely past life, realizing the flaw in that logic. How do you even get close enough to give her your cooking without being a creep? He mumbles to himself, trying to figure out what's even safe to make. I've never cooked for a girl before. Do they even have miso or soy sauce in this world? Are there religious food taboos? The problem seems impossibly complex. Then inspiration strikes. Well, let's go the safe path with pasta. There's no one out there that doesn't like pasta. With his plan set, he grabs a tray of food and heads out. Just then, an alert chimes. He turns a corner and stops in his tracks. There she is, standing with A1. Could it be that girl is awake? He gives her a bright, welcoming smile. Ah, good morning. Startled by his sudden appearance, she lets out a terrified yelp. Tikki quickly tries to calm her down. It's okay, I'm not scary, I won't do anything. Your clothes were dirty, so I ordered the robot to change them. She peeks out from behind the golem, her fear slowly being replaced by curiosity. Are you, Magician Sama? Tikki's eyes light up. What did you just call me? Still wary, she asks, why did you bring me here? Tikki is just thrilled they can understand each other. And you speak Japanese, I'm glad we can actually communicate. But she's still terrified. What will you do with me? I don't have anything, and I'm penniless. He waves his hands frantically. I'm sorry, it's not like I'm kidnapping you or anything. He tries to explain calmly. It seemed like you were in trouble, so I had A1. This guy help you. They both get flustered, apologizing over each other. Tikki continues, you woke up in an unfamiliar room after a horrifying experience, so it makes sense that you're being cautious. He offers a gentle smile. If you don't mind, may I ask for your name? She looks at him, her guard slowly lowering. My name is Shihara Tikki. She finally answers, her voice soft. I'm Isla, just a normal villager girl. Suddenly, a loud screech from the kitchen interrupts them. A pot is boiling over violently. Whoa, it's overflowing, Tikki panics. He turns back to Isla with a smile. I'm sorry, but can you go to the dining hall first? Let's eat together. Isla watches him go, still a bit unsure of everything. Later that night, they sit at opposite ends of a massive, empty dining table. The silence is a little awkward. But the feast Tikki has prepared is absolutely incredible. Isla looks at the plate of pasta in front of her, her stomach rumbling. Tikki digs in, and after a moment's hesitation, Isla takes her first bite. At the massive dining table, Isla stares down at the plate of pasta, still a bit cautious. She finally takes a hesitant bite. And instantly her eyes widen in pure delight. It's delicious. Seeing her enjoy it, Tikki smiles. There's enough for seconds too. She gets flustered, waving her hands frantically. But I can't do something so shameless. Tikki just laughs it off. It's okay, eat up, I've made a lot after all. Isla's expression softens, filled with gratitude. Not only did you save my life, but you also made me food. Thank you, very much. I'm sorry I've only been rude to you. While Tikki is busy stuffing his face, Isla decides to ask something that's been on her mind. By the way, Tikki-san. I've been curious, just how many magicians are there here? A shadow falls over Tikki's face. There's only me, alone here. I was alone, it was so lonely. And this guy, he says, pointing to A1, can't even speak. Isla's mind races. So you're taking care of and controlling all these golems by yourself? Tikki just nods. Golem, oh you mean A1 and the other robots. Well yeah, there's only me to do it, he says casually. I can control them with one panel, isn't that convenient? Isla is absolutely floored. Her mind flashes back to the army of golems. To maintain that many golems by himself, just how much magic power is needed for a feat like that? Meanwhile, Tikki is just enjoying his meal, completely unaware of her internal crisis. Is this guy even human? She wonders. Tikki-sama, she says, her voice filled with awe. Tikki flinches, Sama, but Isla is lost in her own thoughts. You have an enormous amount of magic power to control this number of golems by yourself. Her fork clatters to the plate. She drops her head into a deep, respectful bow. Great magician Sama. Tikki freezes, completely bewildered. Magic power, magician, so magic actually exists in this world, but I'm no magician. I can't just tell her I died and got reincarnated, that would just scare her more. He turns to A1, having a sudden realization. Wait, you don't use electricity, I totally thought you ran on solar power. Later that night after their interesting dinner, Tikki shows Isla to a luxurious bedroom. You can sleep in this room for today. Isla is overwhelmed. I'm sorry, I'm really thankful for your kindness. She bows deeply again. I'll definitely return this favor one day. I can't thank you enough. Tikki notes to himself that people in this world also bow to show gratitude. Don't worry about it, he says, trying to be casual. By the way, there's a shower and toilet over there. He points to the high-tech toilet. It's the newest model. If you touch the button, warm water will come out to clean your butt. Curiosity gets the better of her, and Isla presses the button. A jet of water shoots up, startling her. Water came out. Whoa, and it's warm. She's completely amazed. I've never seen something like this, even in the royal palace. It's amazing. Tikki's ears perk up. She's been to the royal palace, she said she was a villager, but maybe she's from a pretty wealthy family. Later Tikki shows her the view from a balcony. Isla is breathless. Amazing, everything is so beautiful, the night sky. Tikki smiles. Well, we're flying after all, so we can always enjoy the great view. Isla freezes. Flying, yes, Tikki confirms simply. She cautiously leans over the railing to look down. And sees nothing but clouds and stars below. Her mind struggles to comprehend the impossible sight. The castle is flying. She looks back at him, trembling. How, why, she stammers. Tikki just shrugs. Well, I don't know how myself. The revelation leaves Isla trembling, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale of Tikki's power and mystery. And so the days began to pass. Isla, wanting to be useful, offers to help Tikki in the kitchen. Though her enthusiasm sometimes leads to clumsy results. But they quickly fall into a comfortable rhythm. Tikki introduces her to the wonders of his world, like movies. Want to eat popcorn? He asks, but Isla just looks on in confusion. They explore the castle's massive, beautiful garden. She's captivated by its beauty. Every new sight is a source of wonder for her. She even finds the little gardening robots fascinating. Everything in this place is unlike anything she's ever known. Watching her, Tikki sees a genuine, peaceful smile grace her lips for the first time. He thinks to himself, cute. It's been a few days and she's finally getting accustomed to living here. I'm glad. But his happiness is tinged with concern. In the end, I never asked her why she was being chased that time. And that scar on her neck. When the time comes, maybe she'll confide in me, but before that, I have to return her to her family. They must be worried sick. The thought brings a familiar ache. If Isla goes back, I guess I'll be alone again. Just then, Isla's cheerful voice breaks through his thoughts. Tikki-sama. He pushes the sad thoughts away and gives her a small wave. Later, they're back in the kitchen, preparing another meal with vegetables from the garden. Are we using these vegetables for our meal today? Isla asks. Yep, let's stir-fry them with some meat, Tikki replies. The word meat sparks another question for Isla. I've been wanting to ask, but where do you get the meat? I've never seen any livestock here. Tikki's expression becomes grim. Well, technically, we don't procure it. There are some things you're better off not knowing. It's a little shocking. I don't recommend knowing, he says ominously. What do you mean? She asks, her curiosity now mixed with dread. But before he can explain, an alarm beeps through the castle. They rush to the control room. Oh, Tikki says, looking at the main screen, it seems like we've found a village. But the scene on the monitor is chaotic. A carriage is speeding through a forest, clearly fleeing from pursuers on foot. Isla's eyes go wide. A person with a tail and triangular ears, that's a beastman, it's just like in a manga. But this is no fantasy story. The beastman is being violently hunted down. Isla watches in horror, her hands covering her mouth. Is this a hunt? Tikki asks, confused. Isla's voice is grim. Beastman hunting. I've heard that beastmen are sold for a high price. As slaves, Tikki is stunned. SLA slaves, so if they're captured they'll be slaves. The concept is horrifying to him. I've only ever heard of slaves in history books. Something that inhumane is actually being done in this world. Isla clenches her fists, her own past trauma likely resurfacing. She turns to Tikki, her eyes pleading. She grabs onto his console, begging him, please, can you please save those people? I know I'm in no place to ask anything of you, Tikki-sama, but please, I beg of you. Tikki hesitates, his own self-doubt creeping in. Save them, but I'm not really a magician like she thinks. But it might go smoothly, just like when I saved her. On the screen, the hunters are closing in. He grits his teeth, there's no time to spare. His decision made, he turns to his loyal golem. A1, I'll give the orders. So help me. A1 stands ready to deploy, golem engaging. Watching the brutal slave hunt unfold below, Tikki turns to Isla, his face set with determination. A1, please lend me your power. His loyal golem, A1, silently acknowledges the command. Previously, Tikki's lonely life was transformed when he met Isla, but their newfound peace was shattered by the discovery of a slave hunt on the ground. Horrified by the inhumanity, Tikki vowed to intervene, declaring, this Tikki won't let that happen, and unleashed A1 to save the beastmen. In the forest below, a young blonde beastman girl flees in terror from slavers on horseback. Don't let her go, one of them yells, she's a good one. The slavers are ruthless, cutting down any beastman who gets in their way. One by one, the beastmen fall to the slavers' cruel assault. With a savage roar, a slaver brings his weapon down on another victim. The beastmen are quickly being overwhelmed and captured. Refusing to give up, the blonde girl turns to fight back. She lunges forward, slashing at a slaver with a stolen sword. But her desperate attack is futile. The slaver easily catches her arm, overpowering her. He pins her to the ground next to a terrified beastman child. Geez, can you stop making trouble for us? He sneers. Why can't any of you beastmen just hold still? Another slaver warns him, hey, don't be so rough with her. If that brat's price goes down because of you, I'll cut your reward. The first slaver scoffs, I get it, bring the enslavement seal here. The girl's eyes widen in absolute horror at the mention of the seal. A glowing, magical branding iron is brought forward. Are you telling me to use it now? The slaver asks with a cruel grin. This brat is so impertinent that we have to tell her properly that she's our goods. He holds the searing brand inches from her face. I'll carve it on your face so everyone will know that you're a slave the moment they see you. Tears stream down her face as she lets out a terrified scream, "Eneno-nuo-uo." Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts right behind the slavers. They turn around, completely stunned by the blast. A1 crashes onto the scene, a whirlwind of metal and fury. The slavers panic. A golem? Why is there a golem in a place like this? One shouts while another screams, the magician, search for the magician right away. Before they can react, A1 unleashes a devastating barrage of punches. The slaver can only let out a pathetic yelp as the golem closes in. A1's fists connect again and again in a brutal beatdown. The man pleads for his life, stop, don't do it. Watching from the control room, Tikki realizes A1 is going too far. A1 stop, he yells into the comms, that's enough, he's unconscious. A1 pauses, holding the limp body of the slaver in its grasp. The golem casually tosses the man aside. It then takes out another slaver with a single, powerful spinning kick. Tikki issues a new order. A1, find and stop the carriage, there should be some beastmen still inside. On the ground, the blonde beastman girl collapses, whispering in despair, father, mother, and everyone is. Back in the flying castle, Tikki watches the monitor as A1 secures the carriage. He breathes a sigh of relief. What a close call. Thankfully, A1 is very strong, we almost killed one of them. The image of the enslavement seal flashes in his mind. Beside him, Isla is trembling, her face pale with shock from the violence she just witnessed. Tikki turns to her concerned, are you okay, Isla? She tries to compose herself. I'm okay, I'm sorry to have shown you a horrifying scene like that. Isla looks at him gratefully. I'm really grateful to you for having saved the beastmen, Tikki-sama. I hope none of them have received an enslavement seal. Tikki is confused. What is an enslavement seal? He scratches his head, admitting, sorry, but I don't really know anything about it. There's no such thing in the place I lived before, so. As Isla explains, the disgusting reality of it dawns on Tikki, treated as a thing. Isla begins her grim explanation. Those who have been marked with the enslavement seal will be seen as a slave and will have to obey their master. The seal will last as long as they live, and they don't have any rights as a person. By using the magic power embedded in the seal, they won't be able to move freely. They won't be able to go against any command that has been given to them. When they're sold to someone, the right of the seal would also be transferred, and they have to live their life being a slave forever. If they go against the will of their master, then the seal will punish them. In the worst case, it might even kill them. Tikki stares in horror, they might die. Isla continues, her voice low. I only have heard stories of it, but for some people, they think that a slave who goes against their will is a defective product. Tikki slams his fist down in fury. That's so cruel, he makes a snap decision. Let's provide a shelter for those people here. He gestures to the vast expanse of his flying castle. Fortunately, I have a lot of unused land, and it would be better to make use of it. Meanwhile, the blonde beastman girl who fought so hard has fainted from the ordeal. Tikki looks on with sympathy. I guess flying was a terrifying experience for her. Inside the castle, A1 unbars the door to the captured carriage. The rescued beastmen peer out, their faces a mixture of fear and confusion. Tikki approaches them gently. Are you guys all right? Is anyone wounded? They shrink back, too scared to speak. Isla steps forward to introduce him. This person is the great magician-sama that is controlling this flying castle. His name is Shihara Tikki-sama. He has used his power to save you all. I'm also a person he saved a few days ago. She offers them a reassuring smile. So please rest assured he's a kind person. A beastman points to the golem that rescued them, then to Tikki, who is unarmed. The beastmen still look uncertain, exchanging wary glances. A man with a serious expression steps forward as their leader. My name is Bart. He looks Tikki up and down skeptically. You were called a great magician, but I've never heard of your name. I can't just trust you easily, Bart states firmly, so please show us some proof that can help us trust you. Tikki is caught off guard. Proof, but how? Another beastman asks about their location, and Tikki confirms they are indeed in a flying castle he brought them to for safety. Trying to prove his good intentions, Tikki begins listing the castle's amenities. This place is my home. There's also a farm and pond, so it's easy to live here. We can harvest both meat and fish. He gets a little carried away, breaking into a goofy song, and we can sing out loudly in the middle of night without anyone getting mad at us. Bart, who was so stern moments before, can't help but burst into laughter at Tikki's ridiculous display. The laughter breaks the ice. Bart turns to his people, smiling. Everyone, it's okay, he doesn't look like someone who would sell us off for anything. The group finally begins to relax, helping their elders. They notice the young blonde girl is still passed out from the ordeal. As they enter a grand hall, Bart apologizes for his earlier suspicion, which Tikki completely understands. The beastmen are in awe of the castle's interior. Tikki then makes his formal offer. So, if you guys are okay with it, will you guys live here? Bart's expression becomes somber. He explains that while he's grateful, his people are guardians of a sacred shrine in their forest and cannot abandon their duty. He admits they were only captured because the slavers took one of their own as a hostage. Tikki is deeply impressed by their commitment. An elder beastman raises a difficult question. But Bart, what will you do with the ones who received an enslavement seal? The grim reality sets in. If they return, the slavers could come back and use the seals to control them instantly. If another hostage is taken, they would be completely powerless to resist, doomed to repeat the same tragedy. Bart clenches his fist, vowing, I will protect them, I will protect my family. But another points out they were only saved this time by a miracle. Even if they fend off these slavers, there's no guarantee others won't come. A woman suggests a painful solution. Those with seals should stay behind in the flying castle for their own safety. Bart is tormented by the thought of splitting up his family. A woman named Tolene places a hand on his arm. Dear, I believe that's the best thing to do, I don't want to cause problems for everyone else. She looks at him with sad resolve. Heartbroken, Bart pulls her into a tight embrace. Tolene. Tikki can't bear to see them suffer. He suddenly shouts, don't worry, we can always go to the forest. It's so sad to not be able to see your family again. We can go there easily with this flying castle. Bart and Tolene look up, a spark of hope in their eyes. Tikki-sama. Just then, the blonde beastman girl finally wakes up, crying out for her family. She stumbles towards Tikki, looking panicked. You Tikki-sama. In a flash, she grabs Isla from behind, pressing a knife to her throat. Release everyone, she screams. If you don't, I will kill this woman. Just as the beastmen are brought to safety, a tense situation erupts. The young girl Mare grabs Isla and holds a knife to her throat, screaming, I will kill this woman. Her father Bart rushes forward in a panic. Mare, what are you doing? These people are the ones who saved us. The other beastmen are just as confused, mistaking their saviors for slave traders. But Bart quickly clarifies, shouting they are not, they are our saviors, Tikki Dono and his wife. Tikki and Isla both freak out at the assumption. We're not. Tikki stammers, Isla and I are just temporary roommates, I'm planning to send her back to her home. As Bart demands she let Isla go, Mare's aggression melts away into regret. I'm sorry, she cries, lowering the knife. Bart bows his head in shame, I'm so sorry. To think that after Isla Dono helped save us, one of our own would point a blade at you. Mare looks down, tears welling in her eyes. I'm sorry, But Isla gently places a hand on hers, her voice soft and understanding. It's okay. Your thoughts must have been a mess after experiencing something so terrifying. With a warm smile, Isla completely forgives her, so you don't have to worry about it. You just did your best to protect everyone. Stunned by such unexpected kindness, Mare's eyes widen as tears begin to fall. The young beastman finally breaks down, sobbing apologies. Tikki watches on, trying to soothe her. Please calm down. Once things have settled, Tikki addresses the group. For everyone that wants to go back down to the surface, please get on the carriage. The golem will carry you all back safely. As the others prepare to leave, Mare notices her mother, Tolene, isn't moving. Mother, you're not going. Bart explains the grim reality. Mare, your mother was branded with an enslavement seal. To uphold our duty of protecting the shrine, it's better for her to stay away from us. The implication hits Mare like a physical blow. What do you mean? So mother is going to stay here? With newfound determination, Mare plants her feet firmly. Then I will stay too, I'm staying here with mother. Her parents immediately protest. No, Bart pleads, what are you saying? You're going back with your fath. But Mare fights against her mother's embrace, shouting, no, I'm staying with mother. Seeing the family in turmoil, Tikki steps in. I don't have a problem if Mare-chan stays here. Bart tries to object, insisting she doesn't understand their mission. As Mare clings stubbornly to Tolene, Bart tries to negotiate. We will be back here in around 3 months so. He lets out a heavy sigh, the weight of the situation clear on his face. Internally, Bart laments the struggles of fatherhood. I guess it's hard to be a father with a daughter going through puberty. With the decision made, Bart and the others depart, watching the floating castle shrink in the distance. Back in the castle, Tikki pats one of his golems. Good work, he says with a smile. The remaining beastmen, Tolene's family, bow deeply before him. We deeply express our gratitude for saving us. We will do our best to return this favor. Tikki waves his hands frantically, completely unused to such formality. No, please raise your heads, just act normally, okay? Taking his words to heart, Tolene introduces her family. Well then, my name is Tolene. This is my little brother, Lant, and my little sister, Shni. She then gestures to the young girl who caused the earlier commotion. And this is my daughter, Mare. Tolene gently pushes a blushing Mare forward. She might be a little tomboyish and not very honest, but she is a good girl, so please take care of her. As Mare stands there awkwardly, Isla notices a gash on her arm. You're wounded, let's heal it, come here. Tikki asks if she's using magic. Isla explains it's an inspection for any irregularities and any wound would heal by itself. So yeah, it's something like magic. Mare finds herself strapped into a futuristic-looking medical pod, clearly nervous about the strange technology. A moment later, Tikki peeks in. Is Mare okay? Isla confirms yes. The diagnostic report appears, showing that her scar has been healed and noting a slight vitamin deficiency. But as they review the results, Isla's eyes catch another data file on the screen. She squints, trying to read the unfamiliar text. I can't read the words, but I can read the numbers. Her eyes widen in horror as she deciphers the stats: age 16, height, weight, and even her bust measurement. Isla's face explodes in a blush. Tikki panics, trying to explain himself. It's not what you think. The data just popped up when I healed you while you were unconscious. He internally screams, by no means did I do that for a perverted reason, not hentai. Desperate to change the subject, Tikki blurts out, that's right, how about we have a meal? The other beastmen women, however, are now looking at the medical pod with newfound apprehension, wondering if their own weight would be revealed. Tikki suggests they all cook together with fresh vegetables from the farm. Isla immediately brightens up, asking Shni, will you help me? To which the girl eagerly replies, yes, I will do my best. Lant chimes in that they'll help too, and Tikki smiles, grateful for the company. Thank you, if everyone helps it will be done in no time. Tolene, still under the impression they're in a grand magician's castle, says, that's right, we have to prepare for all the other magicians too. Tikki and Isla awkwardly have to explain that it's actually just the two of them living there, much to the beastmen's surprise. Shni looks around the vast, empty kitchen. To think that there's only you two living here, I thought many magicians were making this castle float. The mood quickly lifts as they gather ingredients from the castle's garden. I'm really glad you all came here, Tikki admits. The vegetables are more than what we two can handle. Tolene and Shni marvel at the produce, noting that while they're different from the vegetables they know, they look delicious. Isla is beaming with excitement. It's my first time preparing food with so many people like this. Shni kindly shows her the best way to chop the vegetables. The kitchen becomes a lively, bustling place, with Mare taking charge and telling Lant to bring over the plates. Watching the cheerful scene unfold, Tikki thinks to himself with a genuine smile, this will be fun. Soon, a magnificent feast is spread across the grand dining table. Everyone takes their seats, and Tikki and Isla put their hands together to give thanks for the meal. Tolene watches them, curious. Are they praying? She wonders before she and the others follow suit. Together Tikki and Isla say itadakimasu. The beastmen dig in, their faces lighting up with delight. It's delicious. This is so good, this vegetable is so sweet. Even Mare is blown away. The meat is so juicy, she exclaims. Finally, Tikki proudly presents the pinnacle of his home cuisine, a simple bowl of steaming white rice. The beastmen just stare at it, completely baffled by the strange food. But as everyone enjoys the meal, Tikki presents his magnum opus, a steaming bowl of white rice. He watches with bated breath, thinking, oh, rice, the embodiment of my love and my Japanese soul, will the people of this world not accept you? He stares intently, waiting for their reaction. The beastmen children, however, seem to completely ignore the rice, happily munching on the other food. They then look over at the plain white bowl with pure confusion. Tikki breaks down in tears. Rice, how sad, I will surely make everyone love you, he sobs as Isla looks on, completely bewildered. The awkwardness of the situation reminds Isla of Tikki's earlier outburst, when he insisted, Isla and I are just like temporary roommates, I'm planning to send her back to her home. The words echo in her mind as she quietly thinks, my home. Later Tikki gives them a tour of the castle grounds. Mare's eyes light up. Whoa, amazing, there's a whole farm out here. Tolene puts it together, so the vegetables we ate earlier were grown right here. Lant points at the small, round automatons tending the plants. What are these guys? Tikki explains. They're robots that help with the farm and other chores. Watching the beastmen explore with such joy, Isla and Tikki can't help but smile. The kids are completely star-struck. On top of making this castle fly, you also control so many golems. Your magic power is awesome, great Magician Sama. They all start chanting Magician Sama, making Tikki blush. He panics internally. Another misunderstanding. How am I supposed to explain that I just got this castle when I died? They keep calling me Tikki-sama. Tolene approaches him with a serious expression. Please let us help with the harvest and any other tasks. We must repay your kindness. Tikki waves his hands dismissively. Oh no, you don't have to worry about it. But Lant and Mare rush forward, insisting, please let us do something. The family stands united as Tolene declares, we want to be of some help to you, Tikki-sama. Seeing their determination, Tikki relents with a smile. Is that so? Well then, please, all right. As they begin working in the garden, Tolene pulls Isla aside. Isla, may I have a moment? Tikki looks over curious, what's wrong? Tolene thoughtfully watches Isla walk away. That girl, I feel like I've seen her somewhere before. Later that day, Tikki and Isla find themselves alone on one of the castle's grand balconies. Tikki smiles, I'm glad everyone is so nice, and they seem to be liking this place. He points out towards the horizon. By the way, after flying for a while, I found a big city. Isla, do you know it? In the distance, a city marked by 2 distinct towers is visible. Isla recognizes it immediately. I believe that's Vish Town, it's in the middle of the Brow Empire. Tikki repeats the name, Brow Empire. Isla's expression darkens as she explains through a flashback of war, the Brow Empire is a great kingdom hostile to my home, the Attal Kingdom. They've been invading and conquering smaller nations. Tikki connects the dots. So Isla, you lived in the Attal Kingdom, she quietly confirms. What kind of place is it? He asks gently. She looks down, a shadow of sadness crossing her face. It's a small kingdom, and the place I lived was right next to the Brow Empire's border. Tikki listens silently, understanding the weight of her words. He turns to her with a sincere smile. Thanks for telling me all this. Thank you, he says again, genuinely grateful. You see, I've been living alone in this castle for a long time, so there's a lot I don't know. Isla looks flustered. A great magician like you shouldn't act so humble. But Tikki shakes his head. No, I really don't know anything. I was only able to save Mare and the others because you were there. He looks at her warmly. Isla. His smile is kind and reassuring. Blushing, Isla stammers, in no way, I'm not worthy of that praise. Tikki's expression suddenly turns serious. By the way, Isla, I'm not a person worthy of your kindness. He takes a breath and asks, what would you think of a story about a person who came back from death? Isla immediately recoils in fear. Is it a scary story? Tikki quickly panics. No, nothing, forget it. He sighs to himself. I guess I really can't just say, actually, I died once to everyone. Suddenly, a loud alarm blares through the castle. Tikki's internal monologue continues. This castle is amazing, but they keep calling me a great magician. What happens when they ask me to use magic? A massive warning sign flashes on a nearby monitor. Warning, object closing in, please check immediately. Tikki looks at the screen. What is it? Another wyvern. He squints at a tiny speck in the sky. A person. An elegant, long-haired man with pointed ears soars gracefully through the air, his cape billowing behind him. Tikki's jaw drops. A flying person. Isla is just as stunned, whispering in awe, flight, magic. Tikki realizes what he's seeing. A real magician. The flying man, Afa, seems to be escorting someone as he calls out behind him, please take cover. Your Majesty. Following his gaze, they see an old king sitting on a floating throne. The king simply grunts in response. But then he turns his head, revealing a terrifyingly wide, predatory grin. Staring at the horrifying sight, Tikki is frozen in shock. An eerie smile is pointed right at us. What is happening? Staring at the monitor, Shihara Tikki's eyes are wide with shock. What is that? On the screen, a horrifying, menacing grin fills his view. Floating towards their castle is an old man on an ornate throne, the source of Tikki's terror. This is so horrifying, he thinks. The scene flashes back a few hours, to a grand imperial city where alarms suddenly begin to blare. A knight in full armor pants trying to understand the commotion. Hey, what happened? He looks to the sky and shouts the news for all to hear. An unidentified flying object is heading this way. The knight dashes through the streets to deliver the urgent message to the palace. Soon after, a messenger kneels in the throne room. Our Highness, thank you for allowing us an audience. The emperor, surrounded by his attendants, looks down on him with disdain. What is it? His eyes narrow with a cold threat. I won't forgive you if it's just an unimportant matter. The nervous messenger delivers his report. A flying object is heading this way from the south. It's already right above Vish Town. The emperor clarifies, not a magician using flight magic but a flying object. The messenger confirms, yes, that's what the report said. A cruel smirk spreads across the emperor's face, his interest piqued. Interesting. The messenger adds, it's faster than a horse. It will probably reach the imperial capital by tomorrow. The emperor's amusement grows into a low, unsettling chuckle. Is that so? Coo. His chilling laughter echoes through the hall, making the messenger tremble. As the messenger is dismissed, the emperor points to a figure standing by his side. Afa. A long-haired elf named Afa steps forward. The emperor commands, gather all of your subordinates. I believe those magicians have nothing better to do anyway, right? Afa simply replies, I understand. The emperor continues, prepare to take flight. We will have a look at this aforementioned object. An advisor speaks up in alarm, Your Highness will go as well. The emperor confirms, of course. I will ascertain the truth of the matter myself. The advisor desperately pleads, it's too dangerous. We can't let Your Highness go near such a suspicious object. The emperor's face darkens instantly, his voice dripping with venom. What, you dare to oppose me? The advisor freezes, stammering, and not in any way did I mean to. But it's too late, the Emperor raises a single finger. With a casual, almost lazy flick, an invisible force slams into the advisor and his guards, who cry out in shock and pain. They scream as the Emperor watches, amused, isn't enjoying what intrigues them, what makes a person who they are. He mockingly parrots their cries for mercy, and you dare to stop me from having fun. The advisor writhes on the floor, his body racked with agony. Throughout the brutal display, Afa watches silently, her expression completely unreadable. Back in the present, the Emperor floats on his throne, gazing up at the magnificent flying castle. His eyes drink in the impossible sight, a flying island, and there's a castle on top of it. He whispers in utter awe, a castle in the sky. A tear of pure, unadulterated desire rolls down his cheek. How beautiful. His voice rises with a mad obsession. I want it, I want it. He roars, his face contorted with greed. I need to possess it. His maniacal laughter echoes across the sky, directed at his newfound prize. Inside the castle's control room, Tikki watches the monitor, completely weirded out. Why is that Gramps laughing, and he's not stopping at all? He then notices the elf standing silently beside the throne. It's creeping me out, and beside him there's a long-eared, hot-looking guy. Tikki muses to himself, I guess there aren't only beastmen in this world but other races too. But beside him, Isla's face has gone pale with absolute terror. She whispers a single dreaded word, Emperor. Tikki turns to her, his own casual mood vanishing. Ah, Emperor, wait, the Emperor. Isla begins to gasp for air, her eyes wide with panic as she stares at the screen. Her body trembles violently as traumatic memories of the Emperor's cruelty flood her mind. Tikki rushes to her side, his voice filled with concern. Isla, are you okay? Tears stream down her face as she looks up at him, her voice barely a whisper, Tikki-sama. Her trembling hand reaches for him and grips his shirt tightly, as if he's her only anchor. I can't, she sobs, someone like me doesn't have the right to depend on someone. She whispers a final heartbreaking apology, I'm sorry. And with that, Isla's body goes limp, falling backward. Isla, Tikki cries out, reaching for her. Before she can hit the floor, the golem A1 moves with surprising speed, catching her safely. Tikki quickly gives an order, A1, please take Isla to the medical room. As the golem carries her away, Tikki watches with a worried expression. Isla, she looked so terrified. He thinks back to the man on the screen, the so-called Emperor. It's true that old man had an eerie aura. He has such a typical villain face, Tikki thinks, disgusted, the type of guy who would have fun while trampling on others. Tikki tries to snap himself out of it, shaking his head. Knock it off, we just entered the Brow Empire's territory, we don't have time to joke around. Of course they'd be cautious of a flying castle. He looks at his golem and the castle walls, trying to reassure himself. But if the Empire does attack, this castle has a barrier, and there are golems too, it should be okay. Tikki tries to rationalize the situation, thinking to himself, it should be okay. We took down a dragon after all, so even if the Empire attacks us. But as he stares out the grand window, a grim reality sets in. I never thought we'd be attacked, especially not by other humans. Suddenly, A1's voice cuts through his thoughts, Tikki-sama. The beastmen rush into the hall, panicked. Isla-sama, what happened? Tikki turns to them, explaining, it seems she pushed herself too hard, I'm going to take a look at her. Shni asks frantically, was she surprised by that flying guy? Lant quickly updates Tikki, is everyone alright? We're all fine, the magician has left. Tikki sighs in relief, I see, I'm glad to hear that. But Lant isn't finished. It seems like a magician from the Brow Empire came to scout us. The name drops like a bomb and Toline gasps, that Brow Empire. A heavy, fearful silence fills the grand hall. Seeing their terror, Tikki steps forward, forcing a confident smile. It's okay, rest assured, we'll be safe as long as we stay inside this castle. Toline lets out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. Phew, I guess you're right, this is the great magician's castle after all. The mood instantly shifts from fear to awe as the others chime in. I've seen the golems, there are so many of them. Another exclaims, you're controlling all of them yourself, right? You're amazing, magician-sama. Their faith in him restored, they cheer, that's right, we'll be okay as long as we stay here. Later in the medical bay, Tikki stands over Isla, who rests unconscious in a futuristic-looking pod. Even in her sleep, a single tear escapes her eye, a testament to the deep trauma she's endured. Watching her, Tikki's expression is a mix of concern and grim determination. He turns to the window, gazing at the stars. A single thought solidifies in his mind, I have to protect everyone. He thinks of the beastmen who have placed their trust in him and of Isla. They've come all this way to live here, and I have to get Isla home safely. I have to keep this place safe for them. Looking back at Isla's peaceful face, he admits to himself, I'll miss her when she's gone, but... His thoughts turn to the castle itself. This place has tremendous power. A1 and the other golems could wipe out an army in an instant. But the weight of that power settles heavily on his shoulders. But the only one who can operate all of them is me. The doubt creeps in. He questions his own capability. Can I really control this tremendous power? Shaking his head, he snaps himself out of it. Just worrying won't help, I have to take action. He turns to the golem, A1, please take care of Isla. His resolve is set. I have to learn everything about this castle and take full control of it. He sits at the main console and issues a command, open all programs. In an instant, the air explodes with hundreds of holographic screens and data streams, completely overwhelming him. Why? His shock quickly morphs into giddy excitement. Geez, that angel really went all out, there's so much I can do here, it'll be tough to learn it all. A wide grin spreads across his face. But that's okay, this castle is my dream, I'm going to enjoy learning every single function. He remembers the Emperor's twisted philosophy on fun, and reclaims it for himself. It's in a person's nature to have fun, I want to have fun too. With everyone. Sometime later, Isla's eyes flutter open with a gasp. She sits up, clutching her head. Did I pass out again? How miserable, why am I such a coward? She looks around the empty room. Where is Tikki-sama? A1 isn't here either. Her eyes then fall upon the control console where she finds Tikki slumped over, fast asleep. She approaches quietly, whispering his name as he snores away. He's drooling slightly, muttering in his sleep, I will protect everyone, this place is totally safe. Watching him, Isla's expression softens with a gentle fondness. She looks around, flustered. Is there something to cover him with? As if on cue, A1 appears, holding out a blanket. Startled, Isla quickly accepts it. Thank you very much. She carefully drapes the blanket over Tikki's shoulders. Gently patting his head, she thinks with a heartfelt smile, thank you very much, Tikki-sama. Meanwhile, far below, the Emperor gazes up at the flying castle, his voice filled with manic awe. Magnificent, this is truly magnificent. His face contorts with insatiable greed. It's going to be mine, I want it, I will make it mine no matter what. His loyal elf Afa stands silently by his side. The Emperor whirls on him. Afa, take your men and go after that castle, you can catch it, can't you? Afa bows his head slightly. Yes. The Emperor grabs him, his voice a low threat. You understand, don't you? The fate of not just you but your entire family, the entire elven race, depends on this. He presents a shimmering ring. Take this. It's a national treasure, consider it a piece of me. Succeed and I might just elevate your people to first-rank citizens. Afa kneels, accepting the heavy burden. I will do my best to live up to your expectations. As the Emperor slides the ring onto his finger, Afa grits his teeth, the pressure immense. But as he walks away, his expression turns cold and calculating. My, His Highness wants a new toy, I wonder if this will replace the other toy I had prepared for him. He's met by the stunning General Violet. A new toy, Afa, I was about to offer him the entire Attal kingdom, so tell me about this rumored flying castle you were scouting. Afa's report is blunt. Frankly, its magic is beyond our comprehension, a complex formula I've never seen before. He adds, and I believe I saw a small golem on board. Violet's interest is immediately piqued. A golem. A sly, confident smile spreads across her face. Now you have my attention. Her confidence radiates as she declares, but no matter how advanced they are, they can't win, because my empire's golems are the strongest in the world. Back on the castle, blissfully unaware of the plots against them, Isla continues to gently pat Tikki's head as he sleeps. Everyone has their own schemes, she thinks, a shadow of worry crossing her face. Just what is going to happen? Episode 6 kicks off with Isla, Mare, and Schnee ready for some fun in the sun. As a quick refresher, our protagonist is Shihara Tikki, a completely ordinary salaryman who recently, died. But his death was just a massive clerical error by a clumsy angel who accidentally snatched his soul. To cover up her mistake, she ice-guyed him to another world and, as an apology, granted him one epic wish. His wish to become the master of a giant, flying castle in the sky. And with an invincible fortress at his command, Tikki's new life began, filled with new friends and many uncertainties. However, being the lord of a high-tech castle isn't all fun and games. Tikki is completely buried in manuals trying to memorize all the castle's systems. Functions, castles, I can't remember it all, he mutters, totally exhausted. His loyal golem, A1, can only watch as its master burns himself out. Meanwhile, the beastmen are exploring their new home. There are so many buildings besides the castle itself, Tolene remarks. Isla adds, yes, even I don't recognize all of them. Their tour takes them past several large, impressive structures. Mare points to one and asks what it is. That's a mill, a water purification plant and grain storage, Tolene explains. It's where the golems make flour. Mare is shocked. Wait, Tikki-sama is controlling all of this. Mare points at a building, asking what it is, and Lant is equally amazed. Whoa, just how many golems is he moving at a time? Isla looks a bit nervous. Tikki-sama said it's better if we don't see inside for now, I don't really know the details myself. But Mare's imagination is running wild. Could there be secret magic tools used by the great magician in there? Schnee, ever the practical one, changes the subject. I see farms, but where are the cattle? Then something else catches her eye. Hey, hey. She spotted a massive, sparkling pool of water. What's that? Lant asks. Isla smiles. This is a pool with warm water. We can swim here. There are swimsuits for us in that cottage. Mare and Shnee's eyes light up instantly. We can, let's go, I love to swim. Inside the changing room, they check out the swimwear. So we wear this to swim, Shnee says, holding one up. Tolin seems a bit shy. Isn't this a little flashy? Mare turns to Isla, inviting her along. How about you, Isla-sama, let's go in together. But Isla just looks down, unable to give an answer. Her gaze drifts downward. And Tolin notices exactly what she's staring at. Isla's eyes are fixed on the slave mark branded on Tolin's shoulder. Tolin's voice is gentle but direct. Do you hate the slave mark? Isla quickly tries to deny it. That's not. But Tolin smiles calmly. I might have been branded as a slave, but I'm not ashamed of myself. I never intended to be one after all. Besides, she continues, gesturing to their incredible surroundings, we can live freely here. It's all thanks to Tikki-sama's kindness. My life as the protector of the forest shrine might be over, but I've decided I will do my best to repay Tikki-sama for everything. The other girls listen, understanding her sentiment. Isla remains silent, Tolin's words echoing in her mind. A little while later, the beastmen are having a blast in the pool. Mare is busy demonstrating her graceful swimming, which mostly involves splashing Lant in the face. Just then, a hesitant Isla emerges, looking absolutely stunning in a bikini. Lant and Shnee are left completely speechless. Tolin spots her and mutters with a pout, that's not fair. Before Isla can get her bearings, Mare playfully grabs her from behind. You're so big, she exclaims, causing Isla to shriek in embarrassment. Lant whips around, totally flustered. Hey, Mare, he yells, thinking, that was some serious eye candy, but I definitely shouldn't have seen it. After the commotion dies down, Tolin approaches Isla with a knowing look. Isla-sama, she says softly, I guess you've also been through a lot just like us. Isla can only nod in agreement. Shnee and Mare swim over to offer their own support. Even if you have a slave mark, you shouldn't worry about it, Shnee says brightly. We're living above the sky with the great magician Sama now. Mare adds, Tikki-sama doesn't discriminate against anyone, not even beastkin. We're all having fun living here. Surrounded by their unconditional acceptance, a genuine smile finally blossoms on Isla's face. She watches them play, a weight lifting from her shoulders. It's not just Tolin who has a mark herself, even Mare is accepting me. If this is what life is like above the sky, then maybe I too can enjoy my life here. With newfound resolve, she thinks, I want to stay here, I want to get along with everyone. As she stands by the pool, A1 approaches her. She turns to the golem with a bright smile. A1-san, please take care of me from now on too. Please get along with me, she asks. A1 silently processes her request. Then, in a clear gesture of acceptance, it extends its hand to her. Isla's smile is filled with pure, unadulterated joy. The golem seems to nod in understanding. Watching this heartwarming scene from a nearby balcony is Tikki. He smiles to himself, content. I'm glad everyone is getting along together. Later that evening, the whole group gathers for a delicious dinner prepared by Tikki. Shnee is absolutely loving it. Delicious, this meat is so good, and I really like this udon. Lant is also a huge fan of the new flavors. Both of these use soy sauce as seasoning. I might really like this stuff, delish. Tikki muses on his next culinary project. I see, it goes well with soybeans, maybe I should try making miso next. But the pleasant mood shatters when Lant turns to Isla with a question. Isla-sama, are you related to the royalty of the Attal kingdom? The color drains from Isla's face. Why do you ask, she stammers. Tikki looks over, confused by her sudden panic. Lant, completely oblivious, explains, I've just always heard that royals from the Attal kingdom have signature red hair. I was just curious. Shnee immediately jumps on her brother. Nah-san, you shouldn't ask a woman such an indelicate question, Lant just retorts, but aren't you curious about it too? As they bicker, Tolin tries to calm them down, but the damage is already done. With trembling lips, Isla pushes her chair back. I'm sorry, she cries before bolting from the dining hall. Isla, Tikki calls out, immediately getting up to follow her. He tells the others, please just continue your meal, I'll be right back. Shnee gives her brother a furious cheek pull. Stupid brother, Lant can only whimper, I'm sorry. Tikki and A1 rush out of the hall. He calls her name, his voice filled with concern. He finds her standing alone on an outdoor balcony. As he and A1 approach, she turns, her voice choked with emotion. I'm sorry. Tears stream down her face as she apologizes again. Tikki looks at her, his heart going out to her. He speaks gently, Isla, I won't ask about anything you don't want to talk about. I don't mind your past no matter what happened. Let's go back and eat with everyone. The udon will get cold. A1 watches them, staying silent. Tikki offers his hand, a simple gesture of support. A1 gives him a subtle but firm nudge, encouraging him. Isla looks from his outstretched hand to his face. He waits patiently for her to decide. She hesitates, her own secrets feeling like a wall between them. But Tikki's smile is warm and completely sincere. His kindness breaks through her defenses, and fresh tears well up in her eyes. She takes his hand, gripping it tightly as if it's the only thing anchoring her. Her voice trembles as she finally decides to reveal the truth. Tikki-sama, I've been lying to you. I'm not just an ordinary village girl, she confesses. I'm the princess of the Attal kingdom. With a look of deep pain, she reveals her full name and her greatest shame. Letitia Isla Attal, a princess, and a wicked sinner who betrayed my own country. Isla's past and present selves stand back to back, one a simple girl, the other a princess, hinting at the two lives she's lived. The story flashes back to a grand castle. A beautiful young woman introduces herself. My name is Letitia Isla Attal, the queen of Attal kingdom. Her voice narrates over the scene. I've been living peacefully within the castle my whole life. In the grand ballroom, Princess Letitia was the center of attention, a graceful dancer admired by all. The scene is filled with light and music. The other ladies of the court showered her with praise. As expected of Letitia-sama, what a graceful dance, one exclaimed, while another added, there's no other dancer in this kingdom as good as you, princess. Blushing, Letitia replied modestly, I just happen to like dancing, I'm not worthy of such praise. Her friends wouldn't have it, please don't be so modest, they insisted, ready to celebrate the evening. But that light was about to fade. Letitia spots her father, the king, on a balcony and calls out to him happily. Her expression shifts as her narration turns grim, but my peaceful life came to an abrupt end. The cause, a single dreaded word, marriage. Her father remained silent, his back turned to her. Later in the throne room, the king finally spoke. There's a letter from the fourth prince of the Brow Empire, he announced. It's a marriage proposal. Letitia's face filled with concern. But, doesn't the fourth prince already have many wives? I've heard he has more than 15. The royal guard stood by, silent and stoic. The king's reply was chillingly casual. It seems like the number has gone down. Letitia stared horrified. Gone down? What could that possibly mean? She tried to protest, to make him understand. But father, she began, only to be cut off. There's no need to discuss this matter further. His gaze was cold and unyielding. Letitia, it's for the kingdom. Her world began to shatter. I will have you married off to the Brow Empire, that's always been your duty, he stated flatly. I raised you to understand your place, so I won't accept any refusal from you. Defeated with no other choice, Letitia whispered, I understand. And with that her fate was sealed. Her handmaidens, unaware of the grim reality, offered their congratulations on the wedding. But Letitia couldn't share their joy. I don't want to marry someone I've never even met before, she thought, her heart heavy with dread. She forced a weak smile. Thank you, but it still doesn't feel like reality. Her friends tried to understand. Princess, just what kind of person is he? Letitia could only voice her fears. I've only heard he's taken many women as his brides. Will I be able to get along with his other wives? They tried to reassure her. Of course you will, and we will accompany you there as your servants. We won't let our princess feel lonely, they promised, bringing a small, fleeting smile to her face. Just then a guard interrupted them. Letitia-sama, there's a present for you, it's from the fourth prince of the Brow Empire. He presented a small, ornate box. The message said it's a ring to celebrate your engagement. My, what a wonderful present, one of the handmaidens exclaimed. They gathered around, urging her, Princess, please open it quickly. Letitia opened the box and a wave of pure terror washed over them. Inside wasn't just a ring but a severed finger wearing it. The room filled with horrified screams. What is this? Letitia cried out, recoiling from the gruesome sight. The guard, pale and trembling, stammered, I also received a letter. He couldn't believe his eyes. Is that a severed finger? Taking a deep breath, he prepared to read the prince's message aloud. The letter began, to my beloved Princess Letitia. I'm very happy to welcome someone as beautiful and talented as you to my castle. Thus, I am gifting my princess with one of my treasures. The prince's silhouette appeared as his twisted words continued. The last recipient couldn't be of use anymore. So, I'm looking forward to playing with you after you put this ring on your finger. Letitia trembled, her mind racing. What does he mean by marking the proof of our engagement? Didn't he already give me this ring? The word play echoed in her mind, filling her with a deep primal fear. The guard continued reading the prince's chilling words. To mark the proof of our engagement, I will send my servants to you in the near future. I'm really looking forward to the day I can meet you personally. And then came the final, horrifying reveal. The servants that will come are the Empire's magicians. They will come to put a slave mark on my princess. Letitia's eyes widened in disbelief and terror. Slave mark. Her handmaidens erupted in fury. What are you talking about? How can you be so rude? Do you want to be beheaded? Take back those words right now. But the messenger could only deliver the awful truth. I'm really sorry, he bowed, but it's the truth. His Majesty has prepared to welcome them here. The ultimate betrayal crashed down on Letitia. Father has sold me off as a slave. Her narration fills in the horrifying details she learned later. He's a cold-blooded man who takes pleasure in torturing a woman until her death. Just like his father, he doesn't treat people like humans. He was, in every sense of the word, a monster. And the worst part, and father knows, he knows his daughter will be killed. When the Empire's magicians arrived, their tools glowing ominously, Letitia backed away in terror. No, don't come any closer. She screamed for the one person who could stop this. Father, father. But the king of Attal only watched, his face a mask of cold resolve. His only reply echoed in her terrified mind, for the kingdom. A searing pain erupted as the slave mark was burned into her skin. As she was led away, her loyal handmaidens pleaded, please let us accompany you, we beg you, princess. But Letitia knew their fate if they came. I don't want that to happen, you will be dragged into this and be killed too. With tears streaming down her face, she made a selfless choice. So, I won't take any servants with me, I will go by myself. She walked towards the carriage that would take her to her death. Her internal monologue was a string of heartbreaking farewells. Goodbye, my beloved home country. Goodbye, my beloved friends. Goodbye, father. I don't think I'll ever see any of you again. On the long road to the Brow Empire, her escort stopped at an inn. We're staying here for tonight, the guard informed her. He showed her to a room and then, to her surprise, left her completely alone. She watched him walk away down the empty hall. A thought sparked in her mind, why is there no one watching over me? This was her chance, an open gate, a starry sky, a path to freedom. Her mind was a battlefield. I don't want to be killed, I don't want to die, she thought desperately before her conditioning took over. No, it's my duty, it's for the sake of the kingdom, I have to die. But a question lingered, a spark of rebellion. Do I really have to die? She looked out the window, her eyes wide with fear and a glimmer of hope. The reflection of her hand reaching for the latch filled her tear-filled eye. In a decisive moment, she tossed the cursed engagement ring aside and climbed out the window, choosing life over duty. Her resolve hardened under the full moon. I want to live, I don't want to die. If I can have those peaceful days back, then I. The flashback ends. Isla finishes her tragic story to Tikki. After that, I was on the run for a few days before I got cornered on a cliff, and then Tikki-sama saved me. Tikki looks at her, his voice full of compassion. Isla, thank you for telling me all of this, it must have been so hard for you. The weight of her guilt comes crashing down. I'm a terrible sinner, she cries. Someone who betrayed her country just because I was attached to my own life. If I don't go to the Empire, my country will. Tikki pulls her into a firm, comforting embrace. Isla, it's okay, relax, you're safe here. He holds her tight, promising, I will do anything I can. I will definitely help you, it's all right now. After composing themselves, Tikki and Isla return to the others, putting on a brave face. Their friends look up, relieved to see them back. Lant immediately rushes to apologize. I'm really sorry, it was because of my impudent question. But Isla shakes her head, bowing deeply. No, I should be the one who is. I'm really sorry for running out so suddenly. She looks up, her eyes still wet with tears but filled with gratitude. Mare looks on, concerned. Mare steps forward, offering a bowl of food. I've warmed your food so. It's a small gesture, but it means the world to Isla. She is visibly touched by the simple act of kindness. Isla accepts the bowl with a genuine smile. I'm all right, thank you, Mare. Surrounded by her new friends, her found family, she bows her head. Really, everyone, thank you very much, thank you so much. But the peaceful moment is broken as A1, the android, stands silently by the window. Tikki notices the sudden change in atmosphere. He turns to the silent machine, A1. A1 is displaying an image of a massive army marching under the night sky, their torches lighting up the darkness. At the head of the army is the formidable General Violet of the Brow Empire. She raises her sword and roars, onward, we will bring back the head of the scum who looked down on the Empire and present it to His Highness. We will take over Attal Kingdom. In the castle's kitchen, Mare and Princess Isla are preparing some food together. As they work, Mare glances at Isla, a thought crossing her mind. Now that I think about it, Isla-sama is a real princess. I'm starting to feel nervous. But Isla, oblivious to Mare's thoughts, beams at her. Mare-chan, that's amazing, you're so fast at this. Mare smiles, a little embarrassed. It's just because I'm used to it. I've been helping my mother since I was a kid. Isla peeks out from behind a counter, genuinely impressed. That's remarkable. You must have been a huge help to Tolin-san, I'm sure of it. Isla's praise makes her blush slightly. Mare then turns the question back on her. How about you, Isla-sama, did you help your parents with anything? The question causes Isla's cheerful expression to fade. I studied so hard, thinking I could help my father in the future. She recalls her goal, to be of use to the kingdom her father ruled. But a sad reality sets in. However, I didn't even know how the citizens really lived. A flashback shows her disastrous attempts at cooking with Tikki. Cooking, cleaning, washing. I didn't know how to do any of that before coming here. In the end, Tikki-sama had to teach me everything. Her voice drops filled with self-doubt. I can't even do basic tasks that normal people do. I really am worthless. Mare immediately slams her hands on the table. That's not true at all. She passionately defends the princess. You're talking as if you can't do anything, but you're capable of so much now. You just need to learn how to do the things you can't and then make good use of them. Leaning in close, Mare gives her a heartfelt smile. Let's do our best together. Isla looks up, touched by her words. Mare-chan. Just then Tolene arrives with a tray. Yufufu, I'll also do my best to help you too. She places a large pie on the counter. Our snack is ready, so let's eat together with everyone. Isla's spirits are lifted. I'm going to call Tikki-sama, she says, hurrying out of the kitchen. But the scene shifts dramatically to the control room, where Tikki's eyes are wide with horror. On the main monitor, a brutal, large-scale battle rages. A castle wall is under siege by an overwhelming force. Tikki can barely believe what he's seeing. Is this for real? The screen shows a chaotic battlefield, littered with soldiers clashing in a desperate fight. He recognizes the burning castle, and that army, that's the one Isla was talking about, the Attal kingdom, Isla's homeland. On the ground, the Attal soldiers know the pretense for this invasion is a lie. Damn it. Hand over Princess Letitia, what a joke. Another soldier agrees. Yeah, they've been targeting Attal from the start, even her wedding was surely the Empire's doing. The truth of the situation spreads among the ranks. They branded her with a slave mark. There's no way the Empire would let her escape and no way Attal would shelter a royal with one. They're just making up an excuse to attack us. They know the princess they're being asked to surrender is likely already dead at the Empire's hands. Their commander, General Ducal, makes a desperate call. Damn it. Evacuate all citizens from the capital, move them to Falb. The capital will soon turn into a battlefield. But a scout rushes forward with terrible news. It's useless. We've just received a message. The Empire's army was sighted around Falb. The soldier's voice is filled with despair. We're as good as dead. A wave of hopelessness washes over General Ducal and the terrified citizens. A child caught in the chaos cries for their parents. Watching from a distance, the enemy commander, General Violet, scoffs at their defense. Are they planning to force us into a siege? What a letdown. Her expression is cold and merciless as she gives a single command. Do it. She stands beside one of her massive war machines. For my army's golems, a wall like that is as good as a piece of paper. At her command, the golem winds up a colossal punch. The impact is catastrophic, shattering the stone wall in a massive explosion. A huge section of Attal's defenses crumbles into dust and ruin. General Ducal stares in disbelief. No way, the wall's been. Violet smirks triumphantly. So that's the Empire's golem army. My golems are the strongest. Everyone, let's go. Back in the control room, Tikki watches the one-sided slaughter unfold. Attal's defensive wall was destroyed. This is a massacre. The sheer brutality of the attack leaves him shaken. He knows what this means. There are still citizens inside. It won't just be soldiers, but civilians will be killed too. The thought of innocent people dying is too much to bear. His resolve hardens. If this is left alone, I have to save them. Tikki grits his teeth, knowing the odds. The Empire's golems are strong. Even A1 might not be able to stop that attack, but if I try to save them, I might be able to at least buy them time to escape. A1. He places a hand on his partner's shoulder. A1, his loyal golem, stands ready. The machine gives a silent, determined nod. But just as Tikki prepares to act, a voice calls out from behind him, Tikki-sama. It's Isla, her eyes filled with tears and desperation. Please let me go down there. Tikki turns shocked. Isla, what do you? She steps forward. I'm sorry, I've been watching for a while. Her voice trembles with a terrible resolve. If I were to hand myself to the Empire, this war might end. She looks at the carnage on the screen. I've been prolonging my life out of my own selfishness, and that fact itself is too much for me. She offers a heartbreaking, tear-streaked smile. I'm really happy I got to come here before the end. Suddenly she drops to the floor, prostrating herself before him. I want to save the citizens. I beg you, Tikki-sama, please let me go, please let me fulfill my role. Tikki looks down at the desperate princess. His reply is quiet but absolute. I can't do that. Isla looks up pleading, please, I beg of you. Tikki cuts through her desperation with a single, sharp question. Would you hand me over to the enemy if you knew they would kill me? Isla freezes, the answer obvious. He kneels down to her level. He speaks gently but firmly. Your father may have chosen to sacrifice you for his citizens. That's his sense of justice, and I don't have any right to judge that. He looks around the control room at the safety he's built. However, I would like to search for another option. Tikki extends a hand to her, his eyes filled with determination. I will surely figure one out. It might take some time, but I will save that country. Please believe in me. Through her tears, Isla nods. Of course I believe in you, but I'm worried. She explains her fear. The Empire has set its sights on this castle. If we do something now, they will have a reason to attack us. Tikki-sama, do you know how strong the Empire is? They trample and destroy other countries for their own good. No matter how strong this castle is, it's not perfectly safe. Her voice cracks with desperation. To resolve this safely, it's best to hand me to the Empire. She thinks of the new friends she's made. I don't want to put everyone in this castle in danger. She remembers the kindness she's been shown and the people of her own kingdom. Everyone is so kind, and I love them. Her thoughts turn to the one who saved her. Clasping his hand, she makes her final plea. I don't want Takei-sama to die. Takei's expression softens. I won't die, or rather I've already returned from the dead. Isla looks up confused. Huh. He explains his past. My life ended so suddenly, but now I'm here in another world, and I want to lead a life where I can protect others. He thinks of all the people he's come to care for. I want everyone dear to me to be able to live happily. I wish for that kind of life here. He gives her a reassuring, confident smile. I will do everything possible, so just pray to the angel for victory. For a brief moment, Takei cringes internally. I acted so cool even though I don't know how this will turn out. I'm such a show-off. But he pushes the doubt aside, his eyes flashing with resolve. However, I have no desire to be all talk and no action. Let's do this. He turns back to the monitor, his plan escalating. I was thinking of just buying time for the citizens to run, but let's do it. Let's stop the war. He looks to his partner. A1, I'll tell you the plan. A1 listens intently. Takei grins, grabbing A1's hand. I'm counting on you, partner. The scene cuts to the chaos of the battlefield. Takei is suddenly dropped from above, tumbling onto the broken streets. He looks up in terror as a massive imperial golem looms over him, ready to crush him. But before it can strike, a shadow falls over the entire area. A1 descends from the heavens, pointing an accusatory finger at the enemy army. The strongest has descended for real. From her command post, General Violet can only stare in utter shock. What is that? In this world, golems are everything. They are precious weapons that can shift the entire power balance of a country. Born from the knowledge and effort of magicians, a golem's strength is a direct measure of its nation's might. For years, the Brow Empire has dominated, holding the most numerous and highest quality golems, making them the undisputed superpower. But on the war-torn streets of Attal, a new power has just arrived. A massive white golem, designated A1, descends onto the battlefield. From behind it, two sleek black support units emerge, ready for combat. An Empire golem rushes in to attack, but the black unit moves with impossible speed, effortlessly dodging the strike. The Empire golem throws up a magical barrier, a last-ditch defense that proves useless. With a single brutal punch, the black golem shatters the barrier like glass. The fist connects, and the sheer force rips through the Empire golem's armor. A massive explosion engulfs the Empire's machine, blowing it to pieces in an instant. Watching from the command line, General Violet of the Empire is in utter disbelief. The Empire's, my golems are. Her soldiers are in a panic. We don't know, the scouts said nothing about this. There's no record of Attal having such a golem, Violet screams back. Then explain what that thing is over there. Refusing to accept defeat, she takes command. Damn it, I'll stop it with my golem. Don't take action without my consent. Her personal golem charges forward to engage the mysterious A1. Her subordinates quickly follow her lead, shouting, then mine too, hold it down. Several of the Empire's elite golems manage to grapple onto A1, pinning it down. One of the pilots shouts in triumph, all right, we've sealed its mav. But his celebration is cut short as a blinding light erupts from A1's core. A1 unleashes a massive surge of energy, effortlessly blasting away the golems that were restraining it. A voice crackles through A1's comms, reporting its status. A1, the Empire army has retreated from Falb. I've sent reinforcement to the capital. As a massive fleet of identical golems flies overhead, the voice declares, we will drive them away right away. In a high-tech control room far from the battle, their master, Tikki, coordinates the entire assault with a confident grin. Back on the ground, General Violet watches her forces get decimated, her mind reeling. Impossible, no way. She desperately searches for a weakness. The magician, where's the magician of that golem, if we can only find and Kai? Her thought is interrupted as a colossal shadow falls over the battlefield. She looks up and her blood runs cold. Descending from the clouds is an immense, impossible flying castle. A chilling memory surfaces. Her own Emperor Kenthes had always dreamed of possessing such a weapon. Her subordinate snaps her out of it. General Violet, please give the retreat order, retreat. But Violet is consumed by rage and humiliation. Unforgivable, she seethes. She tries to rationalize the loss. It's true, we came here with a temporary battalion. It's not the golem's fault. Her eyes burn with a thirst for vengeance. I can't accept this. I'll definitely pull the magician of that flying castle down to the ground and show them who's boss. Clenching her fist, she makes a vow. I'm still the strongest. The Empire's golem is still the strongest. As the Empire's forces withdraw, the flying castle looms over the kingdom. From a distant balcony, the elven Afa watches the impossible sight in silence. Her gaze is fixed on the structure hanging in the sky, a flying castle. In the now liberated city of Attal, the soldiers can hardly believe it. The Empire army has retreated. Are we really saved? General Ducal stares at the silent, white golems that saved them, his mind filled with questions. Just what are those golems? One of his men voices their shared fear. Wait, there's no guarantee they're our allies. What if they attack us? But before anyone can react, a small child breaks from the crowd and runs towards one of the machines. The boy looks up at the giant golem with wide, innocent eyes. Golem-san. With a bright, grateful smile, he shouts, "Thank you for saving us." The war machine pauses, its head tilting down towards the child. Then, in a gesture that shocks everyone, the golem gently pats the boy on the head. General Ducal and his men can only stare, completely stunned. Seeing this act of kindness, the citizens' fear melts away, replaced by overwhelming joy as they surround their saviors, cheering and thanking them. Ducal watches the scene, a wave of relief washing over him. A messenger rushes to his side. "General Ducal, there's a message from His Highness." The soldier continues, "We were ordered to make a connection and create an opportunity to talk with the owner of the flying castle." Ducal is confused. An opportunity to talk, and isn't Falb currently under attack too? The messenger clarifies, "Well, from our messenger it seems like these same golems have rescued them as well." Ducal looks at the celebrating crowd, realizing how close they came to annihilation. If these golems hadn't come, this country would have fallen. He spots King Lysant nearby and his thoughts darken. "My king, I thought you had escaped to think you stayed. You sacrificed your own daughter, and because of it our country is on the brink of ruin. Just what are you thinking right now?" Suddenly a voice emits from the golem in front of him. The crowd jumps back in shock. It talked. The voice quickly clarifies through a speaker. The one talking is not the golem, I'm just using the telephone system." The citizens look around, confused by the word telephone, as the voice introduces himself. "I'm the owner of the flying castle over there." General Ducal looks up at the floating fortress as the owner extends an invitation. "I don't mind having a talk with you." The voice continues, "I have something I want to say myself anyway, so I'll welcome you to my castle." High above in the castle's control room, Isla watches her master. She looks at him with deep concern, whispering, "Tikki-sama, just what are you?" Tikki simply turns to her with a calm, reassuring smile. "It's okay, leave it to me." But Isla can't help but wonder what exactly he has in mind. Over dinner, Tikki casually drops a bombshell on his beastmen friends. "And so," he says, "we've successfully saved Azul Kingdom and fended off the Empire's army." The table erupts in disbelief. Wait a minute, what are you talking about?" Mare tries to process this. "So, while we were taking care of the farm, having a tea break and just figuring out what to have for dinner." "You saved a country," Tikki just waves his hands dismissively. "Well, we just went with the flow, it was all thanks to A1 and the golems, really." And with that casual understatement, a new chapter begins for the master of the flying castle. Later, Tikki explains the next step to Isla. Because of all this, some important people from Azul are coming to the castle for a discussion. The news spreads quickly. "Guests from Azul," Mare mutters, concerned. Her eyes immediately dart towards Isla, realizing the implications. Isla's face is a mask of quiet apprehension. Tolene, however, is already in hospitality mode. Is there something wrong, Torin-san? "If we start cooking for our guests right now, will we make it in time?" she wonders aloud. "I'd love to prepare a meal that they'll like." Shni has to break it to her gently. "Ni-san, this isn't exactly a party." Tikki considers her idea. "Shall we prepare something? We might actually need to." "But," he continues, a more thoughtful expression on his face, "instead of that, I think it's better to give some of the vegetables from our farm to the people of Azul." "The city is wrecked," Tikki explains, "and a lot of people have lost their homes. They're probably struggling for food. Let's help them by handing out as much as we can." Isla looks at him, her voice filled with emotion. "Tikki-sama. We still have plenty of wheat and rice, so let's hand some of that over too." Isla responds with a firm yes. The others are immediately on board. "Then I'll take care of the vegetables," Tolene declares. "I'll handle the wheat," Lant adds as Shni cheers them on. Isla is speechless, simply staring at Tikki with tear-filled eyes, overwhelmed by his kindness. Tikki, meanwhile, has a more practical thought. "I wonder if they'll come to like rice if we give them some." Later, as he prepares for the meeting, the reality of the situation hits Tikki. "I'm going to be talking with important people from a country. I'm so nervous, I never thought this would happen in my life. Should I wear something formal?" he thinks, looking at a suit. "It's been so long since I've even seen one." He cringes, imagining the scenario. What am I doing prepping for a job interview? He tries to psych himself up. "Okay, let's start by imagining the ideal man for this, though I don't know how much I can actually change my impression. I know I'm not cut out for this." He pictures a perfect negotiator, someone who can do the job perfectly, and is good at negotiations. Doesn't overestimate himself, strong-willed, hard-boiled. But his attempt to look hard-boiled just makes him look like a hitman. Wait, no, this is all wrong. Let's go with something more peaceful, he mutters, picking up a model gun just as Isla opens the door. Tikki-sama. He jumps startled and quickly hides the model gun behind his back. What's wrong, Isla? But Isla isn't looking at what he was holding. Her voice is soft and full of emotion. Tikki-sama. I'm really grateful to you for saving Azul. Tears of pure relief and gratitude stream down her cheeks. Tikki's expression softens as he sees how much this means to her. You were worried, right? He asks gently. She nods, unable to speak. You love your country, don't you? Yes, yes, she sobs. Then I'm glad I could save it. But this is just the beginning, he says with newfound confidence. Just leave it to me. Meanwhile, in the ruined city of Azul, General Ducal meets with one of his knights, Arat. Arat, glad to see you're safe. Ducal Dono, I'm glad you're safe too. I heard Falb was also attacked by the Empire, she recounts. Just like in the capital, golems appeared and saved us. I can't thank those golems enough, but at the same time, I realized how powerless I was. Even though I was in charge of protecting Falb, I couldn't do anything. Ducal cuts her off. Forget that, the discussion with the owner of the flying castle is what's important now. His expression is grim. If they stop the war because they want to invade us, then we'll have to bow to someone even more horrifying than the Empire. Our country is a wreck, we're lacking soldiers, supplies, everything. It would be easy for them to pretend to save us only to take control. Arat is shocked. Ducal Dono, you really think they'd invade? There's no one so soft as to save others for nothing in return, Ducal states coldly. They must be planning something. A seed of doubt is planted in Arat's mind. She looks at one of the silent golems standing guard, wondering about their master's true intentions. They arrive at the designated meeting point. We're here, Arat says, but how are we supposed to get to the castle? She looks up at the floating fortress. I assume it'll be some kind of flight magic. They must have some incredibly talented magicians. Suddenly, a bright light descends from the clouds. But it's not a magic circle, it's more golems descending from the sky. Golems. Please don't be scared, a metallic voice intones. For your own safety, please don't move. Before they can react, the massive golems scoop them up into a surprisingly gentle yet firm hold. And just like that, they're being flown towards the castle like luggage. Ducal can only think one thing, this is so embarrassing. When they land, they're greeted by a young man with a cheerful, slightly nervous smile. Hello there, thanks for coming even though you're busy. I'm Shihara Tikki, the owner of this castle. Ducal and Arat are stunned. Such a young man is, but their shock turns to disbelief as they see who is standing behind him. Princess. Princess Letitia, why are you here? Arat cries out. Ducal can only stare, his mind reeling. He's flooded with memories and fears he thought were reality. Isla gives them a small, sad smile. Long time no see, Ducal-sama, Arat-sama. The stoic general's composure completely shatters. Tears stream down his face as Arat cries out, Ducal Dono. Overcome with emotion, Ducal chokes out, I am so glad you're okay, we thought the Empire had killed you. Isla looks on, her eyes wide with disbelief at the general's reaction. Tears stream down General Ducal's face, his composure completely broken. I thought you had been killed by the Empire, he chokes out, overwhelmed with relief. Wiping his eyes, he struggles to regain control. Isla, equally emotional, whispers, you would cry for someone like me, thank you, Ducal-sama. Tikki watches the reunion unfold, a quiet understanding on his face. Later, they all sit down at a table as Isla begins to explain. I was picked up by Tikki-sama while I was running away from the Empire's army. Arat leans forward in shock. Princess, you ran away from the Empire's army by yourself. Isla can only confirm with a quiet yes. Her hands clench in her lap, the weight of her next words heavy. I threw away my duty as royalty, she confesses, her voice filled with shame, because of my own selfishness of wanting to live. Arat is aghast. Do you know what that means? Isla looks down, accepting her fate. I would be treated as a rebel by the country, imprisoned for life, or even sentenced to death if I went back to Azul. Tikki slams his hands on the table, unable to stay silent. No way, fearing death is normal for everyone. Isla recalls her past, a duty she could no longer bear. It was my duty to be married off to the Empire for our country, but I threw that away. Ducal's expression is grim but firm. Princess Letitia is not an ordinary person, she's royalty, it's her job to do whatever is necessary for the country. Tikki can't comprehend their logic. What's with that, you're talking about such an unreasonable duty. Tears welling in her eyes, Isla turns to him. Tikki-sama, however, because I threw away my duty this war hap. Ducal cuts her off with a roar. The Empire just took the chance, they've clearly been targeting our country for a long time now. His eyes narrow with suspicion. In the first place, the fact that you could run away is strange. You should have been marked as an important person, he continues. Even when they came to escort you, there were many soldiers to keep you safe. There's no way they would be stupid enough to let you go, Ducal insists, gesturing emphatically. Isla tries to explain but at the inn we stopped at. It's true that there were no soldiers at my side that time, but... She remembers her time on the run, hooded and afraid. I heard people in the city saying the soldiers escorting me were from Azul, and that they would be executed for letting me escape. I thought it was the work of my own people. Ducal leans in, his voice low and serious. Not a chance. That is not true at all. I'm sorry to say this, but even your father, King Reincarnation, didn't send a single person to escort you. The revelation hangs in the air, leaving everyone stunned and confused. Then who? Arat wonders aloud, just what is happening. As the confusion mounts, Tikki raises his hand. May I have a word? He asks tentatively. Arat turns to him, surprised. What is it? With everyone's attention on him, Tikki drops a bombshell. Why don't you just say that I kidnapped Isla? Ducal and Arat are left speechless. Tikki lays out his logic. Isla will be treated as a criminal and will be punished if she goes back to Azul, right? Yes, that's true. Then, he continues, a clever smile forming. Arat stammers, Kai kidnapped. Tikki simply replies, yes. He explains the genius of the plan. If that's the case, Isla won't be blamed for not fulfilling her duty because she was caught by me, so she won't be punished by Azul's laws. Isla immediately protests. What are you saying? I can't have Tikki-sama dirty his name like that, but Tikki reassures her, it's okay, it's not like I have a good name in the first place anyway. He looks at her, his voice softening. Isla, you're the great magician of this castle. Taking her hands, he looks her directly in the eyes. If you say that you have a duty to die, then I would say that I have a duty to let you live. His gaze is filled with determination. I have a duty to make sure that you can live happily, in a safe place that you can relax in. He holds her hands tighter, and I will fulfill that duty. He glances at the memory of the others he saved. It's not just you, but everyone in this castle. I have a duty of care since I saved you guys. I will do my best to make everyone happy. His plea is heartfelt and sincere. Please let me fulfill my duty. A single tear rolls down Isla's cheek, moved beyond words by his declaration. Arat, still processing, asks, you're telling me you want to fake a kidnapping? Tikki's response is cool and collected. That's my side of the deal. He reveals his thought process. I was thinking that it would be best to return Isla to her home. But it's clear now that she's better off staying here. I can't return her. He turns to Ducal and Arat, making his final request. I want to let Isla live inside this castle, and to make sure she's safe, I don't want to make too many enemies. That's why I want you two to play a part in this. A confident smile plays on his lips. Please become my accomplices in this act. Back in the royal capital of Azul, Ducal reports to the king. An alliance, is it? Ducal bows before King Reincarnation. Yes, he said that he wanted to make an alliance between Azul and the floating castle. He relays the terms of the deal. By letting him hold Princess Letitia as a captive, as long as Azul doesn't take any hostile action, the king of the floating castle will treat Azul as a companion. One of the king's advisors objects loudly, you've got to be kidding, but the king silences him with a single word, enough. Another advisor steps forward, Your Highness, also, the floating castle has sent gifts to us. He explains a large quantity of food. He said, you must be facing many problems now. We distributed them to the capital and Falb right away. The king listens, then nods in approval. Is that so? You did a great job in this event. King Reincarnation looks down at the flower in his hand, his expression unreadable. His thoughts seem to drift to his daughter, a faint memory of her smile. He stands at the window, looking out towards the sky as the wind blows through the room. Far away, Tikki's castle floats peacefully among the clouds. On a balcony, Isla approaches Tikki, who is relaxing on a sofa. Tikki-sama. She bows deeply, her voice thick with emotion. Really, thank you very much. I can't thank you enough for what you've done. She looks up at him, her heart in her eyes. Please let me use the rest of my life to repay your kindness. Her expression is one of pure, unadulterated gratitude and affection. Tikki seems a little taken aback by her formality. You don't have to be that formal. He smiles warmly, patting the seat next to him. But I'm glad that you've become energetic. Have a seat. She sits beside him, a comfortable silence settling between them. Tikki sips his drink content while Isla gazes at him, a soft blush on her cheeks. With a gentle, happy smile, she simply says, yes. In the ruins of Attal, Lant looks over the wreckage of a golem, lamenting. I wanted to see how Tikki-sama's golem saved Azul. Tolene expresses her relief. Anyway, I'm really glad that Azul has formed an alliance with this castle. It shows other countries we have a strong ally. She adds hopefully, I've heard their lives were harsh under the Empire. I hope things will be better now that we've won. Mare puffs her chest out with confidence. Even if they try to attack again, Tikki-sama is with us. His golems are super strong, so it'll be alright. Shni just deadpans. Why are you the one bragging about it? And with that, the focus shifts to a more domestic scene, as Mare and Isla get ready to cook. In the castle kitchen, Isla greets the others with a warm smile. Have you finished cleaning up, she asks. Mare proudly announces, yes, I've finished washing the dishes. Mare adds a quick thank you, but Isla has a request. By the way, may I have some of the vegetables? Mare seems a bit hesitant, wondering what Isla is up to. What are you planning to do with those vegetables? Isla grabs her hands, her expression suddenly serious. Mi-chan, I have a favor to ask. A little later, Mare processes what Isla asked for, a meal for Tikki-sama. Isla looks down, embarrassed. Yes, I know I'm not good at cooking, but I want to pay Tikki-sama back somehow. I remember the recipe he taught me so. I want Mi-chan to watch over me, Isla asks. Mare is a little confused. You want me to only watch you? It would be a big help if you would stop me before I do something outrageous, Isla explains. She starts to panic. I believe it'll go fine if I follow the recipe, but the fire power, the size of the chunks, I'm scared I'll mess up. Calming down slightly, she asks, I'm sorry, but can I have some of your time, Mi-chan? Seeing Isla's frantic state, Mare just gives a knowing smile. She wraps an arm around Isla, full of energy. Of course it's okay, we're comrades in this castle. Besides, I'm curious about the recipe too. Let's do our best. Isla is moved by her kindness. With their new mission set, Isla lays out the plan. I already gathered the vegetables. We need meat and rice next. There's still rice in the kitchen, so let's go to the meat storage together. Mare realizes, now that you say it, I've never been in the meat storage room. Shni agrees, me too. A gloomy Tolin chimes in. Tikki-sama always went by himself to get the meat, with a really stiff face. And now they know why. The girls step into the meat storage room and are immediately hit with a terrifying, industrial vibe. Isla shivers as they walk deeper into the eerie room. Somehow the atmosphere here is so eerie, this place is quite scary. Suddenly Shni grabs Isla from behind in a tight hug. Hwa so cute, Shni squeals, but Isla's attention is caught by a sign. Is that a chicken mark? Mare peers over. You're right, does that mean chicken meat is stored over there? Before she can finish, the liquid in the container starts to bubble violently. A grotesque fleshy monster erupts from the tank, cutting Mare's sentence short. The creature is a horrifying mass of flesh and tendrils. But just as quickly as it appeared, a massive press slams down, instantly flattening the monster with a mechanical beep. Holding the perfectly packaged result, Isla stammers, is this really chicken meat? Mare is just as lost. I don't know, the water just started bubbling and... Shni tries to calm them down, though she's clearly freaked out too. It's okay, we've been eating this and there's nothing wrong with us. There's no way Tikki-sama would feed us something harmful. From the flattened mass, a single perfect egg emerges. This egg, where did it come from? Mare wonders. Back in the kitchen, the traumatic experience has them emotional. I'm tearing up, Isla says, while Mare cries out, Yuan, do your best. Soon the rice cooker beeps and their mood instantly brightens. It's cooked. The sound of sizzling fills the kitchen as they get to work. With the weirdness of the meat storage behind them, Isla and Mare happily cook together. Finally, the moment of truth arrives. Isla nervously approaches Tikki in a grand hall. Tikki-sama, lunch is ready. From around the corner, Mare silently cheers her on. Do your best. If you're okay with it, I'll bring in the food, so... Isla trails off as Tikki looks at her. He looks at the plate of omuris. Are you the one who cooked it, Isla? She nervously replies, yes, I'm still inexperienced, so I can't make it as well as you, Tikki-sama. Without a moment's hesitation, Tikki digs in. Thank you, itadakimasu. Isla is shocked by how fast he starts eating. He gives her a reassuring wink and a smile. It's delicious, you're really good at cooking. Isla blushes, completely overwhelmed with relief. Thank goodness, it's all thanks to me, Chan, Isla explains. Tikki spots Mare peeking. I see, why don't you join us over here? Mare thinks to herself, he found me out. With a bright smile, Tikki thanks them both. You too, thank you. Isla and Mare share a happy, relieved smile. Isn't it great, Isla-sama, Mare says. Isla replies, it's all thanks to your help, Mi-chan. As Mare happily pets Isla's head, Tikki watches the wholesome scene unfold. He thinks to himself, Isla and Mare were a little awkward at first, but it seems like they're getting along really well now. I'm so happy. Later, on a balcony overlooking the landscape, Shni brings up their next destination. Oh yeah, Mom said the castle will reach the Relabras mountain range shortly. Tikki recalls, I might have seen some big mountains on the route. Shni explains, the Relabras mountain range is where the god that our tribe worships is said to reside. Tikki connects the dots. I've seen them offering prayers at morning and night, so they were praying to the god that resides in that mountain. I get it, he declares, looking at the peaks. To pay respect to your god, let's refrain from flying over it. Mare notes, after we pass it, we will reach the imperial country of Fleta. Isla adds, yeah, it's the southernmost country on this continent. It has a warm climate and many rivers, so it's known to be easy to live in. I had also heard there are magicians in that country, Isla says. Tikki's eyes light up. That sounds interesting. Let's pay a visit there. We have to restock after all. The majestic white-domed city of Fleta comes into view. The imperial country of Fleta, Tikki says, I'm looking forward to it. Meanwhile, on the ground in Fleta, the citizens look up to the sky in shock as a massive shadow passes over. What's that? Panic begins to spread as more people point at the unbelievable sight. A man in a turban, Yanuel, grabs his subordinate Ditson in a chokehold, demanding answers. Just what's that thing? Tell me what it is, Ditson. Ditson can only gasp, Your Highness, I'm suffocating. Watching the chaos with a smirk, a woman named Yuri comments, Fufu. Yanuel Niasama and Ditson-sama too, looks like they're having a blast. In the quiet of his new room, Tikki jolts awake with a gasp. A new day begins in the floating castle. He groggily gets out of bed, still half asleep. Peeking out the window, the sight of endless clouds greets him. But then a glance at the clock, 12:28 p.m., sends a jolt of panic through him. Tikki lets out a sigh of relief, but the realization quickly sinks in. Wait a minute, did I seriously oversleep? In a frantic rush, he bolts out of his room, but his feet get tangled. He lets out a terrified scream as he plummets towards the floor. But before he can face-plant, a metallic arm catches him. It's A1. A1, you saved me, Tikki yells, his heart still pounding. The commotion brings Isla running. She rushes to his side, her face etched with worry. Tikki-sama, are you okay? He quickly reassures her. Ah, Isla, sorry for the ruckus, I'm okay. Now standing before everyone, Tikki bows his head in shame. Anyway, I'm so sorry I overslept. Are you guys hungry? But Tolin just giggles. Yufufu, it's okay. Mi-chan and Shni-san already prepared breakfast and we've eaten. Shni chimes in, is that so? I'm glad. Mare smiles kindly. We also prepared your share, Tikki-sama, please have it. Isla looks down, a little embarrassed. Even though I'm in charge of breakfast, I'm really sorry. She then looks up, full of determination. Don't mention it, you were busy moving the castle until late last night, please rest, we'll handle the meals, so leave it to us. Tikki is touched by her words, seeing how much she's grown. He reflects internally, the conflict between the Azul Kingdom and the Blau Empire is settled for now. And Isla, she's so much brighter, she's not depressed like she was before. I'm not sure if someone from another world should meddle so much, he thinks, but I'm happy that moving this castle saved so many people. And speaking of help, I need to thank A1. Later in the control room, Tikki asks, were you piloting the drone, the flying golem, late last night? A1 responds over the speaker, yeah, I explored the city. I sent some to the imperial country of Fleta. On the monitor, Tikki sees footage from the drone. It's a big country and the citizens seem happy. The kids were so interested they were chasing it around. Just then Mare runs up to him, holding a large basket. Ah, Tikki-sama, you're awake, please look, we harvested this much fruit, she says, presenting a heaping basket of beautiful apples. Isla takes one and sniffs it. Wah, it has such a nice scent, it must be delicious, Tolin explains. It's thanks to the castle's power. The trees bear fruit faster than normal. That fruit is called an apple. Tikki grins. As an apology for oversleeping, I'll make an apple pie for you guys. It'll be even better with some ice cream. Mare's eyes sparkle with curiosity. Ice cream, is it sweet? Tikki nods. Yeah, it's a sweet snack. Shni cheers. Yippee, I'm looking forward to it. But while things are peaceful in the castle, the situation for the drone in Fleta is anything but. Down in the city streets, a crowd has gathered. They're not chasing the drone playfully, they're trying to shoot it down with sticks and spears. A man in a turban named Yanuel holds back the local kids. Kids, stand back, the children groan, aw, no fun. Yanuel glares up at the drone, shouting, you damn mysterious flying object, I don't care if you're a monster or a machine. The greatest mage of this country, Ditson-sama, will catch you. The mage in question, Ditson, breaks into a cold sweat. He panics internally. Why did he have to hype me up like that? What if I fail in front of everyone? What even is that thing? It's not alive, but I've never heard of a flying golem. His mind races. But if this is a golem with new technology, maybe from the Blau Empire or Triswell, they'd normally use it in secret, still. Suddenly Ditson's fear transforms into manic excitement. My interest is piqued. As a magician, I must investigate it further. Phew-hi, now I'm hyped up. He stares at the drone, his mind buzzing with possibilities. How does it move? Do I have to disassemble it to see how it's made? Disassembling, new technology, phew-hi. His obsession takes over completely. With a wild grin, Ditson declares, now I'm really hyped up, I'll catch it, I'll definitely catch it. He unleashes a powerful torrent of wind magic. Yanuel cheers, ooh, the magician has used his wind magic. The spell swirls violently around the drone, but dissipates harmlessly, leaving the machine completely untouched. What? It didn't work, Ditson cries out in disbelief. But instead of frustration, his face lights up with pure adoration. Wonderful, he whispers, it's powerful enough to deflect my magic. Just who created this magnificent piece of technology? As he's lost in his thoughts, the guards on the ground take aim. Whatever, release the magic arrows. Ditson snaps out of it, horrified. WH, what are you doing? Are you trying to shoot it? A volley of magic arrows streaks towards the drone, but they're blocked by a sudden magic shield. Yanuel is confused. Aren't we here to break that thing? Ditson screams from the sky. What would you do if you broke it? He looks back at the drone which effortlessly deflected the attack. Look, that didn't work either. Tears streaming down his face, Ditson begins to wail. Amazing. I want it. I can't it. Yanuel can only stare in disbelief. Hey, Ditson, what are you doing? Now thoroughly annoyed, Yanuel marches forward. Do you even know what that thing is? Ditson stammers, well, I don't. Yanuel's temper flares, you don't know. What gibberish are you talking about? What did you say? Yanuel fumes, don't make up excuses, you idiot. I can't fly, Ditson, make me fly so I can see it. But the mage refuses, no way, it's really harsh to make two people fly. Yanuel pulls rank, then just carry me, this is an order. Ditson, however, stands his ground. I humbly decline using my right to decline. The prince is absolutely livid. How rude, how impolite, how discourteous. Just as the argument escalates, a calm voice cuts in. Yanuel, Aniu, please calm down. A woman named Yuri steps between them. Yanuel turns to her, flustered. Yuri, I'm sorry, Ditson was being so childish. But Yuri bluntly replies, no matter how you look at it, you're the one who was childish. Yanuel can only shout, shut up, Ditson. Yuri smiles sweetly. I'm happy you two get along so well. Aniu, how about flying with my flight magic? Yanuel's face instantly lights up. For real. He does a little victory dance. Yippee, serves you right, Ditson. With a playful smile, Yuri announces, Fufu, here we go. She grabs both men, and Yanuel immediately starts screaming as they shoot into the air. The trio zips through the sky at incredible speed. Yuri calmly asks her brother, so, do you understand anything about that thing, Aniu? But both Yanuel and Ditson are too busy screaming their lungs out as they flail wildly around the drone. The drone's camera captures the entire chaotic spectacle. Its lens seems to convey a single thought, geez. Back in the castle's control room, Tikki, Isla and Mare stare at the monitor, utterly bewildered. Tikki deadpans, the moment we took our eyes off it, the drone was being played with. As the screams echo from the screen, Isla struggles for words. How should I say it, those people are really unique. Mare cuts her off with a blunt assessment, weirdos. All Tikki can do is sweat in silence, watching the madness unfold. A strange, mechanical golem, a drone buzzes through the skies over the city of Fleta. The country's head magician, Ditson, pants heavily, having chased it down to intercept a package it dropped. He unrolls the message. It's an invitation. I'd like to hold a discussion. If you can listen to my request, then please come in a small group to the beach southeast of the East Castle tomorrow morning. Upon reading it, Ditson absolutely loses it, exploding with pure joy as his retainers look on, completely baffled. What happened, magician Dono? One of them yells. But Ditson is lost in his own world. It has come, he thinks, eyes wide with excitement, the contact from the unknown. He screams to the heavens, his voice echoing through the halls, Yuwo, this Ditson will surely go. Watching this unhinged display from around a corner are Prince Yanuel and his sister, Princess Yuri, listening to his manic cries. The next morning, the meeting is set to take place. Ditson stands alone on the beach, his mind racing. After observing the mysterious flying golem, the time has come. A contact from the creator of the golem. I have to ask them how that golem works at all cost, and if possible I'll make their skill my own. His ambition burns brightly in his eyes. Suddenly a voice cuts through his thoughts. You, suspicious man over there, raise your hands. It's Prince Yanuel. Ditson is startled. I'm not a suspicious man, I'm this country's. Before Ditson can finish, Yanuel points dramatically. Prince, Yuri now. On cue, Yuri zips past and snatches the letter right out of his hand. Yes, Sama, she says with a sweet smile. Yanuel glares, reading the letter. Is this from the magician of that golem? Why didn't you tell me about this? You know I'm also curious. How sly of you to keep this to yourself. Ditson stammers, but it would be troublesome if I told you. Yanuel is having none of it. You imbecile, and you call yourself a magician that serves this country. It's so bad of you to steal a head start. But as he's scolding Ditson, a massive shape descends from the sky. It's a huge humanoid golem, arriving right on schedule. While Yanuel is still yelling, Ditson is practically vibrating with excitement, swaying back and forth in awe. Stop jumping around right now, Ditson, Yanuel shouts. The golem gently scoops up Princess Yuri. Oh my, she says calmly, are you going to escort me? Seeing this, Ditson strikes a dramatic T-pose, ready for his own magical moment. His heart pounds as he whispers passionately, hug me, please hold me gently. Yanuel just stares at him, utterly repulsed. You're really gross. The golem leans in close to the blushing magician. Ditson is completely smitten, his eyes sparkling. I like you, he breathes as Yanuel looks on in horror. With its passengers secured, the golem A1 takes flight, carrying all three of them into the sky. They soar towards their destination, a magnificent castle floating in the clouds. Yanuel and Yuri are amazed. We're flying, we're so high, Yuri adds, so beautiful. Yanuel tries to get Ditson's attention. Ditson, look, the castle is. But Ditson has passed out from the sheer excitement. Yanuel looks at him, concerned. Is he dead? As they arrive, a young man waves from the castle entrance. Welcome, thanks for coming, He stops short, seeing the unconscious magician on the ground. What happened to them? Yanuel quickly takes charge. Forgive us, but just ignore that guy. We read your letter. I am Yanuel, head of the East Castle and brother to the Emperor of Fleta, and this is my little sister, Yuri. The young man smiles sheepishly. I am the owner of this flying castle, Shihara Tikki. Yanuel is taken aback. Owner, does that mean he's the king of this castle? Tikki extends a hand. Nice to meet you. Yanuel accepts the handshake. Yeah, the same goes for me. As they speak, a small, round golem zips by making strange noises. Yanuel sizes Tikki up. I can't feel any alertness from him, and his clothes are unlike anything I've ever seen. And what's that picture? Tikki points to the little robot. That's a worker golem. At the mention of more golems, Ditson snaps awake, panting with excitement. What? So not only a small flying golem and a humanoid one, you also have other types of golems. He pushes himself too far, asking, just how many types do you have, before promptly passing out again. Yuri sighs, he's out cold again. Yanuel grunts, just leave him be. Ignoring the unconscious magician, Tikki decides to clear the air. Please let me apologize, I'm sorry to have sent my golems to Fleta without permission. I regret surprising you all, I even saw you attack the golem, I'm really sorry. Yanuel waves it off. Nah, but why would you send golems to the imperial country of Fleta in the first place? Those golems were just flying around without any particular objective. Tikki explains, I can see an image of what those golems see, I just wanted to know what kind of country it is. I also plan to go shopping, so I wanted to check it out first. Yanuel is confused. Shopping. The conversation moves inside, where a table is laid out with exquisite glassware and food. Yanuel's eyes go wide as he picks up a glass. Amazing, this is my first time seeing such beautiful glassware. He's immediately thinking business. I want to trade these kinds of things with the imperial country of Fleta for clothes and food. Please do so, can you show me more? He's completely captivated by the craftsmanship. These plates too, know everything in this place, just how beautiful and detailed. Yuri gently calls out to him, Yanuel ne-sama. She offers him a taste of a pastry. Try this snack. He takes a bite and is blown away. It's so delicious, so fluffy, and it just melts in my mouth. Two new girls, Isla and Mare, appear. Isla explains, Tikki-sama is the one who made this. Mare chimes in, my, Tikki-sama is so talented in magic and confectionery, Tikki-sama can do anything. Tikki gets flustered by the praise. You don't have to praise me that much. Yuri then turns to the still dazed Ditson. Come Ditson-sama, have a taste. But Yanuel, impatient, just shoves the snack into Ditson's mouth himself. Ditson-sama. The taste hits Ditson like a lightning bolt. Dialixiuus, Yanuel sighs. What are you doing waking him up? It'll be so noisy now that he's awake. Revived by the snack, Ditson immediately drops to his knees before Tikki. Please make me your disciple. He looks around, finally processing his surroundings. Are we inside the flying castle? His eyes lock onto Tikki, a manic gleam in them. You're the owner of this place, right? He asks intensely. Tikki, sweating, can only manage a nervous A. Yanuel isn't having it. He lands a swift kick on the groveling magician. You scoundrel, are you planning to betray the imperial country of Fleta? But Ditson is resolute. Shut up, I want to learn this technology as a magician. Tears stream down his face as he pleads with Tikki. I've been deeply moved by those golems, please make me your disciple. Tikki sweats, completely taken aback by the intensity. I can't do that, he stammers as Ditson looks on in disbelief. But Yuri, ever the opportunist, chimes in. Well, Tikki-sama already has a disciple after all, right? She glances around the room. I've been detecting a strong magic power. Her eyes land on Mare. That lady over there, you're a magician, right? Mare flinches, waving her hands frantically. And no, I'm not his disciple or anything. Tikki quickly backs her up. That's right, me is not my disciple. He clarifies, I can't even use magic, it must be your misunderstanding. Yuri listens, a thoughtful expression on her face. Yuri smiles knowingly. I can feel others' magic power, she reveals, and someone who holds strong magic power like you would surely become a great magician. She leans in closer to the stunned Mare. Taking Mare's chin in her hand, she makes an offer. If you're still inexperienced, shall I mentor you? Mare's world stops, her eyes widen as she whispers, magician me. Suddenly, a powerful magical aura erupts from Mare. Gorgeous, Yuri thinks to herself. As Isla and Tikki cry out her name in alarm, Mare stands tall. In a flash of light, she transforms, holding a magical wand. I'll protect everyone, she declares, a newfound confidence burning in her eyes. Seeing the attention shift, Ditson makes another desperate attempt, latching onto Tikki's leg. How about me then? Please make me your disciple. He collapses into a sobbing heap. No way, I wanted to learn about the technologies and golems. Tikki, trying to salvage the situation, offers a compromise. I can't teach you, but you're welcome to observe, I'll guide you around the castle. Ditson's despair turns to shock. For Ditson, this was a dream come true. Tikki began the grand tour of the flying castle. He showed them halls lined with his incredible golems, a sight that left the magician breathless. Ditson was completely overwhelmed, practically vibrating with excitement as he took in every detail. He examined the advanced mechanics and intricate designs, his mind racing with possibilities. This was heaven for a man of science and magic, and as he would soon realize, his fateful encounter was just around the corner. Later, Isla showed Ditson to his room for the night. "Please use this room," she said cheerfully. "Also, the bathroom here is amazing." She gestured to a pristine white throne. "The material is superb, and if you push this button, water will come out and clean your butt." Ditson let out a shriek of pure, unadulterated shock. He sat down, hesitant but intensely curious, as Isla watched with an encouraging smile. "Please push it," she urged. With the focus of a man about to change his own destiny, Ditson agreed. "Why, yes." With a soft click, he pressed the button. A wave of unimaginable pleasure and technological wonder washed over him. He erupted into joyous laughter, dancing around his newfound love in a field of imaginary flowers. Hugging the porcelain marvel, he whispered, "I love you." The night passed peacefully over the magnificent floating castle. The next morning, Yanuel woke up with a long stretch. "What a comfortable bed. It's my first time sleeping on a firm bed like this. Can I also buy this?" He stepped out of the bedroom to find the others. But his expression quickly soured into one of pure disgust. He found Ditson in the bathroom, still lovingly embracing the toilet. "You are for real? So gross," Yanuel muttered. Ditson was having a full-blown meltdown. "No way, I'll live here with the toilet." Tikki appeared on a monitor, trying to be the voice of reason. "Magician Dono, Prince, Princess, everyone below is in an uproar. They're worried. You're all important people, you have to go back." Ditson scoffed at the idea. "Don't screw around, just tell them I died." Yanuel grabbed him, furious. "Do you have any self-consciousness that you're the imperial country's magician?" Ditson just screamed back, "Shut up, I'll spend the rest of my life here." Yuri stepped in, ever the diplomat. Yanuel Nai-sama has his duties as head of the East Castle, and Ditson-sama is the imperial magician. "I guess it's better for both of you to go back for now." Her words cut through the chaos, and both men stopped to listen. With a charming smile, she dropped her bombshell. "I'll stay here." She hugged a surprised Mare. "I've promised Misan to teach her magic after all." Ditson shot up, outraged. "What are you talking about? If that's the case, I'm more fitting to teach her magic." But Mare quickly slid behind Yuri for protection. Peeking out, she delivered the final blow to Ditson's ego. "No, I prefer Yuri-san." The rejection was absolute. With the matter settled, Yanuel turned to Tikki. "I want to come and shop around here again." Tikki smiled. "Of course, you can visit us again sometime." And so, with new friendships forged and Ditson securely tied up, the groups prepared to part ways. "I'm happy to have built a good connection with the imperial country of Fleta," Tikki said. As the golems carried them away, Ditson's screams echoed through the sky. "Nu, let me down," Yanuel just sighed. "You're so noisy, Ditson." Tears streaming down his face, Ditson made a solemn vow. I'll definitely visit that castle again. Just wait, flying castle." Meanwhile, far below, a mysterious hooded figure moved silently through the city streets. The figure, a sharp-eyed elf, watched the castle in the sky with keen interest. The imperial country of Fleta, and information on the flying castle. A new player had just entered the game. In the serene gardens of the flying castle, the young beastkin, Mare, diligently practices her newfound magic. Her eyes are filled with an intense, unwavering focus, as she commands the water around her, shaping the raw magical energy to her will. Watching from the sidelines, the elf Yuri is completely blown away. "Wow, that was a good one." She continues, "You've already mastered controlling the output's strength. That usually takes ages to learn." Mare's mother, Tolin, adds, "For me, Sama to learn this fast just proves how excellent her magical senses are." Yuri smiles, thinking to herself, "Me-sama might just become an amazing magician." Overcome with pride, Tolin rushes in and wraps her daughter in a tight hug. I'm so proud of you, me," a startled Mare yelps. "Yua, mother." Her siblings Lant and Schnee cheer her on. "That's amazing, me, do it one more time." Mare just laughs, basking in her family's praise. Yuri watches the heartwarming scene, reflecting on her past few days. "It's been one amazing experience after another since I've come to this flying castle." Her thoughts drift to the young girl, meeting a kid with such incredible talent, experiencing the unknown magic of this castle. And just then, Tikki arrives with a tray. "Everyone, how about a little break? I've brought some pudding, please eat up." At the mention of dessert, Yuri's eyes light up. "Ah, sweets." The others don't hesitate. Lant shouts, "All right, I'm gonna gobble them up," while Schnee gets a bit too excited. Tolin has to scold her. "Schnee, have some restraint." Yuri, meanwhile, has her eyes on the prize. "I'll take this one since it's bigger." Schnee can't help but stare in awe at the jiggly dessert. Without a moment's delay, they all dig in. HNNGHH tilde Yuri moans, completely lost in the blissful flavor. "She's in heaven, it's melting me. I've never had sweets this delicious before." Isla smiles at Mare. The pudding is delicious, right? Mare nods happily. Yes, I could eat this all day long. Isla beams. Every snack that Tikki-sama makes is really delicious. That's right, Isla adds. He was talking about making fluffy sweets next time. Yuri's ears perk up, not just melty but fluffy too. Ah, I'm totally looking forward to it, Yuri exclaims, turning to the young mage. Mi-chan, how about joining us? But Mare puts her spoon down, her focus returning. I'll eat mine later, I still want to continue practicing for now. Her expression becomes deadly serious. If I keep practicing and get good at magic, I'll be of use to everyone. Her mind flashes back. Right now we're safe here in the flying castle, but we don't know what the future holds. I thought our peaceful life back in the village would never change. But then the slave traders came. The traumatic memory of her family being captured resurfaces. I'll never let Mother and the others experience the same thing again. Fueled by this dark memory, she unleashes a powerful wave of magic, screaming, I'll become stronger. I'll become stronger and protect everyone. Isla is stunned by the sudden intensity. Amazing, somehow, Mi-chan looks so cool. Tikki and A1 just watch, a hint of concern on their faces. Tikki turns to his robotic companion. I just hope she doesn't push herself too hard. I'm a little worried about her. A1, can you watch over me? A1 silently acknowledges the order. But Isla's admiration is mixed with a growing sense of insecurity. Amazing, Mi-chan. She can do chores and now she can even use magic. She remembers her own clumsiness in the kitchen. Compared to her, I was just causing trouble for Tikki-sama while he was making the pudding. She looks down, her heart sinking as a single thought consumes her. Am I just a burden? Tikki takes in the scene. Mare is burning with a fierce passion. Yuri is completely lost in the world of sweets. And Isla has sunk into a gloomy silence. Tikki sighs to himself. Somehow this has turned into a complicated atmosphere. The day wears on, and evening begins to fall over the castle. Mare is still at it, panting from exhaustion but refusing to stop. I have to perfect my power control. Yuri calls out me, how about taking a break? The sun is setting, but Mare just shouts back, I can still go on. Her mother tries as well, Mi-sama, what Yuri said is true. How about taking a bria? Mare grunts, pushing far past her physical limits. And that's when it happens. Her magic erupts, spiraling violently out of her control. Yuri's eyes widen in alarm. This is bad. Mare clutches her head in pain as wild magic surges around her. Yuri rushes over. What's wrong, Mi? Please calm down. She explains to the others her magic is running rampant. This happens quite often to children who are just starting to learn. She smirks a little, adding, if I have to say it myself, I went into a rampage frequently in the past. Then she turns to a panicked Tolin, please stay here, I'll take care of it. Tolin can only watch in horror, crying out her daughter's name. No way, Mi. The rampaging magic suddenly crystallizes into jagged shards of ice. Yuri seems more intrigued than worried. Ara, I thought it was getting chilly. So Mi-chan has a talent for ice magic. This is a great discovery. A massive explosion of ice erupts from Mare's small frame. Isla ducks for cover as ice shards fly past her. Kaya. She peeks out from behind the new wall of ice. Just what has. Mi-chan, she cries, seeing the girl trapped at the center of the storm. Tolin recognizes the signs. That's, her magic power is running on a rampage. I saw a similar case back in Azul. Isla shouts a warning, Yuri-sama, please get back, it's dangerous. But Yuri is completely calm. It's okay, she says with a confident smile, I'll suppress it right away. Alrighty. Yuri unleashes her own magic, creating a powerful barrier of wind to contain the icy blast. Suddenly alarms blare throughout the castle. Tikki is startled from his work. What's going on? Yuri stands before her swirling barrier, confident she has the situation handled. I did it. I've suppressed it. With this, Mi-sama can't hurt herself or her surroundings. But inside the vortex, Mare is still in agony, her body pushed to its breaking point. With a final, desperate scream, Mare's power shatters Yuri's wind barrier in a brilliant flash of light. Yuri is stunned. Wah, she broke through the wind barrier, this is beyond my expectation. Mi-sama, your magic power is far beyond what I thought. The energy dissipates and Mare's unconscious body falls from the air. A1 immediately moves to intercept. The robot catches the girl just as her family screams her name in terror. A voice rings out from the castle's internal system directing the automaton. A1-san, over here, let's bring Mi-chan to the medic room. Medic room, Yuri wonders, as Tolin and Isla rush forward crying out for Mare. A1 carries the unconscious Mare to the medical room. Yuri quickly assesses the situation, her expression serious. Me, what a high fever, she used up all her magic power. Don't worry, she will heal eventually. Yuri adds a caveat, but she might feel lethargic for some time. In the background, Isla listens, a look of sudden realization on her face. No, Isla shouts, an idea sparking in her mind. She will be fine as long as she takes a good rest. Let's put her inside the magic box, it will surely heal her. Following Isla's lead, A1 gently places Mare inside a futuristic-looking pod. Yuri looks on, completely baffled. What's this? Yuri turns to Isla, you can use it. Isla, a bit flustered, replies, I believe Teiki-sama did it like this before. She explains further, I just somehow remembered the basics. Teiki-sama has reconfigured it so that even people without magic power can use it. At the control panel, Isla recognizes the interface. Ah, so it's that one, thank you, A1. Just then Teiki bursts into the room, alerted by the castle's alarms. What has happened? Is everyone alright? Isla turns to him, anxious. Teiki-sama, please check if I have done it correctly or not. Teiki, still trying to process the scene, looks confused. With the pod activated, Isla and Tolin breathe a sigh of relief. Teiki is still lost, so what's going on? The pod's glass door seals shut with a hiss. Yuri's eyes widen in shock as she senses an incredible phenomenon. Mi-sama's magic power is recovering. Yuri turns to Teiki, amazed. Is this box yours, Teiki-sama? He replies simply, I guess so, it's one of the castle's features after all. Watching Mare's peaceful face inside the pod, Yuri is in awe. She's recovering at a high pace. I've never seen anything like this before. The flying castle really never ceases to surprise me. Overcome with emotion, Tolin presses her hand against the glass, tears of relief streaming down her face. I'm so glad, really. Sometime later, Mare's eyes flutter open. She finds herself in her bed, surrounded by her worried family. Tolin is the first to notice. You're awake. Lant immediately starts explaining. You were knocked out cold after you went on a rampage and dried up your magic power. Shni adds, you even created an iceberg, but Mare can only look at her mother. Tolin's voice is firm but full of concern. Why did you push yourself so hard? No matter how much you want to become a magician, your body will not hold up if you don't rest. Mare looks down ashamed, sorry. Shni asks innocently, I just thought that I could become stronger if I become a magician. What are you going to do by becoming stronger? Are you thinking of fighting with a dragon or something? Mare sits up, her voice trembling as she finally reveals her motivation. I wanted to protect everyone. A painful memory flashes through her mind, the day the slave traders came. If I had been stronger, I could have protected everyone. No one would have to be imprinted with the slave seal. Tears stream down her face as her resolve pours out. But now that I know I have magic power, I wanted to be stronger so that... Before she can finish, Tolin pulls her into a warm, tight hug. Mare is stunned into silence by her mother's embrace. Tolin whispers, thank you. Mom is so grateful that you care so much about us. She holds Mare by the shoulders, looking her in the eye. But take care of your body first, okay? I can't bear watching you suffering. I'm rooting for you in your magic training, she says with a gentle smile, but don't push yourself too hard. Tolin reminds her of their new reality. We can have peaceful days as long as we stay on this flying castle. You know it yourself, right? Let's take it a step at a time. Mare's tears of guilt turn into tears of gratitude as she smiles. Yeah. Her mother holds out her pinky finger. Then let's make a promise with Mom, to not overdo your magic training and do it slowly at your own pace, okay? Mare nods, yes. Mother and daughter seal their promise. Lant and Shni lean in, offering their own support. We're rooting for you too, don't forget about us too. Overwhelmed by her family's love, Mare beams. Yeah, I'll do my best, thank you, I'm really sorry to have caused you to worry. Watching from the doorway, Teiki smiles, holding a tray. He thinks to himself, I'm really glad for them. Later, Teiki finds Isla in the hall. It seems like has woken up. Isla's face lights up. Is that true? I'm so glad. Teiki looks at her seriously. Isla, thank you. Thanks to your fast judgment of taking me to the medical room, she has recovered this fast. Isla immediately gets flustered. Ah, no, I just remembered that you used it once back then. She tries to deflect the credit, and it's also thanks to A1 that I could use the box properly, so I didn't really do anything, but Teiki isn't having it. What are you saying? It's all thanks to Isla. He continues, Isla, you're too strict with yourself, you should praise yourself more. Isla panics. No way, I can't do that. Teiki grins, then I'll do it for you. Isla short-circuits from the praise. Desperate to change the subject, she blurts out, instead of praising me, please praise Yuri-san instead. Yuri-san had stopped Mi-chan's rampage back then. Teiki considers this. I guess you're right, we should thank Yuri-san too. A clever idea forms in his mind. I guess I shall use that to thank her. Soon after, Yuri is presented with a slice of incredibly fluffy-looking cake. One bite sends her straight to heaven, her eyes turning into hearts. She coos with delight, it's so fluffy, fluffy fluff. Teiki smiles, I'm glad it's to your liking. With the crisis averted and her family safe, Mare looks peaceful and content. Yuri continues to enjoy her well-deserved reward. And Isla, feeling a new sense of purpose, clenches her fists with determination. I shall do my best. Teiki reflects on the day's events. I guess everything is going smoothly for now, and I didn't even do anything in this incident. I'm the one who should be more strict to myself. Meanwhile, Yuri is lost in her own world. The flying castle is the best. Far away, the scene shifts to a dimly lit, lonely bar. The artisan Ditson sits alone, sobbing into his drink. He laments his failure. I have been trying to recreate the things I have seen on the flying castle, but no matter what I do, I can't even get close to it. His obsession reaches a fever pitch as he screams, "The flying castle's toilet." He slams his head on the bar in despair, "Toilet, toilet." His drunken rant continues. As expected, I have to do some research on the real things inside the flying castle. That's the only way to make a breakthrough, yet. He wails, tears streaming down his face. Why am I on the ground right now? It's so unfair, Yuri-san. Master, another bottle, he slurs, but the bartender cuts him off. Mister, aren't you drinking too much? Also, can you please keep it down? As Ditsun continues to sob, a cloaked figure approaches him from behind. Hey. Lost in his misery, Ditsun doesn't even notice. The figure, a sharp-eyed elf named Afa, leans in close, his voice low and demanding. Did you just say, the flying castle? Tell me everything that you know about it. Ditsun freezes, his blood running cold. Afa's companion, Violet, adds a silky threat. Let's be careful of your speaking volume. If you don't speak up quickly, you'll face something dreadful. Cornered and terrified, Ditsun can only stammer in pure, unadulterated fear. Episode 15. The chase is on as agents of the Empire close in on the secrets of the flying castle. In a tavern in the imperial country of Fleta, two cloaked figures corner a terrified magician. The elf, Afa, speaks first. I believe you're Ditsun, the magician, right? We've been searching for you. Ditsun's blood runs cold. He knows exactly who they are. His mind screams, I know these people, Blau Empire's court magician, the elf, Afa, and the Empire's witch, Violet. He panics, wondering why two of the most renowned magicians in the world are here. What are they doing in Fleta? Afa gets straight to the point, her voice leaving no room for argument. We know that you've been to the flying castle. Tell us all the information you have. Ditsun is floored. How did you know? Afa deadpans, you're not exactly subtle. You speak about the flying castle wherever you go, not to mention you just muttered about it a moment ago. Crushing realization hits Ditsun. I'm such an idiot. But his panic quickly turns to dread as he realizes the implications. This is bad. There's only one reason, for the Empire to search for information on the flying castle. His mind flashes to images of war and conquest. Invasion. The Blau Empire has been using its armed forces to trample and steal from other countries. He thinks of his sanctuary, his perfect utopia, the flying castle, where the magnificent toilet is. A spark of defiance ignites within him as he gathers his magic. I will never let them invade it. With a desperate roar, Ditsun unleashes a blinding flash of magic, forcing Afa and Violet back. But it's just a diversion. He uses the chaos to bolt out of the tavern. As he flees, his mind races. This is a bad match. I'm weak against pain, so if they torture me, I'll spill everything, and after they get the information, they'll kill me immediately. His conclusion is simple and absolute, which means the only way for me to survive is to run. But the two Imperial mages are instantly on his tail. I won't let you escape, Afa states calmly. Violet adds, his choice of magic is not half bad, but it's not enough to escape from us. Now truly desperate, Ditsun screams for help as he runs through the city streets. Help me, someone help me. Violet watches with utter disdain. How can a court magician let out such a shameless voice? His pathetic cries attract the attention of the city guards on the walls. Magician don't know what happened, one shouts while another spots his pursuers. Intruders, engage them. Not waiting for orders, the guards let loose a volley of magic arrows. Let's shoot to scare them off. Fire the magic arrow. Afa simply scoffs, HMPH, and with a flick of her wrist, erects a powerful defensive barrier. The magic arrows slam into her shield, detonating in a massive explosion that rocks the entire district. Violet's patience wears thin. What a hassle, let's just blow them up. As she begins to chant a powerful spell, Afa grabs her arm, stopping her cold. Violet glares at her partner. Why are you getting in my way, Afa? Afa's voice is firm. We didn't come here to start a war. The magic you're about to use is going to kill them. Violet holds the destructive magic at the ready, clearly frustrated by the restraint. The two argue mid-air. His Majesty has ambitions to unify the territory, Violet insists. Sooner or later we'll have to start a war against Fleta anyway, but Afa shuts her down. That's not for us to decide. We just need to move according to His Majesty's orders. Violet reluctantly powers down her spell, seething. Afa looks on, equally annoyed by the complication. Meanwhile, Ditsun sees his opportunity. They seem to be having a quarrel. This is my chance to run, and he's off again. As their target gets away, Afa sighs. I would have caught him if I were alone. Violet immediately shoots back, that's my line. Ditsun finally reaches the towering gates of the eastern castle. I'll have them hide me here. Open up, open the gate. He pounds desperately on the massive doors, screaming for help. The gate creaks open just enough for a man named Yanuel to grab the frantic magician. You idiot, he yells. Explain what that explosion was just now. Inside, Yanuel continues to berate him. Did you fail in your research again? Ditsun wails back, it's not my fault this time. Why do you always blame everything on me? Yanuel sighs, feigning sympathy. I'm really hurt by your words. Well, forgive me then. So what happened? Just as Ditson points towards the entrance, Afa and Violet appear. The Empire has sent out assassins, he shrieks. They've come for my life. The two Imperial mages stand there silently, their powerful presence filling the courtyard. Yanuel takes in the scene, his terrified friend and the two imposing figures. Seems like that's the case. Yikes. The tense standoff moves inside to a lavish meeting room within the castle. Yanuel, now calm and composed, gets straight to the point. The flying castle, huh? Afa clarifies their position. Yes, we've come for information about it. Just to set the record straight, we didn't come for that man's life. That was just his misunderstanding. Ditson explodes, pointing an accusing finger. How could you lie like that? You two were so into catching and torturing me, weren't you? Violet gives a sly, dismissive smile. You surely jest, there's no way we would do that. She leans in, teasing him, to come up with such an idea by yourself. Could it be you're into that kind of thing? Ditson frantically denies it. I don't have such fetishes. Yanuel cuts through the banter, his tone serious. You say you came in peace, yet you used flight magic over our city, chased our Imperial magician and created such an uproar. He continues, pressing his advantage. There was a big explosion near the wall just now. Luckily, there were no casualties, but I don't think such magic is needed for gathering information. Afa coolly counters, the explosion was created when we defended ourselves against your men's attack, so I don't think we're at fault here. Yanuel isn't buying it. I believe you didn't come here on official business from the Empire, yet you two still act so high and mighty. His expression hardens. I'm sorry to say this, but I'm a little on edge right now. My friend just ran in here scared for his life because he was chased by you guys. Ditson looks at his friend, moved by his staunch defense. Prince. Yanuel lays down the law. Even though you're the Empire's magicians, right now you're just normal tourists. You have no right to force us to talk about the flying castle. With a sharp, confident smile, he delivers his final answer. So, I refuse, we've nothing to talk about with you guys. Violet's eyes narrow, her patience clearly gone. Yanuel leans forward, his voice dropping to a threatening whisper as he reveals his trump card. That's why, we would poison you guys. Violet scoffs, calling his bluff. Is that so? Then I guess we'll have to capture and torture that guy. But Yanuel remains perfectly calm, his gaze unwavering. I won't let you do that, and I won't permit any kind of combat to be done here. Violet smirks, taking a sip of tea. Seems like you know your place. Yanuel calmly concedes, it's true that I don't think we have the power to put you guys who have power comparable to a dragon down. That's why, Yanuel continues, his expression turning serious, we would poison you. Since the past, our family has had in their possession an incurable neurotoxin. As Violet brings the cup to her lips, her eyes widen in shock. Yanuel details the poison's horrific effects, a neurotoxin that paralyzes its victim, leaving them powerless and unable to even think as they die. Violet freezes mid-sip, a look of disbelief on her face, while Afa remains stone-faced beside her. Slamming her cup down, Violet explodes, Wah, are you insane? But Afa simply glances at Yanuel, unfazed. I had a feeling he would do something like that from the start. Yanuel lets out a laugh, completely dropping the act. Rest assured, it's just a joke. The tea isn't poisoned, but now we're on equal footing, right? You guys scared Ditson out of his mind after all. Still suspicious, Violet asks if he's telling the truth. The tea is well brewed, Yanuel insists. There's no way I would put anything in that would ruin it. He takes a long, deliberate sip to prove his point. Let's just savor it, it's the best tea there is. Ditson watches in awe, thinking to himself, Yanuel Fleta, as expected of the Emperor's brother. I can't grasp what he's thinking. Leaning in, Ditson whispers nervously, Prince, won't this trigger a war if we're not careful? Yanuel calmly reassures him, I'm a pacifist. I won't start a war. Just then an attendant rushes in. Prince, I'm sorry to interrupt, but there's a matter I'd like to discuss. As the attendant points, a brilliant light flashes outside the grand windows. What, outside? Yanuel asks, turning his attention. The light intensifies, shining like a star descending from the night sky. Both Afa and Violet are instantly on alert, their peaceful demeanor shattered. Violet shouts, that light is. Realizing the implications, Yanuel yells, this is bad, don't let them go, as the two Imperial mages bolt towards the balcony. They rush outside, their hair and clothes whipping in the wind as they face the source of the light. Standing on the balcony, surrounded by shimmering particles, is a sleek, white golem. Violet recognizes it immediately, her voice filled with a mix of awe and dread. The flying castle's golem. I could only see them from afar back then at Azul. She murmurs, it's so small and thin. A vivid memory flashes in her mind, this very golem effortlessly obliterating one of her own massive constructs. Her face contorts with rage and humiliation. My golem's lost to this thing. Yuri, however, is overjoyed. Tikki-sama's golem, why is it here? Afa senses Violet's rising killing intent and sharply warns her, Violet. He files the name away, Tikki. The golem extends its hand, holding a letter. Yuri realizes its purpose while Ditsun groans, darn, it came at such an exceptionally bad timing. Before Ditsun can take it, Yanuel snatches the letter. Hey, don't read a letter directed to me. Ditsun protests, but Yanuel is already reading. Let's see. Dear Yanuel Niyasama. Ah, it's from Yuri-sama. A brilliant idea strikes Yanuel. The golem has come here, so, won't it be able to bring someone back with it? He and Ditsun lock eyes. They both have the exact same thought. Yanuel immediately grabs Ditsun. Don't even think about it. Of course, I'm the one who's going. You have the important role of guarding the eastern castle. They erupt into a childish argument with Ditsun yelling, the letter was sent to me. Violet watches them, completely baffled. What are they fighting about? Ignoring the squabble, Violet approaches the golem, intrigued. However, what is this golem made of? It's not iron, just what? The moment she reaches out to touch its arm, the golem's hand snaps shut around her wrist. Violet is stunned by its speed and strength. What are you doing? Let me go. She struggles furiously against its grip, but it's like trying to bend steel. Damn it, let go. Afa shouts in alarm, Violet, wait, don't attack it. If that golem were to attack back, you'd be dead. You know its power, right? As he speaks, the golem begins to ascend, pulling Violet with it. Caught completely off guard, Violet is lifted into the air, a single tear of frustration escaping her eye. The golem flies away, somehow having grabbed not only Violet but Afa and Yanuel as well, leaving a stunned Ditsun behind. Yanuel, dangling from the golem, screams back, please wait, bring me with you. Ditsun can only watch, dumbfounded, as they disappear into the sky. His shock turns to pure rage as he curses his own fate. Ditsun, you bastard. He throws a full-blown tantrum on the empty balcony. That's unfair, that's unfair. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, we see the magnificent flying castle. Inside, Yuri is enjoying a meal, wondering aloud, has Yanuel Niyasama read the letter I sent? She gushes to Tikki about the castle's food, wishing her brother could try it. Tikki smiles. Well, it's better to have him come here directly, or maybe we could deliver him some. Yuri's eyes light up. My, that's a great idea. Tikki adds, anyway, I'm glad you're enjoying the food and that you're not against eating rice. They chat casually about the cuisine in Fleta, with Tikki expressing his curiosity. Suddenly a sharp alert sound echoes through the room, startling Yuri. Tikki turns towards the source of the sound, his expression curious. He taps a notification on a large, glowing monitor. What is it? The screen displays a bizarre sight. A chibified voice reports someone is chasing the golem. Ditsun-sama is dangling from the golem. Tikki, Isla, and Mare stare at the monitor, their faces a mask of shock and confusion. The live feed shows the golem arriving with Afa and Violet. Tikki's eyes narrow in recognition. Those two are people from the Empire. Mare and Isla look on, bewildered, but why? Tikki watches intently, at long last. Completely oblivious to the unfolding drama, Yuri continues to eat, wondering what all the fuss is about. On the flying castle's main bridge, Tikki, Isla, and Mare stare intently at a monitor. An alert has just popped up and Tikki's eyes widen in recognition. Wait a sec, I think I've seen those guys before. On screen are two figures, Afa, the elven general who invaded Azul, and Violet, the first magician who scouted their castle. Tikki's mind races. Why is one of our golems carrying them? Are they finally here to face us? Tikki turns to Yuri to explain the bizarre situation. I'm sorry, this is my fault. I programmed the golem to automatically retrieve the people nearest to it, but since I haven't input Yanuel-san's data yet, it looks like it grabbed them by mistake. Yuri processes the information with a thoughtful bite. I don't totally get it, but does that mean people from the Empire were in Fleta? Meanwhile, Yanuel, one of the accidental passengers, is lost in thought. I heard rumors about the flying golem got out, but I never thought the Empire's top magicians would show up. Did they figure out the golems are from here? Yanuel's thoughts continue, or could it be? Someone leaked information about the flying castle, but who would do that? The camera pans to the culprit himself, Ditsun. Having hitched a ride, Ditsun lands on the castle grounds with a maniacal laugh. Phew, ha, I did it, I'm back on the flying castle. Yanuel stands over him, deeply concerned. The real problem is what's happening back home. I sent a letter to my brother, but he's not here. Is he safe? Ditsun dramatically declares his allegiance. I, Ditsun, declare that even if I must betray my old friend, I will choose my beloved flying castle. Back on the bridge, Yuri smiles, putting the pieces together. So that's what happened. The stage is set for a tense confrontation between the masters of the sky and the agents of the Empire. Afa and Violet, now released, take their first steps onto the flying castle, their expressions a mix of awe and suspicion. They gaze up at the magnificent architecture, a fortress floating amongst the clouds. Lush greenery and towering structures surround them, a sight unlike anything on the surface. Violet murmurs, so this is. Afa finishes her thought, his eyes scanning the impossible landscape, the flying castle. As they cautiously explore, Violet notices Afa has stopped. Afa. Afa looks around, his senses on high alert. It's too quiet. Yeah, it's creeping me out, I can't feel any presences. Their search leads them to an unexpected sight, a farm diligently tended by small, round worker golems. Violet can't believe her eyes. Tikki, the golems are taking care of a farm. While Violet scans for the magician in charge, Afa suddenly kneels down. He grabs a handful of the rich earth and to Violet's shock tastes it. "What great soil," he remarks, impressed. Violet grabs him. What are you doing?" Just then Ditson pops out from behind a golem. "That's unfair, I want to lick the flying castle's soil too." Before he can make a move, a massive golem looms over them, its presence freezing Violet in place. Violet snaps at Ditson, "Shut up, you low-minded imperial monkey." But her insult is cut short as Yanuel appears and swiftly knocks Ditson unconscious with a single punch. "I'm sorry to be so rash with you guys," she says, as golems pin Afa and Violet to the ground. Speaking through one of the small worker golems, Yanuel explains, "This was my mistake, you were brought here accidentally. If you want to go back, I'll send you to the surface peacefully." Violet glares up from the ground. "A mistake, true, we came here by chance but we have our own reasons to be here. You're the magician controlling these golems, aren't you? Why don't you show yourself?" Her voice fills with venom. "I will definitely see the face of the magician who destroyed my golem back at the war in Azul." On cue, a figure emerges from the castle. "I guess you're right, it's rude to talk without showing myself." It's Tikki, wearing a simple apron. "Nice to meet you, I'm the owner of the flying castle, Shihara Tikki." Violet's mind flashes back to the utter destruction of her prized golem. She stares at Tikki in utter disbelief. "This guy, this weak-looking man," she thinks, completely stunned. Tikki just scratches his cheek sheepishly. "Sorry for the tacky attire, I was in the middle of making breakfast." Violet refuses to accept it, yelling, "Where are the other magicians? They're hiding somewhere, aren't they? Show them to us." Tikki calmly replies, "All of these golems are controlled by me. Or rather, I'm the only one who can use the system." Ditson, having regained consciousness, scoffs at her. "That can't be the case, a person can only move one golem at a time." "You idiots," he points, now a full-blown Tikki fanboy. "Tikki-sama is a great magician, don't compare him to you plebeians." Violet remains unconvinced, however there are others hiding right. Just then Tolene and Lant appear on the stairs. "We're sorry, Tikki-sama," Tikki sighs, "guys, I told you didn't need to worry about me." Violet's eyes lock onto another figure on a nearby balcony. Are you Princess Letitia?" Isla flinches as Violet recognizes her. "So what Azul's people said was true, you were abducted by the flying castle." Violet smirks from the ground, her words dripping with poison. "We made you into a slave and attacked Azul. I believe you have a grudge against us." She looks Isla dead in the eye. "How about it, you can easily kill us right here." Isla recoils in horror. "I wouldn't do something like that, I don't wish for that." Mare and Shni shout from the side, "Hey, just say what you guys came here for already." Ditson twirls around Tikki excitedly. "Tikki-sama, your #1 disciple Ditson will explain how this all happened." But before he can, Afa speaks up, his voice calm and steady. "Tikki dono, this place has piqued our interest." Yanuel grabs Ditson, accusing him, "You're the one who spread the information. These people sniffed out that there was intel about the flying castle in Fleta." Afa continues, ignoring the commotion. "We are interested in your technology, the flying island, the castle on it, and your magic." Tikki is at a loss for words, "Even if you say that." Afa elaborates, "The Blau Empire is one of the few magician countries. It's only natural for us to be interested." He then makes a shocking claim. "It's true the flying castle's interference in Azul forced our retreat. However, His Majesty Koenigs has decided not to judge you for that matter." Isla is stunned. "No way, there's no way that's true, that's too favorable for us." Afa's gaze becomes more personal as he looks at Tikki and his group. "And this is my personal reason, but, as a magician myself, I want to know your power." Tikki looks back, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "I know that feeling well." Violet watches her partner, her mind racing. Just what is Afa thinking? Is he trying to make them lower their guard? She knows the truth. His Majesty hasn't said anything about Azul because he's bedridden, which means he hasn't declared anything about the flying castle yet. In the first place, she recalls, His Majesty planned to invade the flying castle from the start. He'd be far more excited about this newfound toy than a plain old one like Azul. Her internal thoughts conclude with a grim certainty. And what happened in Azul is a perfect reason to start a war with us. As the tension thickens, Yuri steps forward with a smile. May I say something?" She addresses the Imperial magicians directly. "You said you wanted to know Tikki-sama's power. But as you saw just now, the one who moves this castle and the multiple golems on it is Tikki-sama himself. Of course, that includes the golems currently keeping you down. So, I don't believe court magicians like you aren't capable of telling how powerful he is by now." Enraged by the taunt, Violet snarls, "I'll kill you." Yanuel quickly chimes in, "That's right, Tikki-sama is amazing, you're the one who's low-minded." Afa cuts through the noise. "Power is something you must experience for yourself so that you can fear it." His eyes gleam with intensity as he issues a challenge. That's why I'd like to ask for us to spar. The entire castle crew is floored. Wah, Tikki shouts, spar, you mean fight, that's impossible. Violet is equally shocked by Apha's proposal. Apha, what are you doing? You experienced how strong the flying castle's golem is at the fight in Azul, right? She glares at him, confused and angry. But I haven't seen how strong it is. Don't joke around, this is not like you at all, just what are you thinking? Violet can't believe what she's hearing. Apha, this is not like you at all, you saw how strong that golem was in Azul, just what are you thinking? Tikki, still in his apron, looks nervously at his golem. A1. But Apha has a plan. When you let me go, he tells Tikki, you can use the golem that's holding me to restrain Violet instead. Violet is furious. Huh, are you an idiot? Apha calmly adds, I believe that's a reasonable way to keep this woman down. Apha stares down the silent golem. So, the golem is the one who will fight me. Tikki, who's never been in a real fight, looks for a way out. Will you be convinced after we have a fight? Apha's eyes are sharp and focused. Yeah, I will, and after that. I would like to have a conversation with you. Tikki sighs, realizing this is the only way forward. I get it. I always thought I'd just use this power to protect people and have fun, but if you're this serious, Apha-san, A1 please, the golem gives a firm nod. Yuri watches from the sidelines, a smirk playing on her lips. So Tikki-sama's golem is going to fight. This just got interesting. I wonder how strong it'll be. I bet Ditsun-sama is cheering his head off right now. But as Yanyuel points out, Ditsun's excitement has literally short-circuited his brain. He's passed out while standing up. In a wide courtyard, Apha takes his position, his expression unreadable. Tikki stands opposite him, looking way out of his depth. He takes a breath and yells, well then, start. Instantly, Apha explodes with power, summoning dozens of glowing magical arrows. He launches the volley directly at A1. The arrows twist and turn through the air, homing in on their target like ethereal snakes. Tikki is blown away by the display. Amazing, those magic arrows are moving like snakes chasing their target. Even Violet has to give him props, as expected of Apha, to use such high-level magic instantly. Apha's eyes narrow, I won't let you go. He directs the full force of the spell, a blinding torrent of magical energy. The arrows converge on A1, creating a massive, deafening explosion. Tikki screams out in panic, A1. Apha watches the smoke, confident he's landed a decisive blow. But as the dust settles, A1 stands completely unscathed. Before Apha can even react, the golem slams its fist into the ground with impossible speed. A massive geyser of water erupts from the courtyard tiles, blasting Apha off his feet. Soaked and defeated, he concedes to think. A golem could move that fast. It's my loss. For a moment, Apha's mind drifts back to a peaceful time, to his home village nestled in the branches of a great tree, a gentle voice calling his name. Back in reality, Isla looks on with concern. Are you okay? Tikki can't believe the outcome. He got blown all the way to the pool. Apha sits by the water's edge, dripping, his eyes distant. He looks at the castle around him, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. That's it, this place, it's similar to my village. Suddenly, he throws his head back and begins to laugh, a wild, almost broken sound that startles Tikki. Tikki can only stare. Have you gone crazy? Apha rises, his laughter subsiding as he approaches Tikki. To think you were this strong. I've felt it with my own body now. Tikki just looks embarrassed. Then Apha's entire demeanor shifts. He becomes deadly serious. Tikki dono. From now on, I won't be speaking as the Blau Empire's court magician. I will speak as Apha the elf. Will you please listen to me? He turns his back and pulls down the collar of his shirt, revealing a dark, sinister mark. Tikki and Isla gasp in horror, a slave seal. Apha's voice is heavy with pain. I am the Emperor's slave, and it's not just me, every elf from my village who was captured has been turned into a slave. He reveals the horrifying truth. All of my family members are being held captive. He asks, have you ever heard of the elven spirit tree? Isla knows the legends. The mythical tree that is the origin of all living things. It's why elves live so long. That's right, Apha confirms. For ages we elves have received blessings and magic from the spirit tree, and the Empire has been targeting it. A dark memory flashes through his mind, his people in chains. The tree makes our bodies more resilient than humans. The Empire took advantage of that, forcing us into slave labor to reveal the tree's location. He drops to his knees, bowing his head to the ground before Tikki. I beg of you, Tikki dono, can you please save my family? He continues his story, the images of his suffering people haunting him. Countless are forced to work without food or rest. And some have already died from the exhaustion. Tikki is speechless at the cruelty. Violet explodes, finally understanding his betrayal. Apha, are you planning to betray the Empire? Was this your plan from the start? Apha glances back at her, his eyes cold as ice. Violet rages on. No, some shame. You, a rural elf, were given the chance to live in the Empire with its advanced technology. It's all thanks to His Majesty. Apha's response is flat and filled with contempt. I never wished for it. We are a tribe that lives alongside the spirit tree, he explains. Without it, we elves cannot even have children. Isla asks the obvious question, why would the Empire target the spirit tree? Afa reveals the Emperor's motive. Emperor Koenigs is human. He's growing old, spending more and more time confined to his bed. A chilling image of the decrepit, dying emperor appears. He doesn't hesitate to take the lives of others, but he's terrified of losing his own. And that is why he wants to become immortal. Tikki is stunned. Immortal, is that even possible? Afa shakes his head. Of course not, I've never heard of such a thing. However, he admits, we elves don't fully understand the spirit tree's power. We don't know what would happen if it were to accept a human. But we have no intention of ever letting the Empire touch it. He looks Tikki in the eye, laying all his cards on the table. No matter how they torture us, our mission to protect the tree gives us strength. We've been looking for a chance to fight back. I'm sorry for testing you, but with Violet watching, I couldn't afford any mistakes. I had to see your power for myself. Once more he bows deeply. Please, lend me your power to save my family. Tikki looks to his friends, Isla and Mare, and sees the same resolve reflected in their eyes. He looks down at the desperate elf. Please raise your head. With a firm, determined expression, Tikki makes his decision. I accept your request. I'll do my best to help you. Isla and Mare immediately agree. Let's save the elves. Let's return them to their village. Afa looks up, tears welling in his eyes, a flicker of hope finally breaking through his despair. The new allies gather to form a plan. First things first, Tikki says, we need information if we're going to help you. Tikki realizes the stakes have been raised. The Blau Empire. I knew we'd have to fight them eventually, but I never thought it would be like this. His gaze falls upon their captive, Violet. She stands silently between two golems, her expression unreadable. Then a slow, knowing smirk spreads across her face, sending a chill down Tikki's spine. He thinks to himself, what's the meaning behind that smile? In the heart of the Blau Empire's capital, the sheer scale of the city is overwhelming. Mare, a child of the forest, stands frozen in the middle of a stone courtyard, completely stunned. Her eyes are spinning with sensory overload. Tolene, her mother, gently tells her, please calm down, me. Mare tries to explain, I've always lived inside the forest, so it's my first time seeing this many brick buildings, even though the flying castle is far more grand than this. Their mission is clear. They're on a journey to save the elves from the dizzying might of the Blau Empire. The plan was set in motion a few days earlier, back on the serene grounds of the flying castle, where the elf Afa was taking in the scenery. Suddenly a voice calls out to him. It's Isla the princess asking, Afa-san, would you like to have some tea? Afa is shocked to see her carrying a basket of vegetables. What are you, the princess of Azul Kingdom, doing? Field work. Isla explodes in a flustered panic, waving her hands frantically. You got it wrong, I'm not in that kind of relationship with Tikki-sama. Afa had assumed the obvious, asking, but aren't you Tikki-sama's wife? Why are you doing such work? When Afa presses, then what's your relationship? Isla is left blushing and speechless, unable to define her feelings for Tikki. She recalls a moment with everyone gathered around the table, when Tikki said with a warm smile, everyone that lives here is family. The word echoes in Afa's mind, family. Isla looks at Afa and says with conviction, that's right, we're all family. Tolene, the matriarch of the beastmen, elaborates, well, it's true that me, Shni, and Lant are my blood relatives, but... She places a gentle hand on Isla's shoulder. I also consider Isla as one of my daughters. The other beastmen chime in happily. Yep, it feels as if we have a new niece. Shni playfully jumps in for a hug, exclaiming, that's not fair, I want to hug mother too, as Lant laughs at her childishness. Tolene looks at Afa, her expression warm and sincere. Everyone here is our precious family. Here, we don't have to care about race or social standing. The others agree, explaining how they all live side by side, helping each other. Even Tikki, the master of the castle, does his share of fieldwork, cooking, and housework. They even have movie nights. We cook together, take care of the fields together, and also watch anime together. It's really fun. Isla invites Afa to join them sometime. Shni and Lant get excited just thinking about it. I like the magical girl one. I like the story about riding a golem. Watching this display of genuine camaraderie and warmth, Afa can't help but think to himself, this place sure is a great place. Isla turns to him, her voice full of reassurance. Afa-san, please rest assured, Tikki-sama will surely help the elves that are being held captive. Afa reflects on his past. I've never relied on anyone until now. Our village teaches us that elves' problems should be solved by elves, but this choice I've made, surely it's the right one. And that brings us to the present, inside the castle's high-tech control room. Ditsun is ecstatic, ooh haya, so this is the room that controls the castle. Tikki stands before the main console, explaining his preparations. Well, yeah, I've sent some drones to scout the Blau Empire since last night, but I still haven't gotten enough information. Based on what Afa-san has said, the elves are being held in the capital. He continues, but their exact whereabouts are unclear since they're kept in different locations. Afa-san only knows a few, about 20 in total. Yuri looks concerned, that's awfully few. Tolin explains the grim reality. When the elf village was assaulted, most of those with no magic power were massacred. The ones kept as slaves were treated so badly they often died. Slaves' lives are treated lightly in the Empire, she adds somberly. The weight of the situation settles in. Isla looks to Tikki, who says with determination, we have to save them quickly. Suddenly a massive, detailed map appears on the screen. Ditsun is stunned. Tikki-sama, what's this? Tikki explains this is the map of the Empire's capital. Ditsun can't believe it. A map, you created one so quickly. I made it using photos taken by the drones from the sky, Tikki clarifies. He points out key details. Using this, I've marked buildings that might be used to keep the elves. I've also marked patrol routes, guard numbers, and shifts. Ditsun is overcome with emotion. That's amazing, Tikki-sama, you truly are a great magician. Tikki just brushes it off. You're over-exaggerating. Yuri admits this is my first time doing spy-like things, so I was really nervous. I thought my heart would burst. I guess even Tikki-sama can feel nervous. Looking at the map, Tolin offers her strategic insight. Tikki-sama, wouldn't you say buildings like these are suspicious? The elves are slaves, which means they're the Empire's property. To prevent theft, they would be put under high security. She continues, plus elves are known for their high magic capabilities. If they aren't watched closely, their slave marks weaken. The soldiers guarding them must be well equipped. Tikki nods. I see, thank you, that should help. Afa steps forward, his resolve firm. Excuse me, but I would like to join the investigation as well. Tikki looks concerned. Afa-san, you just got punched by A1, you should rest, but Afa waves it off. Your golem held back, so I'm fine. He looks at the castle around them. Instead, let me express my gratitude for letting me see this place. At first, I was ordered to scout this flying castle. I thought it might be the only thing that could stand against the Blau Empire. After seeing it up close, that feeling has changed into conviction. Ditsun suddenly erupts, that goes without saying. Are you looking down on this castle's technology? Even the toilet has warm water, you must experience it. Afa deadpans, your attitude sure changed fast. Weren't you just weeping when we were in Fleta? Ditsun quickly shushes him, please don't bring that up. Getting back to business, Afa reveals a critical piece of intel. Besides the magicians, I know of one other elf held in a bothersome place. He specifies the royal castle's inner palace. One elf is being held there as a servant. Yuri immediately recognizes the danger. Inner palace, isn't the security there going to be ultra tight? Afa's gaze is steely. After we rescue the others, I'll go infiltrate the royal palace. I would like to borrow your golem at that time if possible. Tikki doesn't hesitate for a second. Of course you can, let's make sure to succeed. Just then, Isla returns to the control room. She brings a tray with a beautiful glass teapot. Tikki-sama, I made this just as Afa-san told me. Fruit tea, it looks so delicious. The aroma fills the room and Ditsun takes a deep, appreciative sniff. What a good scent. Afa takes a sip, a nostalgic look on his face. We have similar fruits at the elf village, and we usually consume them this way. Yuri is enchanted. The scent of the fruits and tea leaves have fused. It's exquisite. I wish my brother could taste this. The simple drink reminds them all of the families they're fighting to protect. Afa's expression softens, a flicker of hope in his eyes. Yeah, I would like to serve this to my family too. The simple, heartfelt wish hangs in the air, catching Tikki and Isla by surprise. That's the final straw for Tikki. His face burns with determination as he shouts, let's save them, the elves, Afa-san's family. He turns to Afa, his voice unwavering, definitely. Afa is visibly moved, his eyes welling up. Tikki dono, thank you, I'm grateful for your cooperation. I've never relied on anyone in my life, but... As he looks upon the magnificent flying castle, Afa finishes his thought. I believe my choice this time is right. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, the former demon General Violet lounges by a window, the picture of boredom. A golem stands guard nearby, a silent testament to the castle's power. Violet muses to herself, I can't even make a crack in it using all my magic, what a strong castle. She scoffs at the tranquility, so peaceful, so quiet, this place is shit, what a boring place. A wicked smirk plays on her lips. However, if things keep proceeding like this, the Empire will surely attack this flying castle. Phew, do they really know what that means? And with that ominous thought hanging, we return to the present, where the rescue mission is in full swing. From the control room, Tikki coordinates the operation. Everyone, please be careful. If anything happens, I'll give the order to the golems to save you guys. I'll also keep watching your surroundings via the drones, he adds. If there's anything strange, please contact me right away. On the ground in the heart of the enemy capital, the team, Mare, Tolin and Yuri looks on, the scale of the city overwhelming. Back on the comms, Tikki sighs, truthfully, I would like to go there myself, but I'm the only person who can control the golems and drones. Isla adds, me too, I'm sorry I can't be of much help. Afa, leading the ground team, reassures them. Isla Dono has already been announced to be engaged to the Empire's prince, so her face is known. As for the golems, the soldiers that participated in the war might recognize them too. He looks up at the drone hovering unseen above them. To reduce the possibility of being found out, this is the best way. The team begins their infiltration, spotting their first targets, a group of drunk guards. The mission is to check the marked locations and investigate. Mare pulls out a small vial. It's sleeping powder. She carefully measures out a small amount, ready to use her magic. The plan works flawlessly. A rescuer approaches the captive elves who are startled by the sudden intrusion. "Excuse me, I've come to save you guys by Afa-san's request." Behind them, a golem stands over the now unconscious guards, the sleeping powder having done its job instantly. The strategy is simple. Rescue the elves from their holding cells and have the golems transport them to the safety of the forest just outside the capital. The first extraction is a success. We saved 5 people just like that. I hope it will go smoothly like this for the rest. But as they move to the next location, they see something that gives them pause. Mare watches a group of downtrodden people being herded through the streets. Those are the ones called the second-class citizens, aren't they? Citizens of a country that has been invaded by the Empire. Their treatment is no better than that of slaves, forced into labor for their conquerors. Yuri shudders at the thought. If we were to get caught by the Empire, we'll also be like them. No, we'll probably be treated worse. Ditsun, monitoring from afar, frets over the risk. The problem is Yuri-sama. She's the princess of Fleta if they found out. But Yuri just winks. It won't matter as long as they don't find us. Ditsun tries to calm himself down. Yuri-sama has never participated in any event, so her face should be unknown. But if she were to get caught? The thought sends him into a panic. I'm really worried. I know full well just how strong she is, but I'm really worried. Back in the city, the night deepens as the team continues their mission. Mare, who has spent her whole life in the forest, is visibly shaken by the sprawling, oppressive city. Her mother Tolene pulls her close. "Me, are you all right? This is your first time seeing this many buildings, isn't it?" Mare tries to put on a brave face. "Yeah, but if we compare it, the flying castle is much grander than this." Tolene smiles gently. "You're right, the flying castle is a special place." She refocuses her daughter. "Let's go, we should help the elves return to their forest after all." Mare nods, her resolve hardening. "Yeah." Finding her courage, Mare bounces forward. "It's gonna be okay, mother is here with me, and we have Tikki-sama's golems too. And I've done my best to learn magic from Yuri-sama," she declares, puffing out her chest. "It'll go smoothly, I'm sure of it." They soon arrive at the next location on their map. "It's that building," Tolene confirms. She contacts their overwatch. "Tikki-sama, is there anything abnormal nearby?" Tikki responds immediately, his voice coming through their comms. "There are some guards patrolling that vicinity, so let's go in after they're further away." "Got it," Tolene replies. As they wait, Tolene gives Mare her instructions. "Me, you remember, right? Use your magic to send the sleeping powder to them." "Yeah, leave it to me," Mare says confidently. "I've practiced with Ditsun after all," she adds, recalling how Yuri had volunteered the poor butler to be her magical test dummy. But before they can act, the door creaks open. Guards emerge, dragging 2 young elves with them. One guard sneers, "Ah, these guys have pretty eyes, I bet they would fetch a great price." "This isn't going according to plan. What should we do?" Tolene thinks, panicked. "There are some coming out of the building." She tries to assess the situation. Are they going to move? Could it be they're going out to work? Even though it's midnight, they must have changed their schedule. Suddenly a guard shoves the male elf violently. "Walk, you slowpoke, hurry." Mare and Tolene gasp, watching in horror from the shadows. Another guard laughs cruelly. "Elves are quite tough after all, so I should be allowed to use them as sandbags, right? Haha, that's a great idea, more so since he's usually so cheeky." The female elf screams in terror, "No, Oni-chan." The guard mocks him. "Look at you protecting your little sister. You're so cool, Oni-chan." He then drives his fist into the elf's stomach. The boy doubles over, spitting blood as his sister cries out his name. That's it, something inside Mare snaps. A shard of pure ice erupts from the darkness, slamming into the ground near the guards. They reel back in shock. "What's that, ice?" Stepping out from the shadows, her eyes blazing with fury, Mare unleashes her power. "Stop it, let go of that kid." Tolene can only watch in shock as her daughter blows their cover. "Me." In the snowy streets of the Empire, the young beastkin Mare makes her stand. "Stop it," she screams, "let go of that kid." Watching from nearby, her mother Tolene can only gasp in horror, "Me." The Imperial guards are stunned by the sudden interruption. "What are you?" one shouts. "Did you come to steal the slave?" Mare is caught completely off guard. Her mind races. Kidnapping, stealing, she thinks to herself, but the Empire enslaving elves is wrong in the first place. After a moment of internal debate, Mare strikes a confident, if slightly ridiculous, pose. "I don't really get it, but that's right. We're thieves." The guard just stares, utterly bewildered. One of the guards squints, his eyes landing on Mare's fox ears. Now that I look closer, aren't you a beastkin? His voice drips with contempt. I hate beastkin, you know. He continues his tirade. What, you came to the city, you should just spend your whole life in a hole. Mare's expression hardens. That was the last straw. Shut up, Mare roars, unleashing a torrent of ice magic. I'm the one who decides where I go. But her ice shards shatter uselessly against the guard's enchanted armor. Mare's eyes widen in shock. Her magic had no effect. The guard lets out a booming laugh. Ha ha ha, for all that spirit, your attacks are pathetic and weak. Just as the guard advances, Tolene steps in front of her daughter. Me, get behind me, she commands. Mother, Mare cries out. The guard scoffs. Are you really underestimating the Empire's army? A countryside kid like you is a piece of cake. His partner chimes in. You brought your mother with you. Both parent and child are thieves. What kind of education is that? Tolene's fury erupts. Be quiet. As the captive elves watch on, Tolene unleashes her rage. Aren't you the ones treating the elven people with violence? She yells. Do you have any self-awareness of the horrible things you're doing? Those people are humans too. The elves look up, a flicker of hope in their eyes. The guard's voice is cold and dismissive. What are you saying? They are not, they are slaves. He gestures to the elves. Those are inferior beings that have lost their value as humans. They're totally different from us, the elite race of the Empire. His disgusting speech continues. In this world, the ones interfering with human prosperity are the beastkin and elves. They're a nuisance, no different than dragons or demons. They're the same as beasts. He claims the Empire is doing them a favor. That's why, before they die in the forest, the Empire brought them here so they can live as decent people. He finishes with a sickening smirk. You should be thanking us. The guard looks down on Tolene. So, that's the education you receive. Tolene's eyes are filled with pity and disgust. What pitiful people. Beside her, Tikki's golem G1 readies for battle. In a flash, G1 intercepts the guards, its metal fists clashing against their steel armor. The guards are thrown back, shocked by the golem's power. What's with that golem? With a powerful swoosh, G1 sends a soldier flying. Mare watches in awe. Amazing, that's Tikki-sama's golem. The guards are panicking. Shit, to think they'd have a golem. One of them pulls out a glowing orb. The lead guard gives the order. Oi, take out that magic tool. Seeing the dangerous device, one of the elf girls screams, please run. The guard takes aim directly at Mare and Tolene. Vanish, you beastkin. He unleashes a massive blast of energy, but G1 moves to intercept it. The blast slams directly into the golem's chest. Mare and Tolene watch in horror as cracks begin to spread across G1's body. The powerful magic tool begins to disintegrate the golem's frame. G1 collapses to its knees, its body crumbling into dust. Tolene can't believe her eyes. This is. Meanwhile, back on the flying castle, alarms blare across the main monitor. Isla panics. Tikki-sama, please do something fast. Tikki desperately works at the controls while she attempts repairs. His eyes are locked on the screen. Shit, make it in time, he mutters. On the ground, Tolene stares at the remains of their protector. There's no way one of Tikki-sama's golems could lose. Tears stream down Mare's face. No way it could. Snapping out of her shock, Tolene grabs her daughter. Run away, me. She pushes Mare towards the captive elves. I'll buy you some time here, take the elves and fly away. She points to the sky. Use Tikki-sama's drone to tell them what happened. The sound of the explosion echoes through the city. Reinforcements will be here any second, Tolene warns. Hurry up. She gives Mare a firm shake. Pull yourself together, me, quickly. But Mare is frozen, paralyzed by fear and the thought of leaving her mother. A guard sees his chance and lunges for Tolene. I'll send you to hell together, parent and child. Tolene stands her ground, her fangs bared. Try touching even a hair on my daughter, I'll be the one sending you to hell. As Tolene engages the guard, one of the elves points them toward an escape route. Tolene expertly parries a sword strike, holding the line. Mare watches, her heart pounding in her chest. She can't do it. I can't abandon mother here. With tears in her eyes, she whispers, I don't want it. Distracted for a split second, Tolene is struck from behind by another guard. As her mother cries out in pain, something inside Mare breaks. Her eyes fill with a terrifying rage. No. An immense wave of frigid energy erupts from Mare's body. The one who will protect mother is me. The guards are instantly encased in thick ice, unable to move. Ice is shit. Tolene looks back, stunned by her daughter's incredible power. Mare grabs her mother's hand. She pulls her towards the exit. Mother, come here. But one guard, fueled by rage, shatters his icy prison. Like I'll let you run. He lunges forward, slashing Tolene across the back. Tolene cries out as the blade connects. Mare lets out a desperate scream. Stu ooh oop. In that instant, a hand of crumbling stone shoots out and grabs the guard's sword just inches from Tolene. The blade is stopped dead. It's G1 back from the brink. Golem, Mare cries with relief. The guard can only let out a terrified shriek. The golem, now fully restored, effortlessly overpowers the remaining soldiers. Mare falls to her knees, the adrenaline leaving her body. What a relief, the golem is back. Tolin pulls her up. Enough, let's leave this way. The group makes their escape. Mare holds her mother's hand tightly as they run. Fleeing through the alleyways, Mare thinks to herself, it's warm. Back on the bridge of the flying castle, Tikki sighs in relief. Good, it made it in time. Isla turns to him, what happened? Tikki explains, it looks like the golem overheated from the magic tool's attack and had an error. It returned to its original state after I restarted it. He clutches his chest. I thought my heart was going to stop, but it's a relief that everyone is safe. Still, that Empire magic tool is annoying. Isla points out a critical issue. The problem is the soldier who ran away. He'll report to the army and security will be strengthened. We have to inform the others quickly. Tikki gazes at the city below, his resolve hardening. Let's hurry, tonight we have to save all the elves. Elsewhere in the city, another rescue mission is underway. In a safe house, someone is enjoying a delicious meat skewer. It's Yuri looking completely satisfied. It's delicious. She's surrounded by a group of elves she's already rescued, offering them a feast. One of the elves is hesitant, but Yuri smiles warmly. You're all hungry, aren't you? Please help yourselves. She reassures the weary elves, it's all right, please feel at ease, the castle in the sky will protect you all. But with security tightening, how will Yuri save the rest? With another group of elves secured, Mare and Tolin watch as one of Tikki's golems rockets into the night sky, carrying the rescued to safety. Mare looks over at Tolin, reassuring her. Not at all, it wasn't a problem, the rescue even succeeded. Tolin breathes a sigh of relief, apologizing. Sorry to give you a fright, me, to think that the golem would just stop like that, that was my mistake. Meanwhile, Yuri observes the situation from afar, noting the downside of their recent success. However, didn't the security get stronger because of the fuss? It did, the guards have started moving. Back with the ground team, Isla feels guilty. I'm sorry, because I didn't use the sleeping powder. You were panicked, right? Don't worry about it. But then Isla's face lights up, remembering the fight. Aside from that, Mi's magic was super cool. Mare is caught off guard by the sudden praise, a deep blush spreading across her face. You've sure trained a lot, that was impressive. Tolin smiles warmly, agreeing with Isla. That's true, thank you very much for that, Mi. Overwhelmed by the compliments, Mare just giggles shyly. Isla is fired up for the next phase. When the golem returns, let's hurry and save the other elves. Up in the flying castle, Tikki monitors the mission's progress. The rescue is going quite smoothly. That's thanks to everyone's magic, though. Isla chimes in, impressed by one particular member. Yuri-san is especially amazing. She's already saved almost 10 people by herself. She looks so easygoing, but she really gets things done when she has to. Elsewhere in the city, under the cover of darkness, Yuri takes a well-deserved snack break, munching happily on some street food. Having just loaded another group of rescued elves onto a golem, she gives them final instructions. One of the elves is moved to tears, clutching a bag of food Yuri gave him. Thank you so much, to think we could actually escape, you're a goddess. Yuri just smiles, waving them off. Those words make me happy, please take care. As she continues her patrol, Yuri muses to herself. There's still one place I have to check. I'm surprised the Empire's security is so relaxed. I guess that's the foolishness of pride. Suddenly she stops, spotting something around the corner. 2 female Imperial soldiers walk by, clad in ridiculously revealing armor. Yuri watches them go, a thought beginning to form. So the women soldiers wear that kind of outfit, huh? A sly, mischievous grin spreads across her face. I just got a nice idea. Later, inside an Imperial barracks, a pair of guards stand watch. One of them is startled by an unexpected arrival. 2 stunning women dressed in the revealing female soldier armor appear before them. It's illusions of Mare and Schnee. The guards are completely flustered. Wow, what is it? What unit are you from? Are you new? A beastkin soldier, and this red head, I feel like I've seen her somewhere. Just as they're trying to process it, a commanding voice cuts in. Yeah, you're right, they're soldiers from a new unit directly under my command. The guards snap to attention as Yuri, perfectly disguised as the fearsome General Violet, steps into the room. General Violet. They question her presence so late at night, but Yuri coolly dismisses their concerns. I came to show these 2 the magic art of the elves. Unfortunately, I'm busy and don't have the luxury to choose the time. She then produces a bottle. I have a present for you. Here, drink, you're tired, aren't you? The guard hesitates. Is it alcohol? The illusions of Mare and Schnee lean in, their charm working overtime. Fufu, please enjoy. The guards are instantly captivated. Watching this entire scene unfold on a monitor, Isla is having a complete meltdown, screaming in embarrassment. Tikki is equally shocked. Wa emmi Schnee-san, what is that? He quickly puts 2 and 2 together, sweating nervously. It must be Yuri-san's illusion. That's somehow awkward. Tikki recalls Ditsun complaining about Yuri's infamous illusion pranks. Isla covers her face, begging him. Stop, please don't look, Tikki-sama, but it's too late. Sorry, I already saw it, he replies sheepishly. With tears in her eyes, Isla cries, I would never make that kind of shameless pose in such shameless clothes. I know it's just an illusion. Back in the barracks, the drugged bottle smashes to the floor as the guards collapse. Yuri, still disguised as Violet, stands over their unconscious bodies. Fufu, I hope you have a sweet dream. Via a drone, Tikki contacts her, impressed despite himself. Yuri-san's illusion was incredible. That's what we call a honey trap. Yuri teases a still mortified Isla over the comms. It fit you quite well, you know. Isla just pleads, please stop. Yuri reflects on her success. With this method we can make them drink the sleeping powder without hurting anyone. I should have used it earlier. Isla mutters, that illusion of me was embarrassing, so please stop it. Tikki asks Yuri-san, did you transform yourself into Violet-san? She confirms, that's right. I'm limited to making illusions of things I remember. So, did I play the role convincingly? He gives her a glowing review. Yes, that totally looked like her. It's impressive you were even able to deceive the Empire's soldiers. Yuri beams, delighted with her performance. Her next objective set, Yuri approaches a heavily guarded door with Afa and Ditsun. She expertly picks the lock and slips inside a dark corridor. Opening a cell door, she peeks in at the captive elves. Everyone, are you all right? The terrified elves shrink back. Who? Yuri explains, we're helping Afa-san. We're here to save you and return you to your hometown. But her words are met with disbelief and fear. One of the elves shouts, his spirit clearly broken. Evading the Empire, there's no way that's possible. Yuri is taken aback by their profound despair. They lash out, years of trauma boiling over. That's impossible. Leave us alone. You're trying to deceive us, right? Please stop. We don't want to feel more miserable than we already do. Just then a calm, familiar voice cuts through the panic. Calm down, this person is on our side. The elves look up to see Afa standing in the doorway. A wave of shock and relief washes over them. Afa, are you really Afa? He nods grimly. Yeah, it's a relief to see you all alive. Afa looks at his people, his voice heavy with guilt. Apologies, everyone, that it took me so long to come help you. Yuri quietly asks him, Afa-san, why are you here? He replies, I finished saving everyone in my area, so I came to meet up. But the other elves aren't convinced. One of them points an accusing finger. Afa, who's that woman? Do you really plan to leave the Empire? Another adds bitterly, to begin with, you betrayed us. We have no assurance you're not still on the Empire's side. Stepping forward, Yuri decides to clear the air with her full authority. I am the imperial country of Fleta's crown princess, Yuri Fleta. In consideration of Afa-san's demands and because of the suffering of the enslaved elves, we came to save you. She continues, offering them a glimmer of real hope. With Afa-san and with the castle in the sky, we plan to give assistance to all elves. The captive elves are stunned by Yuri's declaration. An imperial princess, is that for real? One asks while another murmurs, the castle in the sky. Yuri calmly addresses their doubts. If you want the full story, you can ask the cat beastkin at the border after you escape. The elves are still skeptical. The beastkin are involved too. Just how many of you are there? Desperate for an answer they can trust, one of the elves turns to their former leader. Afa, is any of this true? Are you really going to save us? Afa meets his gaze, his own eyes burning with conviction. I will save you all and send you home, even if it costs me my life, he vows. If you ever feel I'm betraying you again, you can kill me. His words hang in the air, silencing the room. The elves stare, shocked by the weight of his promise. Afa bows his head slightly, his voice dropping to a plea. Believe in me, I implore you. Tears well up in the elf's eyes, his doubt finally breaks. Understood, he says, his voice thick with emotion. I'll listen to you. With their trust finally won, the rescued elves follow Yuri and Afa out of the dark room. As they walk, Afa questions Yuri quietly. I thought the imperial country of Fleta wanted no part in this. Yuri glances at him. That's true, I'm acting on my own. It's fine as long as the Empire never finds out. She presses on, besides we're short on time. Security has been tightened, so we can't afford to be inefficient. Afa apologizes for his people's hostility. I'm sorry, Yuri shakes her head. There's nothing to be done, they've been profoundly traumatized. They need a place to heal and warm themselves, Afa says wistfully. If possible, a place like the castle in the sky. The thought triggers a memory, Isla's voice echoing in his mind. Tikki-sama is a warm person. He remembers seeing Tikki, without a moment's hesitation, giving blankets and warm drinks to the freezing beastkin they'd rescued. Isla's voice continues. There aren't many people who do things like that so naturally. Back in the present, Yuri looks at Afa with a knowing smile. He's someone we can rely on to heal and warm up frozen people, but first, we need to save them. A small, genuine smile touches Afa's lips. Yeah, you have my gratitude, he says. Let's hurry and help the elves return to their homeland. They arrive at the rally point where the rescued elves are met with a startling sight. What's that golem? One exclaims, seeing Tikki's mechs waiting for them. Suddenly Ditsun rushes forward, overjoyed. Ah, we finally meet up. I'm so glad you're safe, Yuri-sama. Yuri smiles, greeting her loyal court magician. Ditsun-sama. She gives him a playful thumbs up. I was worried about you, Ditsun-sama. Did you manage to save the elves on your end? He puffs up his chest with pride. I did, I'm a court magician, you know. Yuri continues to tease him. Ooh, you did great, causing Ditsun to get flustered. Are you making a fool of me? As the elves prepare to depart, one of them approaches Afa. Afa, I believe in you, let's meet again back home. Afa nods, his expression unreadable. Please be safe. He watches them go in silence, a heavy burden still visible on his shoulders. He looks up at the sky, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Yuri pulls Ditsun aside. Ditsun-san, from now on the three of us will be acting together. That's the plan, right? She nods towards Afa's back. Then, I need you to take a close look at Afa-san. Ditsun is confused. What is it? Yuri's eyes narrow slightly. It looks like Afa-san is hiding something from us. Ditsun can only react with a shocked "E." She explains, my life in the imperial country wasn't exactly calm. I can figure out when people are lying. Ditsun panics. What do you mean? Yuri simply replies, it's my intuition. As Afa walks ahead, Yuri adds cryptically, the ones being rescued aren't the only ones who are frozen. That's what it means. Ditsun breaks out in a cold sweat, completely baffled. What are you talking about? Before he can get an answer, Afa returns. Apologies for the wait, it's fortunate we all met up safely. He cuts straight to the point. As I said before, we're assembled here to rescue the elves from the inner palace. Ditsun realizes the implication. That means we have to infiltrate the palace, right? Afa nods. The plan is as I told you. We'll need Yuri Dono, the magician who uses illusions, to accompany me. Ditsun mutters under his breath, what's with him? His attitude is terrible. He complains to Yuri with puffed cheeks. Yuri-sama, he's been trying to disrupt the peace from the start, but Yuri is already focused on the mission. Then let's hurry. Afa speaks into a drone hovering nearby. Tikki Dono, keep the humanoid golems outside the palace and monitor us from the sky. From the castle, Tikki's voice replies, understood. Everyone, please be careful. Tikki adds one last instruction. If anything happens, contact me immediately. I'll move all the golems in at once. Yuri looks up at the drone. Yeah, please do that. She clenches her fist. In her palm is the communication ring Tikki gave her, their lifeline. Afa's face is set with grim determination as they prepare to move out. Their target looms in the darkness, the heavily fortified imperial palace. At a checkpoint, a guard recognizes them. Yuri is now disguised as the fearsome General Violet. Afa-sama, Violet-sama, you have returned. The trio approaches, Afa and Violet escorting their prisoner, a very unhappy-looking Ditsun. The guard eyes Ditsun. We captured this intruder on our way back. Isn't he the slave thief causing trouble in the city? I heard it was a beastkin, but maybe he's a companion. Afa doesn't miss a beat. We're taking him to the dungeon for questioning. Open the gate. The guard snaps to attention. Ha, understood. As they're led through, Ditsun fumes internally. Why is this always my role? Yuri, however, is enjoying herself, thinking, Yufufu, we're in. We safely enter the palace. High above, a drone silently watches them disappear inside the palace walls. Back in the castle in the sky, Tikki stares at the monitor. The golems and drones are on standby. I just hope this gets resolved peacefully. Isla clasps her hands together, praying, me too, but those three are strong, I'm sure they'll be all right. Tikki turns his attention to the rescued elves now resting safely in the castle. In the meantime, let's begin preparations to bring them back to their homeland. The full moon shines brightly over the empire, indifferent to the schemes unfolding below. Deep within the palace, a young elf woman named Fiatora stares out her window, unable to sleep. An older woman's voice calls to her, Fiatora, can't you sleep? Fiatora turns, startled. Your Majesty, I'm so sorry, did I wake you? The older elf shakes her head. Not at all. I can't really fall asleep today either. Her expression saddens as she adds, I was thinking about that child. I'll brew some tea, she offers kindly. Thank you, Fiatora replies softly. Her gaze drifts away, her eyes filled with a deep unspoken sorrow. She looks at a framed portrait of a family, a stern-looking elf lord, a woman who resembles her, and a small child between them. The question remains, will this rescue mission be enough to reunite them all? Chapter 20, the mission to rescue the last of the elves begins. High above the clouds, humanoid golems from the Sky Castle carry the recently freed elves through the starry night. But even in rescue, doubt lingers. One of the elves whispers anxiously, is what Afa said really true? We have no proof that woman was actually the princess. What if we were deceived? But her friend quickly shuts it down. You're saying that again? Let's have a little faith in our compatriot. She continues, trying to reassure her, it's true. Ever since the village, Afa has never let us down. As they descend from the sky, their eyes widen in shock at what they see below. They've arrived at a makeshift camp in the forest, where dozens of other elves, safe and sound, are gathered under the moonlight. The elves on the ground spot them, their faces lighting up with disbelief and joy. Did they rescue you all too? Everyone, you were alive. It's a reunion they never thought possible. One of the newcomers spots familiar faces, crying out their names Rito, Char. Tears of joy stream down their faces as they embrace. It's a relief, what a relief. Overwhelmed with emotion, they hold each other tight. The camp is filled with the sounds of relieved sobs as friends and family are reunited against all odds. Watching from a distance, Mare feels their happiness deeply, her own eyes welling up. She approaches a crying elf girl offering a warm bowl of soup. I'm happy for you, here, eat this and warm up. The girl accepts gratefully and soon the others are enjoying the comforting meal. Thanks, a lot, this soup is super good. For the first time in a long time they can relax, sharing a moment of peace. Tolling gathers a few of them to give a status report. I think we've rescued all of the elves who were imprisoned in the city. Based on all the intel we've gathered, the only one left is Phaetora. The news is grim but expected, as we thought. I had no idea she was being used in the inner palace. An elf turns to a drone hovering nearby. Isla-san, what has become of our village? Isla's voice responds, yes. On a monitor they see an image of their home, now occupied by an imperial military post but strangely empty. It's completely deserted. Afa's voice explains the phenomenon. The spirit tree only lets those it accepts live beside it. They were definitely rejected. Even if they try to stay, they'll be attacked by devil beasts, calamities, or misfortune. They won't last long. Aboard the flying castle, Tikki watches the feed, amazed. To think the spirit tree has this much power. He remains cautious. The Empire is a formidable enemy. We can't let our guard down. The city is already in an uproar over the mass disappearance of the elves. Back at the camp, Mare comes running up to the group. She slides in with a flourish announcing, Tada, the carrier preparations are over. Tolin smiles warmly, Ara, thank you me. One of the beastmen watching the scene remarks, this somehow reminds me of when we were saved. Tolin looks at him, realizing they share a common history. The beastman confirms it, then, you two are all, yeah, we received the slave emblem. We were saved by Tikki-sama and the castle in the sky from slave merchants. Tolin explains their own story. Our village was attacked by slave hunters. We've been hiding in the castle in the sky ever since. She offers them hope. The castle has been good to us in our village. With unwavering faith, she declares, Tikki-sama will definitely protect the elves' village too. Tikki's voice chimes in through a drone offering refreshments. For now, please have some food and water. We'll be ready to depart for the village soon. The elves murmur their thanks, grateful for his kindness. One of them asks the crucial question, what are you going to do about Phaetora? Afa's voice cuts in from the drone. Afa and the others are infiltrating the palace to rescue her now. Tikki clarifies the two-part plan. We will lead you to the village first. Then we will bring Phaetora back, along with Afa's team. Hearing this, the rescued elves surge forward, their fighting spirit ignited. We want to help too, please let us save her. Everyone from the village is family. Tikki gently turns them down. I'm happy to hear that, but for now, I need you all to rest. We can't rely on you for everything. Mare puffs her chest out proudly, declaring she and Shni will support the mission, only to immediately deflate, admitting she has no self-confidence. Shni winks, flexing, trust me. I ate a lot of meat to get strong for this. Mare deadpans, you just love meat, don't you? From the command center, Tikki details the tactical support. This strategy requires the golems, and you two are the most experienced at handling them. I've deployed 3 golems and 5 drones outside the palace to support Afa's escape. He adds, I also gave Afa a communication device from the castle, so I can stay in contact with them. Tolin looks to Shni, her expression serious. Shni, we're counting on you. Shni looks like she's about to have a panic attack. Mare tries to pump her up while simultaneously roasting her. It's all right, we have Tikki-sama's golems, she says cheerfully before adding, even though you already messed up once. It's amazing you can say that with a straight face. Shni tries to recover. As long as I don't fail again, it's fine, this is my comeback. The elves can't help but laugh at their dynamic. Hahaha, you're so energetic and positive. As the night deepens, the elves look up at the moon, sending their hopes to their friend in danger. Afa, we're counting on you for Phaetora. Let's definitely meet again in the village. Meanwhile, deep within the Empire, the infiltration mission is underway at the Grand Palace. A group walks through the barracks flanked by soldiers. General Violet, welcome back, they chant. But it's not Violet, it's Yuri, perfectly disguised with Afa and a captive Ditson in tow. Ditson is amazed by the reception. Violet is really popular, huh, he thinks. Afa internally fills him in, she's the one who controls the army from the shadows. Afa continues his thought, she's sweet to those who obey but for those who defy her. She'll cut them down with her words or sometimes with her blade. To sell the illusion, Yuri decides to lean into the role. She cracks a whip over Ditson's head with a sadistic grin. Pig, move faster, she snarls, making him yelp in mock terror. Ditson plays along thinking, how cruel Yuri-sama, while Yuri mentally congratulates herself. Hee hee, I'm sorry, did I look like Violet? Perfect. They arrive at a heavily guarded door. Afa lays out the path forward. Violet's torture room is under the barracks. From there, an underground tunnel leads to the dungeon, where a secret passage connects to the inner palace. Suddenly, two guards rush over, their excitement palpable. Violet-sama, are you going to question this villain? One of them makes an incredibly bizarre offer, striking a pose. Then, I'll be your chair tonight. But their path is blocked by two guards who are in the middle of a bizarre argument. What the hell are you saying? Today is my day to be the chair, one shouts while the other retorts, it's mine, follow the turn order. They eagerly explain to Violet that whenever she questions someone, she uses them as a human chair for training. A truly dedicated form of loyalty. Yuri, Afa, and Ditsun are rendered completely speechless by the sheer weirdness of the situation. Afa quickly whispers to Yuri, we can't bring them with us underground, refuse them. Yuri nervously agrees. One of the guards turns to her expectantly, Violet-sama. Yuri channels the cruel general perfectly. With a cold glare, she snaps, you're all pathetic. I'm not idle enough to train trash that can't even follow the turn order. She dismisses them with a wave of her hand. Get out of my way, stupid people aren't needed in the Empire's army. The guards are crushed, stammering an apology. As the trio walks away, the dejected guards can only watch. But then one of them picks up on a fatal mistake in Yuri's performance. Afa-san, the real Violet would never use such a polite honorific. Once they're out of earshot, Ditsun can't hold it in any longer and bursts out laughing. PF, you're a chair, she says. But the act has taken its toll on Yuri. She stumbles, looking pale. Afa rushes to her side. Yuri-sama, are you all right? She clutches her head, groaning in pain. I'm just a little tired, Yuri pants, I use too much magic. Afa looks around and deems the area secure. The patrol isn't coming, so it should be all right to undo your spell now. With a flash of light, the illusion shatters and Yuri collapses back into her true form, exhausted. Ditsun continues to tease her. You were rather high-spirited, weren't you? You almost became her. Yuri just sighs, Violet-san's work sure is tiring. But their moment of relief is cut short. A shadow falls over them. A guard steps out from the corridor, his voice booming, what's going on? The guards they just left behind have followed them. I knew it was suspicious. Afa dono, bringing outsiders into the barracks is forbidden. Afa curses under his breath, damn it, they followed us. Yuri is shocked, that's the Empire's soldiers for you, I didn't even notice them. The guards' brains seem to short-circuit as they piece it all together. There's no way Violet-sama wouldn't use us as chairs, and she doesn't say Afa-san. They let out a robotic roar of fury, error, Jayawo, their loyalty has turned into murderous rage. Afa's expression turns deadly serious. He gives a single command, run. Yuri turns to flee, but it's too late. One of the guards lunges forward, striking Ditsun down. Ditsun-sama, Yuri screams. That's the last straw for Afa. He unleashes a torrent of lightning from his fingertips, engulfing the soldiers. The guards scream in agony as the electricity courses through their armor. Is he rebelling? One of them manages to yell, shit, he is an elf after all. He raises his weapon, accusing Afa of betrayal. Even though the Empire was good to you, are you returning good with evil? Afa's eyes narrow, his voice dripping with ice. Silence. He unleashes the full force of his magic, a massive explosion of lightning that tears the entire hallway apart. Yuri and Ditsun watch in horror as the ceiling begins to collapse. Debris rains down, blocking their only escape route. Ditsun panics completely. What have you done? What are we gonna do if we can't return? Afa remains perfectly calm. We're heading to the inner palace, we won't be coming back to the barracks. He turns and continues down the path. Enough of that, let's continue. Even with the way blocked, they'll still end up coming after us. Ditsun is still freaking out, but Afa just coolly shuts him down, and the two start bickering. Watching them argue, Yuri can't help but smile to herself. You both are getting along, right? With the path behind them destroyed, they press forward, finding the hidden entrance to the underground tunnel. Afa lights the way as they descend the stone steps into the darkness below. They emerge into a vast, horrifying chamber. Yuri realizes with a chill, this place is the Empire's palace dungeon. The air is filled with the weak groans of prisoners. Faint cries for help echo from the cells lining the walls. Yuri and Ditsun look on, horrified by the scene. A weak voice calls out from a nearby cell. They see a prisoner barely human anymore, his body emaciated and broken. He looks at them with hollow eyes and begs, kill me. The sheer cruelty of the place is overwhelming. How cruel, Yuri whispers, while Ditsun can only let out a terrified squeak. Their attention is then drawn to a cell at the far end, one that is bound by an excessive number of heavy chains. This cell, Ditsun observes, it's locked up tighter than the others. From within the darkness, a raspy voice whispers, water. A man with long, matted hair and a deep scar across his eye looks up, his voice weak but steady. Water. Afa freezes, his eyes go wide with utter shock and disbelief. He recognizes this man, but who is he, and why is he locked away in the deepest, most secure part of the Empire's dungeon? Deep within the Imperial dungeon, a lone prisoner with a scarred face glares from his cell. Seeing his condition, the kind-hearted Yuri reaches through the bars. I'll cure your wounds and give you some water. But Ditsun grabs her arm, panicked. Yuri-sama, please stop. He pulls her back forcefully, pleading, this person, we don't know what they did, the people imprisoned here are criminals, this is dangerous. Yuri doesn't flinch, but this person is waiting for help. Ditsun continues to pull her away from the cell. Yuri-sama, think about your situation, besides, after using your illusions, your magic is nearly depleted. With a fiery resolve in her eyes, Yuri declares, I am not the type of princess who does nothing when someone in front of me needs help. Ignoring Ditsun's protests, she begins to heal the prisoner. As my friend, you should understand, right? Ditsun can only watch, defeated. He mutters, it's because I'm your friend that I'm even more concerned. Suddenly, Afa cuts in, his voice cold and sharp. He is a political criminal that planned a rebellion against the Empire's royal family. Afa reveals the man's identity, first prince of the Blau Empire, Schwarz, imprisoned for trying to kill his own father. At the mention of Afa's name, the prisoner's eyes snap open. This voice, court magician, Afa. Schwarz looks up at the elf, a faint smirk on his lips. It's said that elves don't change with age, but you seem to have changed quite a lot. He continues to taunt him, long ago, weren't you just a puppet in service to the army? Afa's composure shatters. Silence, he roars, the sound echoing through the dungeon. Ditsun flinches at his friend's sudden outburst. Yuri and Schwarz look on, the tension in the air now thick enough to cut with a knife. Trying to break the awkward silence, Ditsun nervously asks, so, what should we do now? We have to hurry to the inner palace, the guards will come if we don't leave. Afa states calmly, the only other people here are the wardens. Ditsun is confused. Losing his patience, Ditsun grabs Afa. What are you saying? You're the one who closed the only exit, this is a mouse trap. Afa simply replies, don't be so noisy, I have a plan. Ditsun explodes. Stop being so secretive, we're companions, why don't you just tell us everything, we know you're hiding something, what is it? Afa sighs, I thought it would be more tiresome to tell you but. He then pulls out a strange black rectangle, a smartphone. I borrowed this from Tikki Dono, though I can't read what's written, I remembered how to use it. Afa begins to explain his plan, flashing back to a conversation with Tikki about the captive magician, Violet. In this dungeon, there is a passage known only by high-rank magicians that leads to the inner palace. A spell is needed to open it, so I asked Tikki-sama to question Violet. However, Afa continues, that spell has a trick so elven magicians can't use it, the Empire doesn't trust elves. Knowing Violet's personality, she'd easily cooperate if we guarantee her freedom. Since I can't use the spell, you will be in charge of casting it, Ditsun. Ditsun is stunned but not for the reason Afa expects. From Tikki-sama, something from the castle in the sky, borrowed. Tears of pure jealousy begin to stream down his face. Not me, but him. Why not me, the senior apprentice, but a junior like him? He erupts into a full-blown tantrum. I'm so jealous, why are you the one? Afa can only look on annoyed. Damn, how troublesome. Watching the scene unfold, Yuri can't help but smile. Yufufu, you two get along, don't you? The two boys freeze, caught in their ridiculous argument. In Yuri's mind, she sees a vision of them laughing together, a testament to their strange but true friendship. Meanwhile, back at the flying castle, the situation is escalating. Alarms blare as guards scramble through the palace grounds. There are intruders, get your weapons, where are the magicians? A drone sent by Tikki silently observes the chaos from above. In the control room, Tikki watches the monitors with grim understanding. It looks like Afa-san and the others were discovered. He notes the position of his other allies. Mi and Shni are already close, the climax is finally approaching. His expression hardens with resolve. If it turns into a fight, no, I'll definitely protect everyone. My job is to save the elves and get them home. I'll provide logistical support, intel, and create an environment where everyone can work safely. A painful memory of his destroyed golem flashes in his mind. I won't let that happen again. It's all or nothing, I can only try to use everything I have. The scene shifts, flashing back to a lavish room within the castle. The red-haired magician, Violet, sits by a window as Isla approaches her. Violet looks over her shoulder, a sly grin on her face. Why would I do a favor for you? What do I gain? Isla gets straight to the point. Please teach us the spell for the dungeon passage. If you do, you will be free, we will let you return to the ground. Violet's eyes narrow, she immediately understands the implications. The dungeon passage, Afa, do you plan to go to the Empress's private quarters? She then changes the subject, her tone mocking. Princess Letitia, don't you hate me? Isla turns away, her past identity brought to the surface. Violet presses on. I am a court magician and a commander of the Empire's army. I made a slave out of you, threatened your homeland and planned a war. Isla looks out at the palace below. That's right, and for that reason, you are no more than a part of the Empire. Violet listens intrigued. You are just one side of the Blau Empire we saw, one gear that makes the Empire move. The same can be said for the elves. Enslaved by force, they lost everything, used as pieces by the Empire. It's only natural for me to hate and abhor the Empire. As a citizen of Azul, I love my country, even with my rights taken away. But then Isla turns back, her voice firm and clear. However, I am speaking with you as Isla, a citizen of the castle in the sky. Those feelings have no place here. As someone from the castle asking you for the spell and saving the elves, that's my duty. Violet scoffs. I see. Are you saying you've decided to become a gear for the castle in the sky, pledging loyalty to this boring place? Isla's eyes shine with sincerity. If my wish could be granted, that's what I would like. Violet burst into laughter, finding Isla's earnestness hilarious. You who betrayed and were betrayed by your homeland, now you'll serve this country. You don't learn, do you? What will you do if you're betrayed again? Isla clenches her fist, her voice unwavering. That won't happen. As long as this country's king is Tikki-sama, that will never happen. Violet continues her taunts. Didn't you only become a subject here because you were a slave? Tikki just collects strays for his own vanity. Isla snaps back. That's not true. Overcome with emotion, Isla makes a heartfelt declaration, blushing furiously. I am in this castle by my own will, this castle, everyone, I love them, I love Tikki-sama, I want to always remain by his side. Her sudden confession leaves her breathless and flustered. Violet, however, is merely amused. Is that so? If you feel that way, isn't it fine? She leans in close, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. But you know, humans are beings that can easily betray each other, isn't that so? Let's hope you don't shed tears when you're betrayed. Her words are like ice, sending a shiver down Isla's spine. Isla is left speechless, Violet's cynical warning hanging in the air. With a sly smile, Violet leans in close to Isla's ear and whispers the secret spell. Before Isla can react, Violet dashes past her. The place is at the crest of the lion, she calls out. She glances back, her expression dripping with amusement. I'll gladly teach you the spell if it helps me escape this boredom. Looks like I'll find the excitement I've been wishing for here. Isla is taken aback by Violet's next words. However, I'm glad I could speak with you, Violet admits. I thought you were a cowardly and miserable woman, but I was wrong. As she walks away, Violet pauses by a window. But let me correct something, she says, her back to Isla. I'm nothing like a gear of the Empire, please remember that. Isla watches her leave, finally responding, understood, thank you very much. She turns to her golem companion. A1 will bring you to the ground later, please wait a little. Once Violet is gone, Isla is left alone in the hallway with A1. The full weight of her earlier confession suddenly crashes down on her, and her face flushes bright red as her own words echo in her mind. I love Tikki-sama. She begins to tremble, completely overwhelmed by embarrassment. Mortified, she grabs her face. I got so excited and said something like that. What did I say at a time like this? She looks up at the golem with pleading eyes. A1-san, it's a secret, right? The golem remains silent for a moment. It then gives a single, decisive nod, and promptly bonks its head on the low ceiling with a loud clang. Isla manages a weak smile. A1-san, thank you. Shaking off her embarrassment, she gets back to the mission. Then, we have to hurry and teach Afa-san the spell. The mission to infiltrate the palace is back on track. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, Afa holds up the communication device. Isla's face appears on screen. Isla dono, did Violet, Ditson begins, but Afa cuts him off. Afa-san. Isla's voice comes through, clear and triumphant. Yes, I got the spell, she says, reciting the incantation. She continues, the place is at the crest of the lion. Watching from the control room, Tikki breathes a sigh of relief. I'm glad I asked her to do it. The spell is in a language I can't understand. If the pronunciation was wrong, it could have been bad. Beside him, Isla mutters, A1 isn't here, I'm safe. Tikki turns to her with a genuine smile. Thanks, Isla, you really saved the day. His praise sends Isla into a flustered mess. Why yes, you're welcome. Back in the dungeon, however, there's a problem. Afa's voiceover explains, a lion crest, we looked in every corner of the dungeon but there was nowhere with something like that. They come across a strange opening in the wall. What is this tool? Ditson asks, panting. Afa looks grim. It can't be, would Violet have lied? From the floor, Yuri, who had been resting beside the prisoner, speaks up. It's the garbage chute. Just outside the dungeon, a large pulley system for the chute sits unused. It's a service entrance, but specifically for trash. The chute was designed to dump refuse into the dungeon. The diagram shows how someone could slide down from an upper floor. The trash would then fall directly into the prison level. And hidden within the chute itself is the secret they were looking for, a symbol of a lion. Suddenly the prisoner Schwarz speaks. I was taught that this lion symbol was for emergencies. I didn't know the spell though. Hearing the new voice, Tikki asks over the comms, is there someone with you? Afa quickly dismisses him. Just a prisoner, no problem. Ditson looks disgusted. Garbage chute, getting covered by trash would be fine, but Yui. Before they can proceed, Schwarz stands up, supporting a weak and exhausted Yuri. I'm sorry to stop you, but this lady is. Ditsun cries out, Yuri-sama. Yuri pants, barely able to speak. Looks like I used up my mana. Schwarz addresses the others. She healed me with all her strength. I want to repay my debt to this lady, he declares. If it's fine with you, won't you let me help you out? He turns his gaze to Afa. Moreover, Afa, you benefit from this, so why don't you let me bring you to the inner palace? Afa narrows his eyes, suspicious of the offer. What is your objective? Schwarz pauses, considering the question. His face contorts with rage. Objective, I want to help my mother and friend escape the demonic hand of this frightening father and the citizens too. He stands before Afa, his intent clear. You haven't abandoned the idea of overthrowing the Empire's royal family yet. Several years have passed since you were imprisoned. Because time has passed, I have gathered strength, Schwarz states confidently. Even if I was imprisoned, the plan is moving forward. A crazed look fills his eye. I want to kill that man, whatever it costs me. He presents his offer as a simple transaction. Helping you out is linked with my objective. It's a beneficial relationship to both of us. Ditsun is immediately on board. That's perfect. Aside from Afa-san, we have no knowledge about the inside of the palace, and Tikki-sama's drones can't enter. But Afa cuts him off with two cold words. I refuse. His eyes burn with a chilling intensity as he stares down Schwarz. I'll be the one killing that man. Ditsun and Yuri are stunned into silence. In the control room, Tikki can't believe what he's hearing. Afa-san. Afa's voice is filled with venom. I will, with these hands, send him straight to hell. Tikki desperately tries to get through to him. Afa-san, what are you saying? I never heard about that. It was only saving the elves, Afa-san. Ignoring Tikki's pleas, Afa ends the call. Schwarz's expression hardens. So it's like that, that's why we don't need you, go sleep in your prison. In a flash he grabs Yuri, pulling her into a chokehold. He presses a makeshift blade to her throat. Yuri-sama, Ditsun screams in terror. Schwarz glares at Afa. I don't plan to hurt this lady, get me out of here and to my mother. Yuri looks on, terrified and powerless. Schwarz whispers to her, sorry, it's only for show, I won't hurt you. But seeing Yuri threatened pushes Ditsun over the edge. A dark, violent energy erupts from him as he roars, get your hands off of her. Just then, a shout echoes from the end of the corridor. This way, the intruders are in the dungeon. Afa whips around, realizing their time is up. Damn the guards. In the control room, the communication line is dead. Tikki can only shout into the silence. Afa-san, Afa-san. He stares at the blank monitor, the mission spiraling into chaos. What is going on? It was supposed to be about rescuing the elves, but... In the skies above, a war is brewing, but for a moment, we find a pocket of peace in a sunlit garden. Meanwhile, aboard the flying castle, Tikki paces the control room, his mind racing. He thinks to himself, Afa-san wants to kill Emperor Koenigs. That wasn't part of the plan. We were just supposed to rescue the elves, lend them some golems, and get out. Isla senses his distress, approaching him cautiously. Tikki-sama, did something happen? Tikki's eyes narrow with sudden, cold resolve. He gives a single command, let the golems storm the castle. His thoughts drift to the team on the ground. I have no idea what Afa is planning, but it's incredibly dangerous. Yuri and Ditsun are with him, and I can't even confirm if they've reached the inner palace. He formulates a new strategy. This is our chance. We'll send Violet to the ground, then use the golems as reinforcements. From her position, Violet feels the shift in intent and glares towards the control room. She mutters, sensing the killing intent directed at her. What terrible hostility. Facing Tikki and Isla, she concedes for now. I will resignedly accept your magic this time, but prepare yourself for next time. A malicious grin spreads across her face as she makes a vow. Tikki and Isla watch her, completely on edge. I'll definitely bring destruction upon your golems, she promises. I will absolutely destroy them. Tikki is visibly shaken by her declaration. He thinks to himself, this makes me want to avoid you as much as possible. But he stands his ground, shouting back, I will definitely not let that happen. Isla can only watch the tense standoff, whispering Violet's name under her breath. Violet scoffs, utterly confident. Phew, whatever you do, I'll win. As she and her golem escort are deployed, she adds, that's the only way it'll be fun. She descends from the sky castle, a harbinger of chaos for the city below. A final, smug glance seals her promise of future conflict. Suddenly, the sky fills with a swarm of insect-like drones, an unforeseen complication. What are those? The scene shifts to the grand, imposing imperial palace. Inside, a young elf, Fiatora, is hastily packing her belongings. An older woman, the Empress, peeks into the room. Fiatora, are you finished packing? Fiatora replies, almost. As she packs, her eyes fall upon a familiar plaid scarf. The sight sends her spiraling into a memory. This is what Schwarz-sama gave me when I first came here. The flashback begins, showing the captured elves shivering in the snow outside the palace. The other elves whispered in fear, what is the Empress thinking? What if they betray her and she gets attacked? But another knew the grim reality. Betray her? We can't, not with this slave mark. If I tried, my entire village would be executed. They've already killed so many. Through the cold, a kind voice cut through. A young boy, Prince Schwarz, approached Fiatara. Are you cold? He smiled gently. I heard that elves live in warm forests. Is it your first time seeing snow? Fiatara answered quietly, no, it does fall rarely in the forest. Schwarz, surprised, replied, really? I didn't know. Without hesitation, he took off his own scarf. Take this, it's warm, it would be bad if you caught a cold. Fiatara was stunned by his kindness. Boo but. Suddenly Schwarz tossed a snowball, breaking the tension. For the first time in a long time, Fiatara laughed freely. From a balcony, the Empress watched with a smile. Schwarz, you let your guard down, the young prince called back happily, mother. It was a rare, warm moment in a cold, cruel place. But the peace was shattered in an instant. Schwarz was sent flying by a vicious blow. Emperor Koenigs had appeared from the shadows, his face a mask of rage after backhanding his own son. Schwarz stammered, I beg your pardon, Faith. He was cut off by a brutal punch to the gut that knocked the wind out of him. The Empress screamed in horror, Schwarz. The force of the blow was sickening. Koenigs turned his fury on his wife. I told you to train him properly. She rushed forward trying to shield her son. Stop. Even in his pain, Schwarz cried out, please stop. Mother is not at fault, it was me. The Emperor sneered down at him. You weakling, you're only alive thanks to me. His voice dripped with venom. He kicked at the ground in a fit of rage. Damn, I'm irritated. His eyes were wild with madness. It's because I devoted myself to this country that you're even here. Bear that in your mind. As he stormed away, he roared, bring me the slaves, I'll tear them apart. The Empress rushed to her son's side. Mother, I'm sorry, he whispered. She held him close. It's fine, are you all right, Schwarz? Fiatara watched the horrific scene trembling. Stealing her nerves, she approached the battered prince and his grieving mother. She offered the only comfort she could. Both of you, I will heal you. The Empress looked at the young elf with tears in her eyes. Thank you, Fiatara. The flashback ends and Fiatara's voice narrates her realization. That was the moment I understood that the elves weren't the only ones imprisoned here. The Empire was a cage for everyone. And even so, Schwarz-sama was the only one brave enough to oppose the Emperor and start a rebellion. Back in the present, she clutches the scarf, her heart heavy with the memory. Schwarz-sama. An aide rushes into the room. Empress Sama, are your preparations complete? I've arranged a carriage and a boat, please hurry. The Empress is taken aback. A boat? I thought we were evacuating to the mansion. The aide explains the plan to defect. I thought you'd wish to seek refuge in Azul, we've already made arrangements. Fiatara is shocked by the suggestion. Defection. The aide elaborates, Azul is an enemy of the Empire. They might welcome us in exchange for information, but... The Empress's eyes harden. Her answer is simple and final. I refuse. She stands tall, her duty clear. I am the leader of the rebel army. Leaving and throwing away this country is something I cannot do. Fiatara stands with her. I decided to stand with you. I'm prepared to die to see that man buried. She reminds them of the stakes. Besides, I have the slave mark. My treason would mean death for me, the other elves, and for Schwarz too. The Empress reveals her true, daring plan. I will go too. We'll use this riot to save Schwarz-sama through a secret path. She takes charge, her voice filled with urgency. We will use the secret passage of the Lion Crest. Let's head to the dungeon and meet my son. Let's hurry before anyone gets suspicious. With a hand over her heart, she whispers her deepest wish. Schwarz, I'll finally see you again. Back in the palace, Fiatara clutches the scarf, lost in memories of the man who gave it to her. Schwarz-sama. Her thoughts are violently interrupted by the sound of shouting echoing from the dungeon. The intruders are in the dungeon, faster. Afa hears the commotion and his eyes narrow. Wah, the guards are here already. But the situation has already gone sideways. Schwarz has grabbed Yuri, holding a blade to her throat. Take me to the inner palace, he growls. Ditsun is frozen in shock, pleading, let Yuri-sama go. Seeing Yuri in danger snaps something inside Ditsun. Dark, violent magic begins to pour out of him. Damn it, annoying things always get in my way. What is this amount of magic power? He completely loses control, roaring with pure rage. I'm telling you to let Yuri-sama go. Yuri, caught in the middle, tries to de-escalate the situation. Please stand down, she begs Ditsun. But it's too late, a squad of Imperial guards storms the corridor. Intruders, prepare your... Before they can even finish their sentence, Ditsun unleashes a devastating wave of dark magic, completely obliterating them. The guards' screams echo through the stone halls. The sheer force of the blast sends everyone flying. Schwarz is stunned. What's with that impact? Is he out of control? He's thrown back, but Yuri twists her body to shield him from the worst of the blast. Schwarz looks down at her in disbelief. You protected me, are you all right? Across the room, Ditsun is still consumed by his berserker rage. Ah, he's out of control again, Schwarz mutters. Yuri desperately tries to reach him. Ditsun-sama, please calm down, I'm safe, Ditsun-sama. She knows this side of him all too well. Even though he looks like that, Ditsun-sama is one of the top magicians of the imperial country. Yuri recalls his past. To fund his golem research, Ditsun used to be a monster and thief hunter, making him a master of combat magic despite being a self-proclaimed pacifist. I see, that's why he tried to escape when we first met, she thinks. However, when Ditsun-sama falls into an extremely dangerous situation, he gets excited and ends up in an out-of-control state. Lost in his rage, Ditsun prepares another attack, his eyes glowing with power. In the name of a magician of the imperial country, I will. Let Yuri-sama go, I won't forgive you if you hurt her. He can feel his power surging, muttering, damn, I don't want to let things get any more screwed up. Suddenly, Afa lunges forward, grabbing Ditsun's hands and directly interfering with the raw magic. Ditsun, he shouts, calm down, don't be emotional, cool your head. Ditsun is shocked. Wah, you're interfering directly with magic barehanded, that's dangerous. Afa holds firm, his face inches from Ditsun's. I don't plan to harm you, step back, Yuri Dono is safe, stop your spell. Ditsun struggles, I know that, but Afa's voice is steel. You're the only one that can protect Yuri Dono, do you understand? The words finally break through the rage. Afa turns to the stunned Schwarz. Schwarz, we will take you to the inner palace, Afa states calmly. It's fine like that, right? Schwarz, seeing he has no other choice, reluctantly agrees. Yeah. With the immediate danger over, Schwarz releases Yuri. I'm sorry, she's fine. Ditsun immediately rushes to her side, his rage replaced with overwhelming relief. Yuri-sama, what a relief you're all right. He looks like he's about to cry. If Yanuel knew about this, he would be so worried. Tears well up in his eyes as he continues, I beg you, don't worry me any more than that. You are his only little sister, a princess of the imperial country, my precious friend. Yuri looks down, ashamed of her carelessness. Please pardon me, I was too careless. Afa watches them for a moment before taking charge. Ditsun, sorry, but for now open that passage with the lion crest, he orders. Guards are coming. Ditsun doesn't hesitate, performing the spell to activate the secret mechanism. A section of the stone wall begins to move. The lion crest glows as a hidden passage is revealed in the floor. Ditsun looks on in amazement. It really opened. Afa gestures for them to go. Please go to the inner palace, I'll handle the guards then follow you. But Ditsun is suspicious. That's. What are you going to do? He asks. Afa explains, if you find Fiatora, don't worry about me and run away. Fiatora is your first priority. I will handle this myself, Afa continues. More than that, I need to throw off the guards. He then tosses a communication device to Ditsun. Wait, I'll give you that. You'll be able to contact Tikki Dono, right? Afa's expression turns deadly serious. Sorry to get you involved. He turns his back to them, ready to face the oncoming guards alone. Ditsun realizes Afa's true intention. You, don't tell me you really. Afa's voice is cold. Please tell that to Tikki Dono, I'll be the one killing that man. With a final command, he sends them on their way. I entrust my family to you, go. Ditsun, Yuri, and Schwarz quickly descend into the secret passage. Just as they disappear, they hear the guards arrive. There he is, it's the magician Afa. The captain gives the order, fire. Ditsun looks back in horror, knowing the fate Afa has chosen. Yuri can only look on, worried for the elf who just saved them. Now safe within the dark, musty passage, the group moves forward. Yuri breaks the silence. Afa-san, I hope he's safe. Schwarz tries to reassure her. Afa is a talented magician, he won't die that easily. But he knows the truth. Afa was saying he wanted to kill the emperor, but even harming him is impossible, and he is engraved with the slave mark. Slaves can't turn against their masters. His ambition can't be fulfilled, Schwarz concludes grimly. Yuri looks ahead. Let's hurry, you are aiming for Fiatora, aren't you? Ditsun is surprised she knows. Schwarz nods. Fiatora is my mother's servant. I know her. In this riot, it would be great if she could escape the palace, but... As they continue down the narrow corridor, Schwarz suddenly stops. He senses something up ahead. A faint light appears at the far end of the tunnel. Please hide you too, Schwarz whispers urgently. Ditsun peeks around the corner. People are coming from behind. Schwarz corrects him, there are people in this passage. They're not behind, they're coming towards them. His eyes widen in shock. The approaching group is led by the Empress's aide, who calls out, Fiatora. The two parties come face to face. Fiatora is stunned. One of the Empress's guards demands, who's there? Schwarz's man shouts back, who are you, you bastard? While Ditsun panics, we're not suspicious people. But amidst the chaos, the Empress sees the disheveled man leading the other group. Her eyes fill with tears as she recognizes her long-lost son. Schwarz, he stares back, equally stunned. Ah. After years of brutal separation, Schwarz is finally reunited with his mother, the Empress, and his dear friend Fiatora in a tearful embrace deep beneath the imperial palace. In a hidden passage, an emotional reunion unfolds. Fiatora can barely believe her eyes, whispering, Schwarz-sama, as he embraces his mother, the Empress. A man in armor appears, surprised. Schwarz, you escaped the dungeon, but why are you all in a secret passage? The Empress, tears in her eyes, looks at her son. We were coming for you. Schwarz's voice is thick with regret. You look surprisingly well. What a relief. For not being able to free you for so long, I am so sorry. I cannot ask you to forgive me. He explains the situation. It's fine. The pressure from the pro-Emperor faction was overwhelming, but with this, I think we've deceived them and bought some time. Schwarz gestures to his companions. This lady, Yuri Dono, healed me. I wouldn't even be able to move without her. These people also helped me escape. The Empress eyes the newcomers with suspicion. Yuri. Suddenly Ditsun recognizes the elven girl. Fiatora-san, you're safe. We came here with Afa-san to rescue you. Fiatora freezes. With Afa. The realization hits her like a physical blow. Then, did Afa start this riot? What is he thinking? Tears well up in her eyes as she despairs. Even if we return to the village, we still have the slave mark. They'll just bring us back. Ditsun quickly reassures her. Please calm down. All the other elves have returned to the village. You're the only one left. Yuri steps forward, a massive golem looming behind her. The golems from the castle in the sky will come with us. We are the rescue brigade formed by Afa-san and the castle. The Empress is stunned. The castle in the sky? I thought it was just some nonsense from Koenig's delusional mind. It really exists. Fiatora looks around frantically. Where is Afa? I don't see him. Ditsun's expression turns grim. Well, he stayed behind in the dungeon to defeat our pursuers. He delivers the final, shocking piece of news. He also said that he will kill Koenig's. Fiatora's world shatters. Schwarz tries to calm everyone down. Stay calm. Afa has a slave mark. He can't use magic against his master, regardless of his determination. But Fiatora knows better. No, that's not the case, Schwarz-sama. It might be true for generic slaves, but... She reveals a ring on her finger. I heard that Afa received an Empire treasure-class magic item from the Emperor himself. She explains the terrifying loophole. Slave magic prevents a direct offensive spell, but by using an indirect spell, it's possible to kill the master. The method is a suicide mission. By making everything other than the master explode, fire, flood, but for it to work, the caster has to be in the same place as the master. Ditsun pales, understanding the implication. You mean, there's a chance the caster and master will die together. He argues, but isn't it true that a slave's body will move on its own to protect their master? Yuri confirms, yes, that's true, but... Fiatora begins to explain a dark elven secret. A magic item doesn't just amplify strength, it can be linked to the caster. A grim flashback illustrates the point. An elf lies dead, but his spell continues to rage. If the caster dies while the spell is running, the magic item will keep it going. The final piece of the puzzle clicks into place. Even with the slave mark, if they're already dying, they can't save their master. The horrifying conclusion hangs in the air. By killing themselves, they can kill their master. The group stands in stunned silence. Fiatora's voice is heavy with dread. It's even more of a problem because Afa is resolved. Ditsun can't accept it. He's willing to sacrifice himself to kill the Emperor. Fiatora explains the precedent. This is a famous story among the elves. A hero once used this same method to permanently hide the way to our spirit tree, making themselves a sacrifice. Ditsun clings to a sliver of hope. It's a deduction, right? We can't be totally sure. But Fiatora crushes that hope with certainty. Afa will probably do the same. The general turns to Ditsun, his expression serious. Sorry that I got you involved. Ditsun is at a complete loss for words. Cutting through the tension, Yuri makes a declaration. Let's save Afa-san. She looks at Ditsun with knowing eyes. Holding yourself back doesn't suit you, Ditsun-sama, aren't you concerned? He looks away, conflicted but honest. Yes, if I listen to my conscience, I don't want him to die. Yuri presses her case. He's an elf as well, our plan was to save them all. Tikki-sama would certainly say the same. Fiatora interjects with a dose of reality. However, Yuri-sama, you've spent all your mana. Please, head to the elf village with me using the golem outside. She refuses vehemently. I am staying with the Empress, I won't go to the village. What are you saying? We came here for you. Fiatora's resolve is firm, her duty clear. The Empress cuts in, her mind already on strategy. I understand Afa is trying to kill Koenig's, but since this plan requires the caster to die first, isn't there a serious probability it will only hurt, not kill him? Ditsun admits she has a point. We can't be sure of the outcome. The Empress turns to her son, her eyes cold as steel. Schwarz, can you move? Yes, General, the sword. The general presents the weapon to Schwarz. Her command is absolute and chilling. In case the caster fails, you will cut off his head. A lifetime of hatred fuels her voice. This is my life's one wish. Kill that man, consign him to oblivion. The general bows. I have received your order. Yuri and Ditsun can only watch, horrified at the brutal turn of events. But Fiatora isn't horrified, she's determined. Schwarz-sama, I will join you. Ditsun is frantic. Wait, why did it turn out like this? Schwarz's gaze is unwavering. I said it earlier, didn't I? I want to kill Koenig's by any means necessary, and Mother and Fiatora are members of the rebel army. The reality of the situation sinks in for Ditsun. Yuri watches the new alliance form, her expression unreadable. She makes her decision. I will help, it's better to have more mages, right? Ditsun is shocked. Yuri-sama. She looks at him pleadingly. Ditsun-sama, could you listen to my selfishness a little longer? Faced with her earnest request, Ditsun is left speechless. He gives a silent, reluctant nod of agreement. Yuri turns to Fiatora, taking her hands. Let me share some of my mana with you, it's a secret elven art. Fiatora accepts gratefully. With this, I can carry out my duty. Yuri thinks to herself, it differs from my expectations, but this is for the imperial country of Fleta, and also for the empire. Meanwhile in the dungeon, Afa confronts his pursuers. There he is, it's the mage Afa, unleash your spells. The guards sneer at him. Afa dono, why are you doing this? In the end he's just an elf. The marked slaves are less than human, they are beasts. Afa listens to their insults, a cold smile playing on his lips. I see. Lightning crackles around him. Then, like a beast, I'll show you my fangs, he snarls, electrocuting a guard who screams in agony. Another guard shouts, don't you understand? If you do this, your life, and the lives of the other elves will be over. We saved them all. Afa's power surges as he scoffs at their ignorance. Haven't you realized yet, there is a limit to stupidity? The guards recoil in fear. He unleashes a wave of energy, his voice dripping with contempt. Deceit, self-conceit, arrogance, you overestimate yourselves. His rage builds. The empire will bring civilization to the elves. Bring fortune, you were so haughty about it but you don't even realize when you're wrong. He clenches his fist, electricity arcing between his fingers. It's impressive you can say that after taking everything from us. His eyes glow with murderous intent. If you're people and I'm a beast, how does it feel to be trampled by that beast? A massive wave of lightning erupts from Afa, engulfing the guards in a blinding flash as they scream in agony. The remaining guards stumble back in terror. He's dangerous. He's becoming insane, one mutters while another laments, shit, if Violet-sama were here. Their fear turns to desperation as an order rings out, kill him, kill the rebel Afa. But Afa is unmoved, electricity crackling around his hand. With a calm, chilling resolve he declares, I am no longer afraid. This is my atonement, he says, his mind drifting back to a time long past, to show the pride of the elves. The violent present fades into a warm memory of his village where the elf chief proudly presents a new brick oven. Look, Afa made this. Other elves gather around, curious and impressed. Hot, chief, what is that? One asks while another worries, with this much heat won't the bricks break? Afa, standing quietly behind them, reassures them. No problem, pyrophyllite was mixed into those bricks, they can resist high heat. The chief beams with pride. Pyrophyllite is hard to gather around here. Afa did his best gathering it and making the bricks. She pulls out loaves of freshly baked bread, the fruits of his labor. Thanks to that, I could bake a lot. The community shares the food, a picture of simple happiness. There's plenty of fruit, tasty. The chief offers Afa a drink, drink this too. She holds out a cup of fruit tea. You like fruit tea, right? Her eyes are full of warmth as she reminisces. We used to drink it a lot a long time ago when I was teaching you magic. Afa, you became a respectable elf. As your teacher, I'm happy. Afa remembers that feeling, a gentle smile on his face. Internally he thinks those were gentle days. Then his voiceover cuts through the memory like glass shattering. Then, they suddenly fell apart. The image shifts to the horror of their village burning as the elves are captured and led away into slavery. Even as they are shackled, the chief's voice is strong, even if we receive the slave mark. Without throwing hope away and staring straight ahead, this is the pride of elves. One day we will definitely come back to the spirit tree. She turns to the others, her gaze firm. Promise me that you will hold on to this pride in your chest. A young elf, tears in her eyes, replies, yes chief, I promise. The chief's final command echoes in his mind. Hold on to the pride of the elven race. Afa's narration turns grim, however the reality was not that sweet. What was waiting for us was a total separation. Prohibiting us to meet, cutting off our community, making us watch excruciating tortures and executions. Harsh labor and limited sleep, non-nutritional food, frequent torture. In the middle of all that, our minds and bodies weakened. They broke us step by step. If you listen to what is said, you won't die. We began thinking like that. Soon, he recalls, I climbed up to become a court mage of the empire. I became a puppet that fulfilled his role without thinking. His voiceover continues. It was on a day after many decades. A sound at his window startles him. A cloaked figure calls his name, Afa. He turns, shocked to see a familiar face, Fiatora. Instinctively, he rushes to the window, his voice a harsh whisper. It's prohibited to meet other elves. What are you doing? Fiatora's voice is hollow, delivering a single devastating blow. Chief was killed. Afa's world stops. Fiatora continues, her voice breaking. At her workplace, she was continuously tortured by the guard, and like that, she died. Tears streamed down her face. Her body was thrown in the river. We can't even hold a funeral. Afa can only stammer it can't be. Fiatora's grief turns to fury. I can't endure it, that people dear to me are suffering, I can't forgive it. She looks him dead in the eye, her resolve hardening. Afa, I am in the rebel army. He can only stare, stunned into silence. She tells him their plan. We will drag the pro-emperor faction down and raise a revolution. Afa, still the puppet, snaps back, stop being stupid, but Fiatora is relentless. I'm serious. How many do you think died because of Koenigs? Her voice rises with passion. It's not only that, man, this whole country is twisted. In order to save everyone, we have to fix it right away. Her words finally break through his conditioning. As she explains that the other elves have been preparing for this, Afa is struck by a horrifying realization. What have I been doing? He collapses, the weight of his inaction crushing him. By only valuing my own life and forgetting to think. Throwing away hope and accepting despair, I succeeded in becoming a puppet of the empire. He sees the chief's smiling face in his mind. I forgot about the pride of the elves. His narration picks up again. Soon after, Schwarz received a life sentence, in a one-sided pro-emperor judgment. With that, I thought Fiatora wouldn't make any mistakes, that the rebellion was over. However, in my heart, my will for vengeance was raging like thunder. A storm of hatred was brewing inside him. I imagined myself killing Koenigs, many times, many times, many times. Then fate delivered him a weapon. He remembers the day Koenigs himself offered him a gift. Take this ring with you. The very magic item that could bypass the slave curse. Afa accepted it, his true intentions hidden behind a mask of obedience. Looking out over the empire that had taken everything from him, a plan began to form. He thought to himself, the pieces are all present. His path was now clear. Back in the present, Afa unleashes his full power. I'll use everything for my vengeance, even my own life. Standing before the palace, his voice echoes with absolute conviction. Vengeance is mine, Koenigs, I'll definitely kill you. But high above, unnoticed, a small drone observes the entire scene. Miles away in the castle in the sky, Tikki jolts in his chair, eyes glued to the monitor. A look of grim determination crosses his face. I found you, Afa-san. Meanwhile, inside the palace, the chaos hasn't gone unnoticed. An attendant complains, noisy, it's too noisy. The decrepit Emperor Koenig screams, who is causing this riot? His servant pleads, Majesty, your luggage is finished. Please hurry and escape. Koenigs is dismissive. We killed everyone from the resistance, right? A guard corrects him, it's not the rebel forces. Schwarz-sama is in the dungeon, but... The attendant delivers the shocking news. This time, it seems that Afa is rebelling. Koenigs's attendant expects fear, but instead, a slow, sinister smile spreads across the Emperor's face. Interesting, why don't we go meet him? He savors the name on his lips, Afa. His servants are horrified. No way, this can't, your majesty. But their pleas are drowned out by the sound of Emperor Koenigs's wild, maniacal laughter. High above the imperial palace, Tikki's drone hones in on its target. His voice echoes with a mix of relief and urgency. I found Afa-san. But Afa's face, seen in a flash, is a mask of cold fury. Tikki realizes the terrifying truth behind his friend's mission. The one that will kill this man is me. I have to find out his true intentions. Back on the flying castle, Tikki and Isla watch the monitor intently as a call is patched through to Afa's device. Isla points, her voice trembling with anticipation. Ta Tikki-sama, this. As the connection finalizes, Tikki leans in, shouting with hope. The call connected, Afa-san. But the face that fills the screen is not Afa's. It's Ditsun, screaming in a panic-stricken close-up, Tikki-sama. Tikki flinches back from the screen. Ditsun-san, you're too close, step back. Isla is just as confused, Ditsun-san's voice. On the ground, it's Yuri holding the device. Tikki-sama, we met Fiatora-san, she reports, while Ditsun pants with exhaustion and relief beside her. Ditsun is overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. What a relief, I'm happy to hear you're safe. Fiatora, meanwhile, looks on in amazement at the magical communicator. Suddenly, a gruff voice cuts in as a new figure steps forward. You're Fiatora-san, right? Forgive my rudeness, but I request an audience with the Sky King as well. Aboard the castle, Tikki and Isla are startled by the unexpected appearance of this stranger. Who? Isla recognizes the man's weathered face instantly. You are Schwarz Blaudenka, why are you? The man, Prince Schwarz, calmly reassures them. I'm not an enemy, so please don't worry. Tikki processes the new information. Schwarz Denka, so he's the prince. Ditsun quickly explains their objective. We'll save the details for later, we're going to rescue the magician Afa. The word rescue hangs ominously in the air. Then the horrifying truth is revealed. Afa plans to kill Koenigs at the cost of his own life. The words slam into Tikki and Isla, their faces contorting in shock. His life. Fiatora looks down, his voice heavy with guilt. I once told Afa about the death of a fellow elf. I became a little emotional, I might have incited him. Tikki stares at the screen, a cold dread creeping into his heart as he realizes his own words may have pushed Afa down this dark path. Ditsun provides an update on Afa's last known position. Afa-san is currently progressing to the northwest after leaving the barracks. Yuri's expression darkens with her own regret. So he returned to the surface after all. I just found him with the golems if we don't stop him immediately. She bows her head, tormented by the thought. Afa-san, you were cornered too when you proposed this plan. For only being cautious about Violet-san and not worrying about Afa-san, I'm responsible too. She thinks, the weight of her oversight crushing her. Prince Schwarz steps forward, taking command of the situation on the ground. You are the most knowledgeable about the inside of the castle. I will protect you all with the golems, so please lead us to where Afa-san could be going. From the bridge of his castle, Tikki relays the plan to his pilots. Me Shni, did you hear? Inside her golem, Mare gives a thumbs up. It looks like you will have to rush in soon. She responds with a determined yes. As they prepare to launch, Mare wonders aloud, Afa-san does he want revenge? Shni looks out towards the imperial palace, her expression somber. I can probably understand Afa's feelings. She reflects on their own past, on the cruelty they narrowly escaped. Without Tikki-sama's help, if we too had been enslaved and our family had suffered, I would probably end up thinking about frightening things too. Her expression hardens with resolve, but if we don't stop him. Shni's voice rises with passion. I don't want my family to die, for the elven people too. If Afa died for vengeance, I think they would be sad. Mare looks at her friend, her own determination renewed. You're right. Suddenly Shni's eyes go wide with shock and awe. An entire army of golems descends from the sky, a massive show of force ready to storm the capital. There are so many golems. On the ground, Afa cuts through imperial guards when he sees the sky fill with his allies. So they came. He can't afford to wait for them to engage. Unleashing a powerful spell to clear his path, he pushes forward. I have to hurry. The blast of magic sends the imperial soldiers flying. Panic erupts as the guards realize the scale of the attack. Enemy raid, it's an enemy raid. An officer recognizes the machines. Damn, the allies of the rebel Afa divide into two groups, chase Afa, those are the same golems that appeared at Azul. As the main golem force lands, smaller drones swoop down from above, unleashing a barrage of projectiles. The castle in the sky is attacking us, a soldier screams. Shni lands gracefully amidst the chaos, ready for battle. The imperial soldiers quickly adapt their strategy. Fire the magic items work on them. They launch a volley of glowing energy, orbs towards the sky. With a crackle of energy, Shni shatters an incoming blast with her gauntlet. It won't work a second time, I did it. Enraged, the imperial officer bellows, send more. A much larger volley of magical energy streaks towards the golems. One of Tikki's humanoid golems is engulfed in the magical explosions, smoking and seizing up. Ah no, Mare cries out. But Tikki's calm voice cuts through the comms. Don't worry me. He explains it was an issue that the golems shut down temporarily due to high heat, so before the temperature reaches that limit. A small insect-like robot zips past, spraying the overheating golem with a coolant. The smoking golem immediately stands up, fully functional again. I thought up a countermeasure, Tikki finishes. I didn't know if the extinguisher from the castle would work on magic fire. It was an all-or-nothing plan. I didn't have time to equip every golem with high heat resistance, so I had no other choice. He continues, the robots working in the fields always have water or extinguishers. This time, I changed their specialization in a hurry and brought them along. The little bot, Pai-chan, glares menacingly at the enemy. Mare is ecstatic. Pai-chan, you could do that, Tikki sounds amused. You call it Pai-chan. The little bot turns its attention to the imperial soldiers. Pai-chan has an extinguisher, water end. It unleashes a new weapon, spraying the enemy soldiers with a thick white substance. The soldiers are instantly trapped, their armor covered in the goo. What's this sticky thing? It doesn't come off. Tikki explains his latest invention. I gave it adhesive so it can restrict enemies' movements. Mare cheers, amazing, you're awesome. Seeing an immobilized enemy, Shni gives the order. Attack this round one first. A humanoid golem immediately follows through, delivering a devastating punch. With their enemies trapped, the golems and Pai-chan prepare to clean up. Tikki gives a final instruction. Pai-chan doesn't have a fighting function, so support him as much as you can. Shni acknowledges, understood. Just then the rest of the ground team, Yuri, Ditsun and the others, emerge from the passage, arriving on the chaotic battlefield. Shni calls out to them, Me-san, Yuri-san. Shni is just about to celebrate their reunion. What a relief, we me. But her words are cut short as an imperial soldier lunges forward, weapon raised. Before the soldier can land a blow, Prince Schwarz intercepts, brutally cutting him down to protect Fiatora. He stands over the fallen soldier, turning to Fiatora. Are you unhurt, lady? She nods. Why, yes. The other soldiers are in shock, realizing who just saved her. Schwarz has escaped, kill him. But Fiatora isn't letting the prince get distracted. She grabs him, magic crackling in her hand. With a fierce look, she gets right in his face, ready to snap him back to reality. Schwarz-sama, please don't lose focus, she commands. This is a battlefield now, the prince, taken aback, can only mutter sorry. Her words hit home. Schwarz turns to the imperial soldiers, his own former guards, and roars, "You damn rebel army." Just then, a new threat emerges. An imperial officer gloats from atop a monstrous, insectoid golem. Let's see if you can endure an attack from the latest model. This golem was made with the fangs and bones of wyverns. It will destroy you all. The team can only stare in horror at the new enemy. While the others are shocked, Schnee just looks annoyed. Oi, a golem of the Empire. The wyvern golem lets out a deafening roar and immediately swats one of Tikki's humanoid golems, which lets out a pathetic little "hi tilde" as it's sent flying. Pai-chan leaps into action, spraying its adhesive everywhere. But the streams of goo just splash harmlessly off the massive golem's armored carapace. Tikki, watching from the flying castle, panics. It's too big, the adhesive isn't working, and he's agile, totally different from the previous golems. But his team on the ground is already moving. Yuri shouts, "Please, leave it to me." Ditsun calls out the plan, "Yuri-sama, wind please." Yuri confirms, "I know, Ditsun-sama." The two mages begin to chant in unison. After all, wind magic is pretty effective against big monsters or golems, Yuri says with a confident smile. Here we go. A massive vortex of wind begins to swirl around them, kicking up dust and debris. The wind pressure is immense, buffeting the giant golem and forcing it to brace itself. Seeing her opening, Schnee yells to the sky, "Me-san, ice please." High above, Mare struggles to stay stable on her flying golem. She steels herself, thinking, calm down, unlike that time. Focusing her power, she unleashes a torrent of jagged ice magic from above. The combination attack is devastating. The wind spell batters the golem while the ice freezes its legs solid. Mare shouts in triumph, "It can't move now." All, down below, Schwarz and Fiatora are stunned. Strong, so these are the people from the sky. With the monster locked down, Fiatora's mind goes back to their real goal. Afa, where is he? As if on cue, a drone flies overhead, broadcasting an update. Afa has entered the fortified area. The Imperial soldiers trapped in the adhesive panic. The fortified area, we have to hurry, damn, if only Violet-sama were here. And as they speak her name, the scene cuts to the enigmatic Violet, walking calmly through the castle's halls. She looks on with a cold, calculating expression, utterly unfazed by the chaos. Passing by some of Tikki's defeated golems, she scoffs, "So this golem didn't work either. Well, it's not something I made, so it's only natural." A humanoid golem stands before her, waiting silently. She looks at the machine, her new pawn. "You will follow me, right?" With a faint, sinister smile, she adds, "Let's go quickly." The golem remains silent, its purpose now aligned with hers. Meanwhile, Afa's rampage continues deep within the palace. He walks through a grand hall, leaving a trail of defeated guards in his wake. The last of them fall, twitching from the residual effects of his magic. He reaches the massive doors to the throne room, his arm scarred by the dark magic he's been forced to use. With a surge of power, he casts a spell, causing glowing runes to seal the doors permanently. Inside, he stumbles towards the empty throne. Exhausted and bleeding, Afa collapses onto the seat of the emperor he came to kill. He clutches a magic item, causing a small orb of light to illuminate the dark, cavernous room. A voice cuts through the silence, "Even though I didn't kill you because I was curious about you." What a shame! Emperor Koenig steps out of the shadows, his face a mask of twisted amusement. Afa looks up, a defiant smirk on his face. Koenigs continues, "A shame, you don't really seem to think so, though. I thought you would come. Because you're a weird person." Afa scoffs back, "You're one to talk." Koenig seems to enjoy the banter. "It was unexpected for you to cause so much trouble, and I love the unexpected." He spreads his arms wide, a mad grin on his face. "From this point on, your execution will start. I will look on while you die in pain." "It's the stimulus of life," he hisses, his eyes wide with glee. "It makes one feel alive." Afa glares, his patience completely gone. He raises a hand, magic gathering at his fingertips. "You certainly talk a lot, that part of you is disgusting." With a roar, Afa unleashes his final spell. The throne room erupts in magical fire. The Emperor's mages cry out, as expected, a spell, "Protect His Majesty." One of them tries the door, only to find it sealed tight. "I can't open the doors, they're sealed by a spell, they won't open from either side." As the inferno rages, Afa calmly explains his trap. "The dome of this throne room is made out of pyrophyllite bricks. I made something similar a long time ago," he recalls, "though it was a lot smaller." He looks at the panicked mages and the smiling Emperor. "An execution, huh? Let's see how it goes." With a serene yet chilling smile, Afa accepts his fate. "I look forward to dying." But Emperor Koenigs just grins back, his eyes wide with manic glee, completely unfazed by the flames. The question hangs in the air, will the rescue team make it in time? The battle for the capital rages. Outside the palace, an Imperial guard is overwhelmed by the sheer number of rebels. "Damn it, there's no end to them," he shouts, trying to hold the line. reinforcements should be here soon, just endure it. But leading the charge on horseback is the Empress herself, her face set with grim determination. Her soldiers cry out, "Her Majesty the Empress is starting the revolution." Miles away, Schwarz and his group see the plumes of smoke rising from the palace, a silent signal that the plan is in motion. At the same time, a figure watches a brilliant streak of light descend towards the chaos. It's General Violet, her golem standing by her side. She stares at the smoke billowing from the palace, her mind racing. Smoke, is that, General Violet? Inside the throne room, an inferno erupts, the sound of roaring flames echoing through the grand hall. Emperor Koenig stands calmly amidst the chaos as his mages panic. "Protect His Majesty," one screams. "Stop the fire," yells another. But Afa, the source of the blaze, clutches his hand in agony. The slave mark is pulsing. "Damn it, why aren't the flames going out?" he groans, realizing the magic support item on his finger is amplifying the spell beyond his control. Afa looks up, a bitter smirk on his face. "Indeed," he says, "you understand, don't you? Cowardly mages like you can't do anything against it." One of Koenig's mages points a trembling finger, using the magic support item given by His Majesty for such savagery, Koenig's. Afa's eyes narrow with hatred. "You shouldn't have given me this magic support item." He glares directly at the Emperor. "You will die from your own mistake," but Koenig's just scoffs. "Aren't you saying something funny?" the Emperor sneers, his voice dripping with contempt. "For a slave." With that word, the slave mark activates. Vicious black tendrils of energy erupt across Afa's body, forcing an agonizing scream from his lungs as Koenig's coldly commands, "Stop the fire. Cancel your spell." But through the searing pain, Afa begins to chuckle, a low, broken sound. He falls to his knees, his laughter growing louder, more unhinged, echoing through the burning throne room. The dark energy continues to tear through him, a physical manifestation of his curse. Koenig's watches unfazed. "You seem to be in a rather good mood," he mocks. "Do you like to suffer that much?" Afa's laughter continues, a chilling sound that unnerves the Emperor's guards. He lifts his head, a crazed, blood-stained grin plastered on his face. One of the mages stares in disbelief. What's with him? The heat and smoke become overwhelming, forcing the mages to shield their faces. One of them rushes to the Emperor's side. "Your Majesty, please step back, this is dangerous," he urges, then turns to Afa. Why are you protecting this trash?" He glares at Koenigs with confusion. He's a slaughterer that stepped on people's lives. From the floor, Afa spits back, "It's the same for you. Usurping land, killing the local population because they were in the way, stealing their culture, killing them after you took all their knowledge." The mages are incensed. "He is a great person who guided the empire to prosperity and a new age. We are grateful for the favors His Majesty Koenigs has given us." Another chimes in, spouting the empire's doctrine. Sacrifices are needed for the prosperity and development of humankind. Afa looks at them with pure pity and disgust. "To think you don't even understand that, you really are an inferior being." His voice drops to a venomous whisper. "Then you should have become the sacrifices. Your parents, your wife, your daughter, your son, you should have made them slaves and sacrifices." Afa roars with all his remaining strength. "If you want to progress, do it yourselves, don't get us involved." But Koenig simply waves a dismissive hand. "It can't be helped. The value of the life of an imperial citizen and an elf are totally different," he states matter-of-factly. "You're no different than the stones around here. Who would complain if you changed some stone into sand? What's so bad about gathering some stones and using them? The one that put value on your useless selves was the Empire." A twisted, cruel smile spreads across his face. "Show some gratitude, we gave your deaths meaning." The Emperor's words are the final straw. The slave mark surges, and Afa is completely overcome by agony. His consciousness begins to fade. I'm dying," he thinks, his life slipping away. Suddenly, the grand ceiling of the throne room shatters. A winged golem descends from the sky, backlit by the moon, carrying General Violet in its arms. The golem lands with a heavy thud, kicking up debris. Afa, barely conscious, watches the figure approach. Violet steps down gracefully and walks towards the throne. "Your Majesty, I've returned." Koenigs acknowledges her with a single word, "Violet." Violet glances down at the coughing, collapsed Afa with disdain. "Ugh, you call yourself a mage, doing nothing but lying around like that." But the golem kneels beside the fallen elf. A different voice, young and concerned, comes from it. "Afa-san." It's Tikki controlling the golem from afar. "I won't let them harm you anymore, we have to heal you quickly." Afa, however, has given up. "Like this, let me die," he whispers. "Tikki, don't stop, it's fine." Tikki is stunned into silence by Afa's despair. But then he remembers his promise to the elves he rescued. "I promised you I'd save the elves," his own voice echoes in his mind. "You're an elf too, so I'll save you too." Finding his resolve, Tikki shouts through the golem, "If you decide in your heart to save someone, you see it through to the end. Please, live with the elves you saved. They're all waiting for you." An image of the smiling, freed elves flashes through Afa's mind. Tears stream down his face, as a flicker of hope is rekindled within him. But a cold voice cuts through the emotional moment. You're too naive. Violet stands over them, her expression icy. You can't survive in this world with that childish attitude. In a flash, she lunges forward and grabs Afa by the throat, lifting him from the ground. This is appropriate for me, she says with a cruel smile, her grip tightening. Afa chokes, completely at her mercy. Tikki can only watch in shock. Violet san. She turns to the golem, her eyes glinting. Don't do anything stupid. Even if I can't harm you, it's simple to kill Afa. With her hostage secured, Violet turns and stands before Konig's, shielding him with her body. Your Majesty, I will protect you from those ugly flames. With Violet now acting as his shield, Konig's praises her. Good work, Violet. Violet smiles serenely. Fufu, my precious Majesty. With a gesture, she summons a colossal throne of ice, encasing Konig's within its protective embrace. Looking up at her creation, she muses, there are so many painful things in this world. It's unbearable. A chillingly devoted look crosses her face. This ice will never break. Whatever happens, I will protect your body with it. Tikki's golem can only watch as the situation takes another bizarre turn. Seeing her friend's chance for revenge slipping away, Fiatora rushes forward. Tears streaming down her face, she screams at Afa, you can't die. This man's life isn't even worth 1/100th of yours. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew scrambles to contain Afa's inferno. Pai Chan, put out the fire, Mare yells. Shni, working alongside them, shouts back, me, thanks. But their efforts are useless against the magical flames. Yuri cries out, it's no use, they won't stop, this is dangerous. A golem holds back the struggling Afa, who can only watch his nemesis get shielded. Stop, he chokes out, let me kill him. Violet looks down on the elf with cold pity. Afa, how regretful. From his throne of ice, Konig's begins to lecture his failed assassin. Do you think you're the first one? I've avoided plenty of assassins and made every single one disappear. The reason you can't win against me is clear. Your resolution is lacking. His eyes burn with conviction. You lack the same resolve I have, the resolve to abandon everything and work for the prosperity of this country. He continues, his voice booming through the chaos. More than throwing away your life in this hell-like world, surviving hell requires more resolution. I continue to live, he roars. I have to continue working for this country, to change hell into paradise. His gaze shifts, locking onto Tikki's golem. And that's why I have to steal your strength. Castle in the sky, I have to steal you. Konig's addresses the golem directly. You're the mage of the castle in the sky, right? The possessor of the voice coming from this golem. It's the first time we speak. He examines the machine with a connoisseur's eye. This is a beautiful and sturdy golem. I respect such technology. A greedy, determined glint appears in his eyes. Blau needs this strength. I want it. But Tikki is completely unmoved. I don't want to speak with you. I'm only interested in Afa-san and my companions. The golem remains silent, its master's rejection hanging in the air. Konig smirks, changing his approach. Ooh, speaking of which, I heard you kidnapped the Princess of Azul. Is she fine? She took care of my son long ago. The threat is not lost on Tikki or Princess Isla, who looks on in horror. The Emperor's face twists into a cruel sneer. It doesn't seem like a bad idea to attack Azul again. This time, he whispers, let's obliterate it completely. Isla screams in terror, stop. Tikki's voice is dangerously low. Is that a threat? His anger finally boils over. Such a threat. But before he can act, a blur of motion erupts from the side. It's Schwarz launching a surprise attack. With a furious roar, he brings his massive blade down on the ice shield. Hurry up and die, you senile old fool. Konig's barely flinches, his face a mask of annoyance. Schwarz's attack slams into the ice, sending cracks across its surface as Konig's taunts him. Why don't you realize that your existence itself is the reason this world is changing into hell? Ah, you were here, Konig says with utter disdain. You're a bother, I don't have time to take care of you. Schwarz ignores him, striking the ice shield again and again with brutal force. Violet watches, completely unconcerned. My ice won't shatter from such an inferior attack. But Tikki notices something isn't right. Inside the throne, Konig feels it too. A strange warmth is spreading. This ice, the cold inside, is moving. The others realize the danger as well. Yuwa, the flames are growing, this is dangerous, let's retreat. Schwarz turns to his comrades. Go back first, don't mind us, please save Afa. Mare looks at him shocked. What are you saying? He stands firm, his elven companion at his side. We can't go back yet, we have a mission to kill this man, let's end this hell right now. The heat inside the ice prison intensifies, and Konig's begins to feel drowsy. The elf next to Schwarz watches, confused by this turn of events. What? Sweat pours down Konig's face as he begins to panic. This is hot, I can't resist this much heat. Via, let Viol open it. Violet's voice echoes from outside the melting prison. If I do that, I won't be able to protect you from the flames. A wicked smile plays on her lips as she reveals the loophole in her slavery. By the power of the slave mark, the slave has to use their ability to protect their master, you know. Konig's eyes widen in pure terror as he understands. Vile. The ice begins to glow, turning from a shield into a furnace. Tikki is stunned by the betrayal. Violet-san, what are you? Even Afa, who wanted this man dead more than anything, can only watch in disbelief. Violet leans in, her voice a sweet poison. I'm protecting his majesty from hell, forever. Tikki is baffled. What boredom? I don't understand, but Violet cuts him off, her voice laced with fury. You're the one that made it boring. It's painful for his majesty to be in such an annoying world, right? She asks rhetorically. By leaving this world forever, you will escape that boredom. Her true motive is finally revealed. The most powerful in this world was supposed to be the Empire. I served this country because it was the strongest, and yet, your castle in the sky appeared and overshadowed everything. She screams, her obsession laid bare. The Empire is now boring. I don't need a Blau Empire that can't win. With that, I can't win against you. Tikki tries to reason with her twisted logic. Winning and losing, this isn't the time to talk about. But Violet is lost in her own worldview. In this world, there is no meaning if you don't win. Tikki is utterly disgusted. For someone who's always winning to say that, I don't get it, everything you say is cheap. As their two beliefs clash, Konig screams, trapped and boiling alive in his icy tomb, a victim of his own tool of control. The battle for the throne room reaches its shocking, fiery climax.